October 10th. It's cool, there are puddles on the streets. This date will forever be remembered by all the residents of the village hidden in the leaves. It was on this day 5 years ago that the Kyubi no Yoko, the nine-tailed demon fox, attacked and sent the fourth Hokage and his family to the next world. A 5-year-old boy is running along the road, his blonde hair fluttering in the wind, but in his sky-colored eyes there is no joy and enthusiasm like in other children. There is only fear. Fear? Yes, fear. After all, a group of 3 Chunin and 1 Jonin is running after Naruto, that's the name of our hero. Jonin, hold the demon, or he'll escape. First Chunin, stop demon, stop, who am I talking to? Second Chunin, stop, I'll make you answer for your sister. Naruto, what did I do to them? Why are they doing this to me? Don't they understand that I'm only 5 years old? I've never done anything bad to anyone in my life. And again these looks, there's no help to wait for, just to run home. Third Chunin, stop, monster. Naruto had just one more turn to run and he would be able to save himself. Well, then fate decided to make its own adjustments. The blonde tripped over a stone lying on the corner and rolled head over heels. Of course, they caught up with him instantly. Jonin, now you've been caught, now you'll get what's coming to you, freak. The remaining 3 ran up and started beating the boy. 4 grown men were torturing a 5-year-old child, and no one even batted an eyelid. Everyone went on about their business, and even someone was happy that the demon would get what he deserved. Kakashi, it's strange, what's that noise? I should take a look. Kakashi walked to the corner and looked around it. A horrifying and heartbreaking picture appeared before him. A little boy was rolling on the ground covered in blood, and he was being beaten by adult shinobi. Kakashi decided to stop the circus. Kakashi, what is this? Get out of here and stay out of my sight again. The group ran away. The ash-haired Jonin ran up to the blonde and picked him up. Kakashi, he needs to be taken to the hospital immediately. Damn, they gouged out his left eye. Now he'll definitely have a scar. He'll be lucky if he can see with it. Jonin rushed across the rooftops at breakneck speed. If only I could make it, was all that was in the head of the Konoha copy ninja. He runs into the hospital, and immediately enters the head doctor's office. Kakashi. Doctor, we need to cure the boy immediately. Head doctor, I will not treat the demon, and don't try to persuade me. Kakashi. So, if you don't heal him now, I'll go to Hokage-sama immediately and tell him everything. Head doctor. Okay, just calm down, I'll cure you. It was clear that after Kakashi's words the doctor became nervous. 3 hours later. Naruto POV. Where am I? What's wrong with me? Weird. It smells like medicine. That's definitely it. Am I in the hospital again? Damn. I need to leave now, or they'll yell at me again. NPOV Naruto. The blonde tried to get up. It didn't work out well, I must say. His body ached, his ribs were cracking at the seams, his muscles seemed like they would tear at any moment. Kakashi. Don't get up, lie down for now, you need to regain your strength. Kakashi smiled with one eye. Naruto. Who are you? You're not going to hit me, are you? Kakashi was surprised by such a statement from a child, but he didn't show it. He looked at Naruto again with affection. Kakashi. No, of course I won't hit you, what's wrong with you? My name is Kakashi Hatake, I'm a Konoha Jonin, nice to meet you. And again that smile eye. Naruto looked at the ash-haired shinobi and smiled sincerely with all 32 teeth. Naruto. I am Naruto Uzumaki. It is nice to meet you too. Kakashi-san, can I ask you a question? Kakashi. Sure, ask whatever you want. Naruto. Can you teach me how to be a shinobi? Naruto smiled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head with his hand. It was obvious that he really wanted to become a shinobi, but since he had no parents, there was no one to teach him. Kakashi understood this too and decided that he would be not only a sensei for the boy, but also a father. In any case, he would try, because he knew that the blonde lacked care. Having thought it over once again, the copy ninja agreed to teach the young Uzumaki. Kakashi. Yeah, I agree. Let's go change and we'll go to my house. Naruto was not used to being cared for by anyone other than the third Hokage, the old man Tuki from the ramen shop and his daughter Ayami, who always supported the boy and never sent him away, unlike the others. He thought about his new sensei's offer and came to the conclusion that he agreed. Naruto. Hooray. Yeah, I'll get dressed now, Databio. Naruto pulled on his gray t-shirt with the Uzumaki clan symbol on the back, black shorts and black shinobi sandals as fast as he could. After checking if he had left anything behind, he followed Hatake out of the room. After leaving the hospital, the couple stopped on the porch. Kakashi, Naruto, let's go buy you some new clothes and at the same time decide what to do with your left eye. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, can I have a mask like yours? And an eye patch on my left eye, I'll be just like you. Kakashi, ha ha ha, I think that's a great idea. Let's go. Soon they reached the store, which despite the late hour was not closed. There they bought a black t-shirt with the Uzumaki clan sign on the chest, black shinobi pants, black shinobi sandals with a thick sole, also bought fingerless gloves with iron inserts and a black sports jacket with a Whirlpool sign on the back. Author's note, the jacket is like Minato's as a child. Later they found a mask like Hatake's and an eye patch. Without looking closely, one could think that they were father and son. Similar hairstyles, a mask on half the face, a bandage covering the left eye. And so our couple reached Hatake's house. They went up to the right floor and entered the apartment. The apartment was tidy, warm, light and cozy. The boy liked it here immediately. Kakashi, well, here we are. You will sleep in this room on the bed, the shower is on that side. The kitchen is opposite. Now undress, go to the shower and sleep. Tomorrow we will start your training. Naruto, okay, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto went into the bathroom, quickly undressed and took a hot shower. Oh, what bliss it was. There were problems with hot water in the orphanage and he was not allowed to stay under the shower for long. After leaving the shower, he went into the kitchen where there was a mug of steaming tea. After drinking it, he went into his now room, and plopped down on the pillow, instantly falling asleep. First training session. The next morning. Waking up, the blonde opened his eyes and looked around. For a moment he didn't understand where he was. But almost immediately he remembered all the events that happened yesterday. They seemed like a dream to him, but if he was here, then it wasn't a dream. Getting out of bed, the blonde swaggered into the kitchen. Entering, he saw a plate of sandwiches, a mug of hot tea and a note on the table. Sitting down at the table, Naruto began his meal, reading the note, Naruto, I'm out on business. Have breakfast and go to the training ground 7. I'll be there at 9 o'clock. Kakashi. Having finished reading the note, the boy glanced at the clock hanging above the refrigerator. The clock showed 8:13. Quickly finishing his sandwiches and tea, the blonde ran to get ready for training. After all, this was the most important event in his life. Half an hour later Naruto was completely ready and, putting on a bandage and a mask, quickly headed to the training ground. When he reached the training ground, he discovered that there was no one there yet. Deciding to do a physical warm-up, the blonde ran 6 laps around the training ground, and then did squats, push-ups and abs. At the end of this little workout, Kakashi showed up. Kakashi. Good morning, Naruto. Sorry I'm late. I see you've been doing a good job of warming up without me. Well done. Naruto smiled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Naruto. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Hee hee. Kakashi. Well, since you've warmed up, I don't see any point in dragging it out. Now we're going to open up your chakra control. Do you know what chakra is? Naruto. Yes, sensei. Chakra is the sum of a shinobi's physical and spiritual strength, which can be improved through training and meditation. Chakra is used by shinobi to create both regular and elemental techniques. There are 5 elements: Kaiten, fire, Fuyuten, wind, Raten, lightning, Doten, earth, Suten, water. Each shinobi can have one or more elements. There are also so-called unique genomes that are a mixture of 2 or more elements, but only the owners of these genomes can use them. For example, the Shodai Hokage had the Mokuton, wood, genome, consisting of Doten and Suten. Well, that's all. Databio. Kakashi's eye twitched nervously. The boy clearly knew more than his age allowed. Not only did he talk about chakra, he even mentioned genomes. Kakashi decided that if the blonde already knew this, he must have read it somewhere, which meant he had an excellent memory. Kakashi. Well done, Naruto. You really know a lot. Well then we can begin training. Sit in a comfortable position and try to feel the chakra center in the stomach area. Naruto did exactly as his sensei said. An hour later, he finally managed to find the fire. Only then did something happen that Kakashi never expected to see. The boy suddenly started twitching and passed out. Hatake picked the boy up, put him under a tree and decided to wait for him to wake up, praying that nothing bad would happen to him. In the subconscious. Naruto POV. Ooh, strange. What happened? I just found the chakra source and I blacked out. I must have overdone it. Wait, where am I? Okay, I'll go ahead. Wow, what a cage, but where am I? Data bio. End POV Naruto. Coming out into a large hall with pipes, Naruto saw a huge golden gate in front of him. In the center of the gate was a piece of paper with kanji. Coming closer, the blonde saw two huge red eyes with a vertical pupil, which were looking straight at him. They read anger and hatred. The boy felt uneasy from his gaze. Then a roar thundered, and the boy saw who was looking at him. It was a giant fox with 9 tails. QB. So this is my jailer. The little brat. Naruto. Hello, who are you and why do you call me a jailer? There was fear in Naruto's voice, but he tried to calm himself down a little. QB. I am QB no Yoko, the 9-tailed demon fox, and I call you jailer because you are my Jinchuriki. Naruto. QB-san, can I ask you a question? So you were the one who attacked the village 5 years ago. And since you say that I am your Jinchuriki, that means you are sealed in me. Who sealed you? QB was a little taken aback by this turn of events. For the first time since Rikudo Sennin, he was addressed with politeness and courtesy. QB. Yes, you're right, it was me who attacked the village 5 years ago, but not of my own free will. And I was sealed by the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto. QB-san, can you tell me where I am now? My sensei is just waiting for me. QB. First of all, no suffixes. Secondly, you're in your subconscious now. To exit, just concentrate and that's it. Naruto. Thank you, QB. At that moment, Naruto disappeared from the subconscious. QB maybe father was talking about him. Naruto woke up and after a few moments he was completely recovered. Kakashi. Oh, Naruto, are you okay? You fainted. Are you feeling okay? Naruto. Yeah, sensei, I just overdid it. Everything's fine now. Databio. Kakashi. That's good. Now that you've unlocked your chakra, you can train in controlling it. To do that, you need to concentrate your chakra in your legs and climb a tree without your hands. Remember, if you use too much, the bark will break. If you use too little, you'll fall. Got it. Naruto. Hi. Kakashi. Go ahead. Hatake handed his student a kunai and told him to mark the place he could reach. Imagine his surprise when, 2 hours later, a blonde boy looked down at him with a big smile. When he came down, Kakashi ordered him to learn how to walk on water. After another 4 hours, he mastered it. Hatake didn't know what to think. The boy could definitely be considered a genius. They spent the remaining time learning the basics of taijutsu and shurikenjutsu. By the end of the day, the boy had learned how to fight and throw iron well. In the evening, Kakashi and Naruto went to a ramen shop to eat, because they had no energy left for cooking. Naruto. Hello Chuki-san, can I have one large portion of pork ramen please? Chuki. Oh, Naruto. Hello, haven't visited in a while. Yeah, it'll be over soon. Kakashi. Chuki-san, the same to me. Chuki. Okay, Kakashi. Then, Ayami, the ramen seller's daughter, who also worked here, came in from the courtyard. Ayami. Hello Kakashi-san, Naruto-kun. Oh my god, what happened to you? What happened to your left eye? Naruto. Yeah, I had a bad fall during training. It's okay, one eye is still intact, so everything's fine. Don't worry, Ayami-chan. And he smiled good-naturedly with one eye. Chuki and Ayami are the spitting image of Kakashi. Finally, the ramen was ready. Chuki. Here, 2 servings of pork ramen. Naruto and Kakashi in unison. Itadakimasu. They took off their masks at the same time, ate at the same time, and put them back on at the same time. Ayami, they are so beautiful. Why hide such faces behind masks? Chuki, they do everything at the same time, in sync, just like father and son. In the end, the ramen was eaten, and our heroes had to return home. Naruto. Thank you for the treat, Chuki-san. Goodbye, Chuki and Ayami. Bye, Naruto-kun. Having reached home, the blonde plopped down on the pillow and immediately began to snore. Commentary on first training. Decided to throw another part into the fire. Enjoy reading. Leave your comments. I try to answer everyone if possible. The next part will be tomorrow, most likely in the afternoon. Elite of the village. Answer 3 years of tough and intense training passed. Naruto stretched out, became more mature, pumped up. At 8 years old, he looked all of 12. His hair became ash-colored. How so? He was blonde. It's simple. During training he tried to master the fourth Hokage's Thunder God Flight Jutsu, and on one of his attempts something went wrong and the color of his hair changed. Now he looked like an exact copy of Kakashi. Our hero's strength has also undergone changes. Flashback. Somewhere at training ground number 7 there stood a blonde boy and an ash-haired man. Kakashi, so, today we will determine your chakra element. You have already mastered the usual techniques such as henge, substitution, and even shadow clone. Now we will work with elemental techniques. Take a piece of chakra conducting paper and conduct chakra along it. Naruto. Yes sir, Kakashi-sensei. Uzumaki took the piece of paper in his hands and channeled chakra through it. Imagine the surprise of both of them when the piece of paper split in half, then one half crumpled up and the other got wet. Naruto. So I have 3 elements. Fuyuten, Raten, and Suten. Yay. Databio. Kakashi was surprised. No, he had expected the boy to have a good affinity with the elements, but not that good. Kakashi. It seems so. I'll help you with Raten and Suten, but you'll have to wait with Futon. It's my weakest element, so I'll find you a teacher. Naruto. Okay, Kakashi-sensei. End flashback. Now Naruto had the strength of a decent jonin and could even fight Kakashi quite well. I will outline the learned techniques of our hero. Futon, air bullets, breakthrough, vacuum ball, press, raisin shuriken, can channel wind chakra through weapons. Raten, Reikiri, Reikiri wolf, electric grid, thunder god's flight, Reikiri Raiden, Chidori, Chidori spear, vanishing rasengan, can channel lightning chakra through weapons. Suten, water dragon, water bullets, water prison, water wall, tornado, 1,000 water needles, healing, slashing wave, giant whirlpool. From non-elemental techniques, rasengan and its variations, shadow clone technique, multiple shadow clone technique, henge, kawarimi. 2 ash-haired men are walking down the street, an adult and a teenager. They are identical in everything. Their appearance, their behavior. Even now they're walking and reading books. Kakashi is again engrossed in one of the novels of the legendary Sanin Jiraiya, and the boy is reading The Tale of the Fearless Ninja, by the same author. They're walking to the residence, to the carpet to the third Hokage himself. The guards see them and immediately freeze, not understanding how to react. Later, having recovered a little from the shock, they let them in. Here is the office, all that remains is to enter. Hatake knocks on the door and a hoarse voice sounds from the other side. Third. Come in. Here they come in. Neither Naruto nor Kakashi were surprised by the office's decor or the appearance of its owner. A man in a white robe sits behind a huge desk, a large hat on his head with the kanji for fire written on the front. The man looks well over 60. Wrinkles are clearly visible on his tired face, and eyes that scream that they've seen some shit. Here the man finally noticed those who entered and raised his head, tearing himself away from the documents. Third. Oh, Kakashi, what have you come for? You haven't been here for a long time. Who is with you? Your son. Hey Kakashi. In a sense, Hokage-sama. This is Uzumaki Naruto, and I want to officially adopt him. The third one choked on the pipe he was smoking, but he hadn't expected such a request. He immediately pulled himself together, thought about it, and decided that it would be the right decision to give the go-ahead for adoption. Third. Naruto, is that you? Naruto. Yes, Hokage-sama, long time no see. Third. Why is your hair ashen? It used to be light. Naruto. A small mistake with the jutsu, nothing to worry about. But now I'm a complete copy of Dad. Third. Okay, Kakashi, I give you the go-ahead for adoption. Watch over him and protect him. Kakashi. Thank you, Hokage-sama. By the way, about that, could you enroll him in Anbu in my squad with Weasel and Raven? Third. Yes, I think that's a good idea. Go down now and get your gear. Come see me again later. Kakashi and Naruto. Hi, Hokage-sama. The pair went down to the ground floor and entered the armory. There were various types of weapons on the stands, sets of clothes on the shelves, and in the middle of the room was a table with Anbu masks. Kakashi. Well, here we are, choose a mask, and in the meantime I'll find a set in the right size. Naruto. Okay, father. Naruto started walking around the table and examining each mask. After all, it was the one that everyone would see on missions, and your call sign also depended on it. And then his attention was drawn to the mask with a golden fox ornament. Yes, that was exactly what he needed. Naruto. I found the mask. Can I choose the weapon? Kakashi. Yes, of course. Naruto walked up to the weapons rack, looked at it, picked something up and tried it on. But then he saw it. A katana, white with a black line of chakra conducting metal. Light, comfortable, compact. Fits perfectly in the hand. Yes, that was definitely it. Naruto took the sheath and threw it over his back. Naruto. Dad, I took the katana. Do you know who is good at kenjutsu? Kakashi. Don't worry about that. We have one excellent swordsman on our team. After sorting out his equipment, Naruto changed into his Anbu uniform, slung his katana over his back, and pulled on a porcelain mask with a fox's face. Kakashi. Now that we've sorted everything out, we need to go to the Hokage for the documents and some other things. Naruto. Yes. They walked back up to the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. From behind the door came a creaking. Third. Come in. Entering the office, our heroes stopped near the Hokage's desk. Third. Kakashi, here are the adoption papers, as well as the documentation as an Anbu fighter. And yes, I wanted to ask, Naruto, will you bear the surname Hatake? Naruto. Yes, Hokage-sama, I think it could play a big role since the Uzumaki clan was one of the most famous clans in the world. That way, we can avoid information leaks. Third. Yes, Naruto, this proves that you are not stupid. Judging by your mask, your call sign will be, Fox. Naruto. Yes sir, Hokage-sama. Third. Hold your forehead protector with the Konoha mark. Naruto took the forehead protector from Sarutobi and tied it on instead of an eye patch. Now he looked like Kakashi in his youth. Hiruzen thought for a moment, and then gave the order. Third. Raven, Weasel. In front of the Hokage stood two men, kneeling on one knee. Judging by their height, one was slightly older than the other. The taller one, with a weasel mask, had short, dark hair that stuck out a little to the sides. The other had raven-colored hair, long, tied in a low ponytail. Raven. Did you call, Hokage-sama? Third. Yes. Raven, Weasel, remove your masks and meet the fourth member of your team, call sign Fox. They looked back and saw two ash-haired ninjas with eye patches over their left eyes and masks covering half their faces. Itachi. Hello, Kakashi-senpai, who is with you? Naruto. Naruto Hatake, call sign Fox, nice to meet you. Naruto smiled with one eye. Itachi and Shisui are the exact copy of Kakashi. Itachi. Itachi Uchiha, call sign Raven, nice to meet you too, Naruto. Shisui laughed quietly. Shisui. Looks like the copy ninja has been copied, ha. Having calmed down a little, Shisui continued. Shisui. I'm Shisui Uchiha, nice to meet you Naruto. Everyone laughed after Shisui's joke, and Kakashi decided not to drag it out. Kakashi. Itachi, can I ask you to teach Naruto Kenjutsu? Itachi. Sure, senpai, let him come tomorrow to training ground number 9, which is located next to the Uchiha quarter. Kakashi. Thank you, Itachi. Itachi. You'll thank me later, dog. At the same time, Naruto was talking to Shisui. Naruto. Shisui-san, could you teach me the shimmer step technique? Shisui. Let's agree, tomorrow you will learn Kenjutsu from Itachi, hold out against him for at least 5 minutes, I will teach you this technique. Naruto. I agree, senpai. Third. Well, since everything has been decided, then come to me in a week for the mission. 4. Yes, Hokage-sama. Third. Free. 4. Hi. After leaving the office, Itachi and Shisui headed back to the clan quarter. It was late, and they had to get up early tomorrow morning. The Hatake couple went to the Anbu to get a tattoo on Naruto's left shoulder. After getting the tattoo, they headed back home. The next morning at training ground 9. Shisui and Itachi were standing on the training ground, dressed in their regular leaf shinobi uniforms. In the distance, they noticed a silhouette slowly approaching. It was Hatake Jr. Naruto. Hello everyone. He was dressed in a normal shinobi uniform, with a mask on his face and a leaf protector pulled over his left eye. Itachi. Hello. Today we will start learning Kenjutsu with you, but first we will spar with you. Ready, Naruto? Ready, Itachi-sensei. Shisui-senpai, will you be the judge? Shisui. Yes, Naruto-kun. The shinobi went in different directions and stood opposite each other. They looked at each other expectantly, making a concentration seal. Itachi was the first to lose his temper and rushed forward at high speed. They clashed in pure taijutsu, where Naruto was on par with Itachi. He blocked all his blows and attacks, and even managed to respond. After a couple of minutes of exchanging blows, Itachi jumped away from Naruto. Itachi, Kaiten, big fireball. A giant fireball flew towards Naruto, which would have easily incinerated the former blonde, but Naruto, Suten, water wall. A huge amount of water quickly poured out of Naruto's mouth and a wall formed, extinguishing Itachi's technique. Itachi, I suggest we finish. You're doing well, using water techniques without a water source, that's worthy of respect. Shisui, Itachi is right. For this, I will teach you the shimmer step. Naruto was embarrassed by the praise and scratched the back of his head. They trained like this for a whole week. By the end of it, Naruto had mastered Kenjutsu quite well, somewhere on the level of an average jonin, and had learned Shisui's shimmer step. Commentary on Elite of the Village. Well, here comes another part. I will release the next part this evening or tomorrow afternoon, your comments decide. Co-author, we are recruiting waiters and more likes, and in the following parts the plot twists are too interesting so that we add the author to the list of favorites. Good luck to everyone and bye to everyone and Lieutenant. 3. Academy and first sparring. After 5 years. Office of the third Hokage of the Leaf. Third. Fox. A 13-year-old ash-haired boy with a fox mask on his face instantly appeared right in front of the table. The boy was dressed in an elite Anbu outfit, that is, a sleeveless jacket with a half-face mask sewn on, black shinobi pants, a grey Anbu flak jacket, black shinobi sandals, and half-shoulder gloves with iron inserts on the back of the hand. Under the porcelain mask was a bandage covering his left eye. The shinobi looked like he was about 16 years old. His ash-colored hair was hanging down, Hatake's hairstyle in the rain. Author's note. Naruto. Did you call, Hokage-sama? Third. Yes. Starting tomorrow you're going to the academy. This is necessary to hide you from the elders and Danzo. In a week there will be an exam for Genin. You just need to study for a week at the academy while I sort things out here. You'll pass the exam, I'm sure. Try not to stand out too much, and also change your Anbu clothes for something more or less civilian. The teachers have been warned of your presence. For now, everyone. Oh. Naruto, wait, I forgot to warn you. Sasuke Uchiha, Itachi's younger brother, is in the same class. Naruto pursed his lips. It wasn't noticeable under the mask, but the third noticed how his protege tensed. Naruto. Yes sir, Hokage-sama, is there anything else? Third. No. Although wait, don't forget to take off the protector. You can put it back on after the exam. Naruto. Yes sir, can we go? Third. Yes, you can go. Naruto. Hi. After his visit to the office, Naruto went straight to his home to prepare for the next day. After all, his Anbu missions had completely cut him off from public life. The next morning, Naruto had trained himself to get up at exactly 5. And today he did not change his habits. After waking up, he went to the bathroom, where he washed himself. The cold water quickly drove away the remnants of sleep. After jogging around the training ground and doing a couple of exercises, Naruto returned to the apartment. After having breakfast and taking all the necessary water procedures, the former blonde noticed that classes at the academy would soon begin. Quickly putting on black shinobi pants, a black mesh t-shirt, black shinobi sandals and gloves with iron inserts, he put on a black jacket and a pouch with iron, in which he put several kunai, a couple dozen shuriken and a bunch of senbon. He liked senbon the most, because they were miniature and convenient. Taking a couple of explosive seals, putting on a mask and adjusting the eye patch, Hatake Jr. walked to the academy. Naruto, what is the third planning? I don't even know what to do at the academy. I already know everything. Exo. Okay. I need to calm down and treat this as another task. I wonder when my father will return. Thinking about this and other equally important things, Naruto didn't notice how he reached the academy. Having climbed to the right floor, he found the right classroom and knocked on the door. A few moments before. Aruka. Children, calm down, I have a small announcement to make. Today we have a new student coming. I ask everyone to remain calm and not pester him with questions. If he wants, he will answer them himself. A buzz went through the class. How could a new student come to the academy a week before the exam? Strange. The girls, of course, were wondering if he would be handsome, and what he looked like in general, while the boys were wondering if he would be a strong shinobi. And then there was a knock on the door. Aruka, come in. An ash-haired guy of tall and athletic build entered the classroom. His face was covered with a mask and an eye patch over his left eye. The entire class instantly fell silent and stared at the new guy. Naruto simply looked around the entire class and drew his own conclusions. A habit with Anbu. The teacher's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Aruka, hello, I'm Aruka Yumino, your homeroom teacher. Please introduce yourself to the class. Naruto, I am Naruto Hatake. I love reading and my father. There are very few things I don't like. The dream has already come true. Aruka, thank you, Naruto. Take a seat at the back of the class. Naruto, okay, Aruka-sensei. Naruto went to the last desk. Next to him sat Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akamaki. Shikamaru, hello, I'm Shikamaru. Choji, hello, I'm Choji. Naruto, nice to meet you. And Naruto smiled with one eye. All the girls in the class he is handsome, calm, and even gets embarrassed secretly. Naruto didn't know what to do with himself during each lesson. He had known the academy material since he was 6, after all, he was one of the best Anbu fighters. No, he wasn't openly bored during the lesson and tried to listen to Aruka and the other senseis, but it was difficult. After the lessons, Naruto was the first to leave the classroom and was about to go home or to the training ground, when Kiba from the Inuzuka clan ran up to him. Kiba, hey, Hatake, let's have a sparring match. You and me. Everyone who was walking next to them stopped and looked at them. Naruto was calm, because what kind of Anbu would he be if he was going to quibble over trifles? He was about to refuse, because why waste time, when Kiba started to mock him. Kiba, or are you afraid? Naruto, of course, wasn't scared and could have refused, but he decided to earn a little authority among the other children. Naruto, okay, Kiba, I agree, but in the presence of Aruka-sensei or the other teachers, so that everything is according to the rules. Naruto was calm, even a little cold. There was a hint of steel in his voice. Kiba quickly agreed and ran after Aruka, and the whole class went to the school training ground, because everyone was interested in seeing what the newcomer was capable of. Naruto was already standing in the ring, waiting for his opponent. Then Aruka and Kiba came up. Aruka began to like the new student, because instead of sparring somewhere in the alley, he insisted on the presence of sensei. Aruka was familiar with the name Hatake firsthand. Now he wondered who Naruto was to Kakashi. Approaching the training ground, he saw Naruto standing in the ring with a book in his hands. Finally, everything was ready for the fight. Kiba, Hatake, put the book away, I'm ready. Naruto didn't even look up from his book and made a concentration seal. Aruka, pure taijutsu without the use of chakra, okay. Naruto, hi. Kiba, do you think you can defeat me with a book in your hands? Naruto, I don't know, the book is interesting, I can't tear myself away, but don't worry, it won't interfere with sparring. Naruto was calm and confident in his victory, but he was not going to anger Kiba. Kiba, like mad, broke loose at him, but Naruto dodged and appeared behind him, with a light blow to the neck knocking Kiba out, all the while not taking his eyes off the book. He moved so fast that no one saw his movements. To everyone, it looked like the ash-haired man moved a couple of meters, and Kiba simply passed out. Aruka. Naruto Hatake defeated. Sasuke is a strange guy, I didn't even notice his movements, who is he? Naruto simply waved goodbye to everyone and went to training ground 9, reading a book. This happened all week, any sparring ended the same way, the opponent simply fell unconscious, and Naruto stood behind him. On the last day before the exam, Naruto was walking around Konoha and did not notice how Ino and Sakura were watching him. Ino. He's been walking around like this for an hour now, this Naruto is weird. He came from God knows where, and he's the strongest in the class. And his hair is ashen. Sakura. He's really strange, and even Sasuke-kun lost to him. Ino. Look. Ino looked at Naruto and was stunned. There was an Anbu standing in front of Naruto and they were talking about something. After which the Anbu left, and Naruto remained standing in the middle of the road. Suddenly Sakura noticed a small tear rolling down from the guy's only eye. Sakura. Ino, he's crying. Ino. What? Sakura. See for yourself. Conversation between Anbu and Naruto. Fox. Dog was ambushed and is now in serious condition. The doctors say he will live, but I had to warn you. Also, go to Hokage-sama now. Naruto. Father. Okay, I understand. Owl, you can go. Owl. Hi. After the Anbu left, Naruto felt a tear roll down his cheek. He couldn't lose his father. He had already lost 2 teammates. He couldn't lose him too. Quickly calming down, he headed to the residence. At this moment, Sakura and Ino. Ino. No way, he's crying. More precisely, he just burst into tears. Apparently something happened. But he was talking to Anbu and gave him an order. Who is he? Sakura. I don't even know, but if he gave the order to one of the ANBU, what was he doing at the academy? So many questions and so few answers. Who are you? Hatake Naruto. Commentary on Academy and the first sparring. Here's another part for today. I hope you like it. I'm waiting for your suggestions and assumptions in the comments. We're trying very hard. They asked for art of what Naruto looks like. Did I already write that he is a copy of Kakashi? Genin exam. The next day, everyone in the class found out about the meeting between Anbu and Naruto. All day long, he was getting looks of shock and envy. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, calmly, as only he could. Naruto. Guys, why are you staring at me? Am I burning? Everyone looked away and shook their heads. And now it was time for the exam. Naruto finished the written part in 5 minutes, and decided to sleep the rest of the time, since he spent the whole night yesterday in the ward with his father. Aruka. Naruto, are you finished? Naruto. Yes, Aruka-sensei. Aruka. Pass the test and you can take the practical. Naruto. Okay, what do you need to demonstrate? Aruka. Henge and cloning. Naruto made the necessary seals and an exact copy of himself appeared. Naruto. Shadow clone technique. Aruka. He knows shadow cloning. The clone turned into Kakashi Hatake and then disappeared with a pop. Aruka. Well done, Naruto. Here's your bandana. Aruka handed the boy a bandana, but he pushed his hand away. Naruto. Thank you, Aruka-sensei, but I have my own. From his pouch he pulled out a black leaf forehead protector. Everyone stared at him in amazement. Where did he get a forehead protector? He had just passed the exam. Naruto began to pull the bandage off his eye, as everyone immediately stared at him. In order not to show his eye, he simply covered it and pulled off the bandage. Underneath was a long vertical scar crossing his eye and cheekbone. Everyone stared at his scar in shock. Naruto calmly said, Naruto, have you never seen scars? After which he tied the protector on his head, lowering it over his left eye. Sakura. How did you get this scar? It was obvious that she was very worried and was afraid that she had asked too much. Everyone nodded in agreement to her question. Naruto. Was beaten by a shinobi from our village when I was 5 years old. And he looked at Sakura expressively with his only eye. Sakura saw pain, worry and regret in it. She wanted to ask something else, but she didn't dare. Everyone in the class was silent and didn't understand why a 5-year-old child could be beaten to such a state. But Aruka understood everything perfectly well. He guessed that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox, and he sincerely felt sorry for the guy. Naruto just grinned and left. Naruto. See you at the distribution. He couldn't help but let the sarcasm in his voice, but no one understood why he said that. When Naruto left, Choji decided to ask anyway. Choji. Aruka-sensei, do you know why he was beaten by shinobi from our own village? Everyone nodded their heads in agreement again. Aruka. Yes, Choji, I know, but you are not allowed to tell me this. It is a secret of Konoha. There is a law that forbids discussing this topic with children. Everyone was shocked that Naruto was such a mysterious figure in the village. Naruto simply walked out of the academy and headed to the cemetery. He approached the grave of the Yondaime Hokage and his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto. Mom, Dad. What should I do? Dad's in a coma, and I can't do anything. Ahem. How I wish you were by my side. A tear flowed from his right eye and fell on the grave. Naruto stood like that for a couple more hours, looking at the photos of his parents, whom he had never seen. Ino and Sakura noticed him in this state, returning from the academy. Sakura. Look, Ino, I think this is Naruto. Ino. Yes, it's definitely him. Why is it him? They wanted to approach him, but decided that they would only disturb him. They stood there for a while, looked at him, and went home. Later, Naruto left too. He decided to look in on Kakashi at the hospital. Naruto entered the room and sat down next to the bed. The Konoha copy ninja was lying on it with an oxygen mask. The wound was almost fatal. If the doctors hadn't arrived in time, everything would have ended badly. Naruto looked at his father. Naruto. Father, I was appointed as the team's sensei, can you imagine? Now I've become quite an adult. Hey, I hope that you'll wake up soon, and we'll train and go on missions again, like before. Okay, I'll go, tomorrow is the assignment, I need to get ready, and you rest for now. Naruto looked at his father once more and headed home. Commentary on Genin exam. Hi everyone, here comes the new part. It's small, but another one will come out this evening. Distribution and acquaintance. The next day. Naruto woke up at 5 as usual. Then jogging, exercise, breakfast, shower and packing. He put on his Anbu uniform. Also a mask on half his face, a protector on his left eye. You could see the Anbu tattoo on his left shoulder. Hanging his katana on his shoulder and the Anbu mask on his hip, he left the house and headed towards the academy. At this moment in the academy, almost all the students were sitting in the classroom. Only Choji and Naruto were missing. And if Choji had gone to another city to visit relatives, then no one knew where Naruto had disappeared to. Then Iruka entered the classroom. Having delivered his farewell speech, he began to assign teams. At that time, the Jonin were standing outside the door, ready to pick up the teams. Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and Naruto Hatake. All three knew each other very well and knew what each other was capable of. Asuma. Are you worried, Naruto-kun? Naruto. A little, Asuma-san. I've never taught anyone before, and I don't want to embarrass my father, this is his team after all. Kurenai. By the way, how is Kakashi? Naruto became noticeably sad, but he answered cheerfully. Naruto. Same thing, but he's strong, I believe in him. Kurenai didn't ask further, because she noticed that this was very difficult for Naruto. In the classroom at this moment. Iruka. Listen carefully, I will now name the teams of 3, and also tell you who your mentor will be. Team number 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, mentor Kurenai Yuhi. A beautiful girl with red eyes and long dark hair entered the room. Iruka. Shikamaru Nara, at your father's personal request and due to Choji's departure, you will be training separately, with Asuma Sarutobi as your mentor. A tall, bearded man with a cigarette in his teeth entered the classroom. Iruka. The final team number 7, Sakura Haruno, Ino Yamanaka, Sasuke Uchiha. The classroom heard the sound of a head hitting a table and 2 joyful exclamations. Ino and Sakura. I'll be with Sasuke-kun. Then the 2 kunoiki started arguing again about who would be with Sasuke, and Iruka decided to intervene. Iruka. Sakura, Ino, calm down. Kakashi Hatake has been appointed your mentor. Is Hatake on everyone's mind? He has the same last name as Naruto, and where does Naruto live? Iruka. But since he is currently unable to be your mentor, Naruto Hatake is replacing him during his absence. The whole class. What? At that moment, the door opened and a tall guy with ash blonde hair, a mask covering half his face, a protector on his eye, in an Anbu uniform with a tattoo and a mask on his left hip walked into the classroom. With his hands in his pants pockets, Naruto calmly walked in and stood with the other 2 instructors. The whole class was shocked, because yesterday he took the Genin exam, and now he was standing here as an instructor. Kiba started laughing out loud. Kiba. Ha 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 now, Sasuke, I'll definitely catch up with you in strength, with such a teacher you won't get far. Sasuke just pursed his lips and turned away. He also didn't like that Naruto was assigned as a mentor, because even though he was strong, he was just a child, and not a shinobi with many years of experience like the first 2. At least, that's what the whole class thought. Kurenai heard what her students said now and decided to rein him in. She was about to say something in response, but then Naruto's hand stopped her. Naruto. No need, Kurenai, you'll have time to scream during training. Naruto spoke calmly, even a little affectionately. Asuma also decided to intervene and at the same time raise Naruto's authority. After all, he is his friend and student. Asuma. Naruto's right, Kurenai. They just don't know who he is, so calm down. Kurenai calmed down, but still looked angrily at Kiba. Oh, she would give him a thrashing during training for being impolite to his superiors. There was silence in the classroom. Naturally, Naruto, who was the same age as them, was talking to the adult Jonins on equal terms. And he was talking in a friendly manner, as if they had known each other for a long time, and Kurenai wanted to stand up for him. Everyone realized that Naruto was not a simple shinobi. Team 8 and Shikamaru left the classroom with their mentors. Naruto gestured for Team 7 to sit still and wait. But what? A few moments later, Team 7 saw an impressive picture. Naruto put on his mask and turned to the door, waiting for something. The wait dragged on for about 5 minutes, until Ino said something. Ino. Nah. Naruto. Shush. Quiet. A moment later, a shinobi in an Anbu uniform with a bear mask sat in front of him. Bear. Fox-sama, as you ordered, the hospital is under close surveillance. 8 Anbu are participating in the surveillance. Naruto. Okay, Bear, report to me every 2 hours about any suspicious individuals. His room is to be under 24-hour surveillance. Bear. Yes sir, Fox-sama. Naruto. Go. Bear. Hi. The bear bowed and disappeared. A second later, Naruto took off his mask. Naruto. I forgot how hot it is in there. He turned his head towards the boys and almost laughed out loud. All 3 of them had their jaws on the floor. Naruto chuckled and continued. Naruto. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. Then he disappeared in a column of smoke. Sasuke was the first to come to his senses and simply chuckled and went out onto the roof. Ino and Sakura also slowly gathered themselves and ran after Sasuke. Soon all 3 ran out onto the roof. Naruto was already waiting for them. The 3 genin came up and sat on the steps, and opposite them Naruto leaned on the railing. Naruto. Let's get acquainted. First, you. He pointed at Sakura. Sakura was a little embarrassed, but then pulled herself together. Sakura. Let's, you first, for example. Naruto. Okay, but let's leave out the, you, and all the suffixes. If you want to call me sensei, senpai, or just friend, I don't mind, I just want to be treated as an equal, and the rest is not important. Got it, all? Yes, sensei. Naruto. Well, that's great. My name is Naruto Hatake. I'm Kakashi Hatake's son. I love my father. I enjoy reading and cooking. A dream come true. Now it's you. Sakura. I'm Haruno Sakura. I love the look on Sasuke. I dream of becoming a strong kunoichi. Well, that's all. Naruto looked at her carefully, then turned away and looked at Sasuke. Sasuke. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I like few things and dislike many things. The goal is to revive my clan and kill one person. Ino and Sakura shuddered at the sound of such words, even if they were shinobi. Naruto simply smirked, which was not visible behind his mask. After all, he knew who Sasuke wanted to kill, and he knew that he would hardly succeed. Ino. I am Yamanaka Ino, I love my parents, flowers and... The look at Sasuke. I don't like it when someone makes fun of flowers, the dream of becoming a strong kunoichi. Naruto. So, we've met, and now you can ask your questions. I'm sure you have some. But it's not a fact that I'll answer them. There was an immediate uproar, for they had many questions for him. Naruto. Calm down. Sakura. Why were you beaten by shinobi as a child? Naruto. I can't say, sorry. You've probably heard about the taboo about me. All 3 nodded. Sakura. Where is your father? He was supposed to be our mentor. Naruto. He's in a coma, so I'm your mentor until he wakes up. Don't worry, I've been known within the village as the copy of the copy ninja for a long time now. I'm as strong as my father. Ino. When did you become a jonin? Naruto. At the age of 9, when I was given the rank of elite Anbu. Sakura. You were an elite Anbu at 9 years old. Naruto. Yes, I am currently an elite jonin of Konoha and the 3rd Hokage's personal Anbu. Sasuke. What is your strongest jutsu? Naruto. It's hard to say. Probably Reikiri Wolf, one of my Raiten techniques. Sasuke fell silent, digesting the information. Naruto. Well, since we're done with the questions, let's get to the practical part. We're heading to training ground 7 now. Take everything you need with you. In a couple of hours at training ground number 7. Naruto. So everyone, come on, let's begin. Now you will attack me. Your task is to hold out, at least for 30 seconds. To achieve this, you will have to try to kill me. You can use anything. I will only use taijutsu. Understood. Genins. Yes, sensei. Naruto. Let's go. Everyone hid. Sakura jumped into the bushes. Ino and Sasuke jumped onto a tree. Suddenly Naruto appeared next to them. They got scared and jumped into the center of the clearing. Naruto appeared right away, and a moment later all three were rewound with fishing line. Naruto. You lose. You moved well at first, but then you lost focus on your target and didn't notice how I was next to you. Sakura. But sensei, I was in another place, how did you end up in two places at once? All three of them looked pointedly at Hatake, as if accusing him of foul play. Ino. Sakura is right, you said that you would only use taijutsu, and clones and ninjutsu. Naruto just smiled with his eyes. Naruto. I only used taijutsu, what you saw is called the flickering step technique. This technique allows me to move so fast that the enemy thinks I'm using clones, but in reality I'm just moving quickly leaving a mirage behind. This technique was created by an old friend of mine. Naruto remembered Shisui and put his hand to his left eye. Sakura. Will you teach us some cool techniques? Ino. Yes, sensei. Naruto. Someday, but for now, you'll be practicing teamwork. Get out of the line and you can go home. After that, he disappeared into a whirlwind of leaves. Sakura and Ino. Damn that Naruto. He tied me up and threw me away. Sasuke. After 2 hours, they finally untangled the line and went home. In the house of the head of the Yamanaka clan. Ino. I'm home. A tall man with long, blonde hair came out to meet his daughter. Inoki Yamanaka, the head of the clan and one of Konoha's chief interrogators. Inoki. Ino, why are you so angry? Did something happen? Ino. To-san, during training, Naruto made fun of us and left us tied up with fishing line, then he just left. Inoki. You're lucky. Ino. What do you mean lucky? Inoki. If his father wasn't in a coma right now, then maybe you would already be back at the academy. Ino. What? I don't understand, To-san. Inoki. I've known Kakashi and Naruto for a long time. Kakashi had genin teams before, but he held a teamwork test and no team passed it, and then they were sent back to the academy. Kakashi and Naruto lost everyone they cared about and were left with only each other. And now Kakashi is in a coma, Naruto is afraid of losing someone he cared about, so he might be a little cold to you. Don't blame him for that. Commentary on distribution and acquaintance. Well, that's the last part for today, the continuation will be tomorrow also on schedule, afternoon and evening, write comments. Sharingan and a little romance. The next day was a day off for everyone. It was drizzling outside. Ino was splashing through puddles, heading to the family flower shop. As she approached the shop, she noticed a man standing by the wall. She wouldn't have paid attention to him if it weren't for his hair. It was ash blonde. Seeing Naruto, she ran up to him, because he was standing in the rain without an umbrella. Naruto was standing pressed against the wall, his eyes closed and his head raised up. His forehead protector was removed, revealing his scar. He was also wearing a mask. Ino. Naruto-sensei. Naruto slowly opened one eye and looked at Ino. He was wearing an Anbu uniform that was covered in blood, and next to him was a katana that was dripping with blood. Ino started shaking when she saw the blood. Naruto. Oh, hello, Ino-chan. Ino-chan, are you okay? Naruto spoke breathlessly, as if he had just run a marathon. Ino came to her senses when he called her. Ino. It's okay. And Naruto-sensei, there's blood on you, are you hurt? Naruto. No, it's okay, it's not my blood, I'm not hurt, I don't think. And as if on cue, having finished his sentence, he fainted. Ino screamed and ran into the store where her mother was. After briefly explaining the situation with a slurred tongue, Ino and her mother ran out of the store and together dragged Naruto to the Yamanaka house. Naruto came to in an unfamiliar house. Opening his eye, he tried to get up, but someone's hands immediately insistently laid him back down. Naruto. Where am I? Ino. You're at my home, Naruto-sensei. Naruto. How long have I been lying there? Ino. About 5 o'clock. Naruto. Exo. Probably didn't notice how he got hit in the side. There's no time to hesitate. Naruto suddenly pulled himself together and stood up. Ino. Naruto-sensei, you can't get up, you haven't recovered from your injury yet. Naruto. I don't care about the injury. Something else is important now. He made a concentration seal and placed his hand on the Anbu tattoo on his shoulder. Naruto. If you can hear me, come immediately to the house of the head of the Yamanaka clan, 2nd floor, 3rd window on the left. Ino wanted to ask what he was doing, when suddenly an Anbu member in an owl mask appeared in front of them. Owl. Did you call, Fox-sama? Naruto. Yes, I did. Outline the situation. Owl. We lost 2 fighters, 5 operatives died on their side. Your father is alive, his eye is in place. No one was hurt in the hospital. Naruto. Okay, report this to Hokage-sama, I'm sure Danzo will come for my father again, but that bastard doesn't leave a single clue. Owl. Hi. After that, the operative disappeared, leaving Ino and Naruto alone. After the conversation, Naruto tiredly sank back onto the futon. Ino looked at him and involuntarily began to admire him. Why, the handsome, tall, pumped-up guy was every girl's dream. His ash-blonde hair and mask gave him charm. And his sky-blue eyes, you could drown in 'em forever. They were like a pool that sucked you in and didn't let go. Ino was already openly staring at her sensei, which didn't escape his attention. He smirked imperceptibly, and realized that he had also been looking at his student the whole time. Blonde hair, marble skin, a refined figure dressed in a tight purple top and a not very long skirt with a slit up to the thigh, made the kunoichi very beautiful and cute. Naruto still decided to interrupt the joint admiration, because he was her sensei. Naruto. Ino. Ino turned to him very distractedly, a blush visible on her cheeks. Ino. Why yes, sensei. Naruto. I wanted to thank you for healing me. Not everyone would have helped in your place. Ino. Nothing. Ino quickly turned away and began to blush rapidly. Naruto decided to play a prank on his student. Naruto. What? Sasuke isn't the #1 guy anymore. Ino wanted to be indignant, but instead she began to blush even more. At that moment, Ino's father came to them. Anoiki. Ino, Sakura has come to see you. Oh. Naruto. You're awake? Rest, you've been pretty roughed up. Naruto. Yeah, thank you, Anoiki-san. Anoiki noticed his daughter's condition and was now trying to understand what had happened that made her turn red as a tomato. Ino. Thank you, too-san. I'll be right down. A minute later, Ino came downstairs where Sakura was waiting for her. The blush had not yet completely disappeared from the kunoichi's face, but her friend did not pay any attention to it. Sakura. Ino, have you seen our sensei? I wanted to ask him to train us. Ino remembered what she and Naruto had just talked about and blushed again. This time it didn't escape the pink-haired girl's gaze. Sakura. Why are you all blushing? You haven't fallen in love with Naruto. Yes. I didn't expect that from you. Ino. Shut up, Lobester, and anyway, he can't train us. Sakura. Why else? Ino. He was wounded and is now lying upstairs. I found him at the flower shop, he was covered in blood, his own and someone else's. From his conversation with the Anbu guy, I understood that someone attacked the hospital with the goal of getting his father and, for some reason, his eye. He fought and was wounded in the side, he fainted at the shop and my mother and I dragged him here. Ino was chattering like crazy, she was trying to understand what she felt for her sensei and was worried about him. Sakura was in shock. Anoiki came up to them. Anoiki. Don't talk about it too much, it's classified information. Kakashi Hatake's left eye contains the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Ino and Sakura. Sharingan. Anoiki. Yes, this is the Kekkei Genkai or unique genome of the Uchiha clan. This is a dojutsu, these eyes are capable of casting powerful genjutsu on the enemy just by looking at them. They're capable of copying ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, shurikenjutsu and kenjutsu. Just by seeing a jutsu, an Uchiha will master it perfectly after a few attempts. These eyes are the pride of the Uchiha clan. Ino. But Kakashi-sensei isn't from the Uchiha clan. Sakura. That's right, where did he get the Sharingan? Anoiki. This is a dying gift from his friend, Obito Uchiha. Kakashi lost his eye in the war, and Obito gave him his with the Sharingan before he died. Well, that's it, I've told you everything. It's best if this stays just between us. Anoiki looked at them seriously, after all, this was a small secret. Sakura. Okay, Anoiki-san, we won't tell anyone. Ino nodded vigorously in time with her friend. She was very interested in learning more about Kakashi and Naruto. Anoiki, having said goodbye, left the house and headed towards the interrogation room. The girls at first just stood there and were silent. Each was thinking over the information they had just received. Sakura was the first to come to her senses. Sakura. Well, Pork, where is our sensei? Ino flinched at the mention of Naruto. Ino. In the room, but you can't go to him now, he's still wounded after all. He needs rest. Sakura. Okay, that's a pity, I wanted to ask him about everything, but never mind. Bye. Pig. Ino. Go away, Lobester. Sakura ran out of the house, she had no desire to expose herself to her evil friend. Ino, still angry at Sakura, went up to Naruto's room. He was calmly lying on the futon and resting. The fight with Root had exhausted him quite a bit, and now it wouldn't hurt to restore his strength and chakra. Then the door slid aside and Ino entered the room. Thanks to his excellent hearing and his own quick wit, Naruto realized that he was about to be asked a bunch of questions. His eye was closed, he didn't really want to be questioned, but he understood that he was unlikely to get out of it. Opening his eye, he looked at Ino. Naruto. Inoheim, is something bothering you? Ask questions, I know you have them. Ino. Naruto-sensei, why would anyone need your father's Sharingan? Naruto. First of all, he doesn't have just a Sharingan, but a Mangekyo. Such a Sharingan is very rare even among the Uchiha. The thing is that for it to awaken, you need to experience emotional trauma. For example, to see the death of your best friend or parents. This means that such a power can be considered forbidden. Secondly, my father's Mangekyo has a very amazing ability, such as a space-time technique. This technique is called Kamui. It allows you to move living and inanimate objects to another dimension. The technique is chakra-consuming, but useful. That's why they are hunting him. Many also believe that my father is not worthy of the Sharingan, since he is not an Uchiha. At one time, Sasuke's father, Fugaku, the head of the clan, barely dissuaded the clan council from taking the Sharingan from his father. Ino. I see. Why does he wear a headband, since Sasuke has normal eyes and no Sharingan? Naruto. Sasuke hasn't awakened his Sharingan yet. But that's not the point. Only Uchihas can deactivate the Sharingan, and Dad isn't an Uchiha, so he has an active Sharingan all the time. If it's open, it will consume too much chakra, which is why Dad hides it behind a forehead protector and only uses it in extreme cases. Got it. Ino. Yes. Naruto-sensei, who is Danzo? You mentioned this name when talking to the Anbu member. Naruto. This is the village elder who has long been a thorn in my side and Hokage-sama's side. Ino. I wanted to ask, Naruto-sensei, do you have a girlfriend? Naruto almost coughed from such an immodest question. Ino blushed like Kushina's hair, and now looked like a red lobster that had been kept in boiling water for too long. She herself doesn't know what bit her that she asked such a question. And why was she interested in this at all? Because does she love Sasuke or not? How complicated. Ino sat and tried to understand her feelings, and Naruto thought about how to answer the question. He had never had a girlfriend, except for Anko, who hit on him a couple of times, but he didn't pay attention. Naruto. No. He was calm. Ino let out an unnoticeable sigh. Thank God, he didn't pester her with his questions. That's what she liked about Naruto. Calm, reasonable, strong, kind and even somewhat cheerful. In any case, she never saw him in deep despondency, although there was a reason, his father was in a coma after all. Yes, he was sometimes cold with them, but all this can be explained by his difficult work. Naruto was tense about this hesitation and decided to speak up. Naruto. Ino, is everything okay? Ino looked at him in surprise, she didn't notice how she was lost in thought. Ino. Yes, everything is fine sensei. The voice trembled betrayingly at the end. Naruto smiled with one eye. Naruto. Well, that's great. You can tell the guys that starting tomorrow we have a week of D rank missions. After that, I'll ask the Hokage to give us a C rank mission. In the meantime, you'll practice teamwork. A week passed. Every day there were D rank missions. Naruto would come, receive a mission, instruct the guys, and then disappear somewhere. The guys weren't happy with this, but they didn't want to contradict their mentor. By the end of the week, the genin had already come to hate this weeding of gardens and catching cats. Now they were happily heading home, because Sensei had promised the first C rank mission tomorrow. Everyone was in anticipation. Commentary on Sharingan and a bit of romance. Here is the new part, the next one will come out tonight, leave comments, get some waiting people. Mission to the Land of Waves. Part 1. The next day. Residence. Sakura. Where the hell is Sensei? He told me to get ready at 8, but he didn't show up. So I told him. Naruto appeared right behind her. Naruto. What are you telling me? Sakura was scared and jumped back. Naruto was calm. Even too calm. Sakura wanted to say something, but hesitated. Ino looked at Naruto with some adoration. Sasuke just chuckled. Naruto decided that since everyone was gathered, he might as well get a mission. Naruto, follow me. All three followed him, and when they reached the right floor, he knocked on the door. Third, come in. The team entered the office. Naruto immediately decided to get down to business. Naruto, hello Hokage-sama, we are on AC rank mission. Third, Naruto-kun, it's you. Yes, I remember we agreed, so. He began to rummage through the papers, later bringing out a small folder. Third, mission to the land of waves. Escort the bridge builder. Rank C, as requested. Tazuna-san, come in. A slightly drunk, unshaven man of about 50 years old in a straw hat with a bottle of sake in his hands came out of the reception area. He looked around the team, stopping his gaze only on Naruto. Tazuna. And these kids. Protect me. Sasuke was about to put the old man in his place, but he was immediately hit with the book, Ika, which Naruto did not let go of. Third, oh, come on, Tazuna-san, there are two of the best genin of the academy here, and even more so, you will be accompanied by a jonin, Naruto Hatake. Naruto waved his hand in greeting, not looking up from his book. Tazuna, okay, meet me at the gate in an hour. He turned and walked away, sipping sake. Sakura, what an old man. He came and gave orders. Naruto, calm down guys, he's the employer, so treat him with due respect. An hour later, everyone was standing at the gate except Naruto. Tazuna, and where is your sensei? Ino and Sakura, we don't know. Naruto, I'm here. Naruto sat on the village gate and looked into the distance. Naruto, well, if everyone is ready, then let's go. He jumped off the gate and landed right next to the boys. The whole journey was calm and quiet. The genin were bored, and if Sasuke hid this fact, then Ino and Sakura did not at all. Naruto, although bored, did not allow himself to relax. Years of training in Anbu took their toll. Tazuna looked at the sensei with interest. He was too young to lead a team of genin, but seeing the Anbu tattoo, his curiosity got the better of him. Tazuna, Naruto-san, how old are you? The three genin looked at the sensei. Naruto saw that he would hardly be allowed to avoid the answer. He didn't like the topic of his age at all, since according to his passport he was 13, but in reality he was 16. The thing is that his father sent him to study in the conscript world of dogs, where he spent 3 years, but in the real world it was 3 days at most. So it turned out that he looked much older than his peers. Naruto, Tazuna-san, let's not use suffixes, I'm still too young to be addressed like that. I'm actually 13. All four of them looked at Naruto in disbelief. Tazuna, that's incredible, you became a jonin so early. Naruto, I became one when I was 9 years old. Tazuna still didn't believe it. This already grown-up looking shinobi was a 13-year-old boy. Sakura, Naruto-sensei, tell us about the land of waves. Naruto, okay, as you know from the academy, there are 5 great countries: fire, water, lightning, wind, earth. There are also many smaller countries, such as the land of waves. It is located next to the land of water and is located on islands in the sea. Ino, sensei, are there ninjas there? Naruto, as you know again, there are shinobi villages in the 5 great countries. Fire is leaf, wind is sand, earth is rock, lightning is cloud and water is mist. They are ruled by 5 kage. A kage is considered the strongest ninja of his village. In Konoha, it is the Hokage, in Suna, the Kazekage, in Kiri, the Mizukage, in Kumo, the Reikage and in Iwa, the Tsuchikage. The 3 genin looked at their sensei skeptically. Could old man third really be that strong? Naruto, there are also many other ninja villages in other smaller countries, there is no kage title there. A small country like the Land of Waves doesn't need its own ninja village, as it puts a heavy burden on the state budget. So they hire other villages. At the mention of the state budget, Tazuna tensed up, which Naruto noticed, but he decided to remain silent. His gut instinct was screaming that there was more to this mission than just that. During the conversation, no one, except Naruto, noticed the puddle in the middle of the road. Passing by it, Naruto visibly tensed up, making a couple of seals as quickly as he could. Immediately, 2 Nukanen with mist protectors jumped out of the puddle. Wrapping a chain around Naruto, they cut him into small pieces. Everyone stood up, watching what was happening in fear. Ino and Sakura, sensei. A wave of terror swept over them as two missing nin rushed straight at them. Neither Ino nor Sakura could move from their spot due to fear. Each missing nin took a girl. And that would have been the end of them, if not for Naruto and Sasuke. Kaiten, big fireball. Two balls flew at the ninja, forcing them to retreat. Naruto immediately flew up to the one who had attacked Sakura at maximum speed and knocked him out with a blow to the neck. Sasuke distracted the second one. Having dealt with the first one, Naruto used Shimmer Step and knocked out the second one. After tying them to a tree, he began to bring one of them to his senses. The missing nin finally came to his senses and was now trying to understand what was happening. Naruto decided to start the interrogation. He released a simply colossal amount of ki. Naruto, who and what is your goal? Even though ki had worked, he began to shake quite a bit and he didn't want to give out all the information. Nukanen, go to hell. Naruto, okay, if we don't want it the easy way, it will be the bad way. He looked at the missing nin maniacally and lifted his forehead protector. Now the 3-volume Sharingan was looking at the missed shinobi. The shinobi shuddered and swallowed. No one wanted to encounter the Sharingan. Nukanen, I'll tell you everything, just take him away. Naruto lowered his protector with a satisfied look. Naruto, so what? Gozu, my name is Gozu, and his is Meizu. Our target is that old man. Naruto was a little surprised. Sending the demon brothers to kill a bridge builder. That didn't add up. He knocked the weakling out and performed a series of hand seals. Naruto. Summoning technique. With a slash of his hand, black symbols began to crawl across the ground, then there was a bang and a ninken appeared in the smoke. Pakken, Kakashi, why did you call? Oh. It's you, Naruto, long time no see. Why did you call? Naruto wrote a few lines on the scroll, quickly rolled it up and handed it to the dog. Naruto. Hello, Pakken. You can take this to the Hokage. The mission is getting pretty serious. Everything is in the scroll. Pakken. Okay, Naruto. Good luck to you. Naruto. Yeah, hurry up. The dog disappeared from view, and he turned to the team and Tazuna. They watched the ash-haired man's actions in shock. Fortunately, no one saw the Sharingan. Sasuke was the first to move away, but he didn't say anything. Then the others moved away. Ino. Naruto-sensei, are you alive? We saw how you were cut up, right? Naruto. Water clone and Kawarimi. Naruto was calm, and this gave the guys confidence. Sakura. What kind of dog was that? Naruto. Summoning technique. The technique allows you to summon certain animals. Each person has a different summoning. Of course, it can be repeated among relatives. For example, the summoning of the Hatake couple, Ninken, ninja dogs. The one you saw is Pakken. You could say he's the main one. In order to master the summoning, you need to sign a blood contract with the summoned animal. Then fold several seals and pour in quite a lot of chakra. The more chakra, the stronger the summoning. Okay, that's not the point now. Tazuna-san, would you like to explain why shinobi are hunting you? In your application, you indicated bandits, not ninja. This mission already pulls at least rank B. Naruto spoke calmly with steel in his voice. Tazuna sweated heavily and began to mumble something about Gato, about the lack of money for a normal rank and the poverty of the country. Naruto was calm as he spoke. Not a single emotion left his face. Naruto. So you lowered the rank because of lack of money. So what should I do now? According to protocol, my task is to cancel the mission, since the lives of children are at risk now. Tazuna lowered his head guiltily. Naruto felt sorry for him, he understood what poverty was and how to eat it, so he was torn between altruistic impulses to help the old man and cold calculation, which said that nothing good would come of this. Then the genin intervened. Sakura. Naruto-sensei, let's finish the mission. She made puppy eyes, and Ino immediately joined in. Ino. Yes, sensei, let's go. Sasuke. I'm all for finishing this mission. There will be training though. Naruto shook his head in resignation. These three hardly knew what this would lead to. Naruto. Okay, we'll finish this mission. Sakura and Ino. Hooray. Tazuna. Thank you, I am very grateful to you. Let's go quickly, you will be fed at home and you will be able to rest. A group of 5 people reached the pier. There they caught a boatman. There was too little room in the boat. Naruto. It's okay, I'll go like this. With these words, he imbued his feet with chakra and stepped onto the water. Everyone watched in fascination as the shinobi walked on water. Naruto saw their surprised looks. Naruto. It's okay, you'll be able to do that soon, if you train of course. The three genin and Tazuna were riding in a boat, thinking about something of their own. Sasuke was thinking about how he would definitely learn to walk on water. Ino was thinking that Naruto was cool and very smart. Sakura was thinking that Naruto had saved her and she had never thanked him, and Tazuna was scolding himself for deceiving her. A rather thoughtful Naruto was walking nearby. His mind was spinning with how to get out of this situation. He knew firsthand who Gato was, and now that it turned out that he was the one hunting Tazuna, things were starting to take a really bad turn. After getting ashore and thanking the boatman, the group headed through the forest to Tazuna's house. Halfway there, nothing was happening, and everyone relaxed, except for Naruto himself. He activated all his senses to the maximum in order to notice the danger as early as possible and managed to save the guys and the bridge builder. It didn't show up outwardly, but Naruto's entire inner world seemed to stretch out like a string. Suddenly, something rustled in the bushes. The senbon instantly appeared in his hands and flew at the supposed enemy. This enemy turned out to be a white rabbit. Wait, white. In the summer, the sense of danger howled like a siren. Naruto, lie down. Luckily, they managed to duck, because a huge sword flew right above them and crashed into a tree. On the hilt, half sideways to our heroes, stood a tall man with a bandaged lower part of his face, in a shinobi t-shirt and pants, with a crossed-out kiri protector on his forehead. Naruto. Zabuza Momoki. Ino. Sensei, who is this? Naruto. Zabuza Momoki, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. The devil of the bloody mist. S rank missing nin. Zabuza. Could it be that Kakashi's Sharingan himself recognized me? I thought someone like Konoha's copy ninja had never even heard of me. Naruto. Don't compare me to my father, I'm much stronger than him. Zabuza. Ah, so you're his son. Naruto Hatake, demon of the hidden leaf, your killing spree is beyond my ability. Give me the bridge builder and I'll let you go. Naruto. This is not even up for discussion, no way. Maybe we should dance. Naruto snatched the katana from his back and rushed at Zabuza at great speed, who blocked the attack with his sword, showering sparks. Naruto jumped back, charged the katana with lightning chakra, and attacked again. The force of the attack was simply enormous. Zabuza barely blocked Naruto's heavy blows and decided to retreat to the pond. Zabuza. Ninpo. Hiding in the mist. A thick fog began to cover the shore. Naruto cursed foully and jumped back to the guys. Naruto. Team. Manzi's building. Protect the bridge builder and don't interfere. I'll be fighting this battle alone. Damn, I didn't want to use it, but I guess I'll have to. Naruto lifted his forehead protector, revealing his left eye. A 3-volume Sharingan was spinning in it. Everyone stared at him in shock. Sasuke. Where did you get the Sharingan? Naruto. Everything later, Sasuke. Zabuza. 8 points. Sakura squeaked softly. Sakura. What? Zabuza. Liver, heart, carotid artery, iliac vein, throat, kidneys, eyes, groin. Whichever you choose. Naruto tried to peer into the fog with his Sharingan to catch at least something, but there was nothing. Zabuza. Yes, you are shaking with fear. Naruto looked around and indeed all 4 of them were shuddering quite a bit. At that moment he noticed a silhouette right behind the bridge builder. He decided to calm the guys down. Naruto. Don't be afraid, I will protect you even at the cost of my life. With these words, a shadow with a huge sword flew into the center of the circle of genin. Naruto. Move aside. Everyone scattered. In the center stood Zabuza with a sword. Naruto made a quick lunge and pierced Zabuza with his katana. Water flowed out of the wound. What the hell? Suddenly, Zabuza's water clone blurred, and the original appeared behind him and cut Naruto in half. Ino and Sakura. Naruto. Suddenly Naruto turned into water, and behind Zabuza stood the real Naruto, holding a katana to his throat. Zabuza. Impossible, even in the fog, I was able to read and copy. Made the clone talk to distract me. Ino unbelievable. Our sensei is so strong and smart. Naruto. Checkmate. Game over Zabuza. Why do you need Gato? Let me deal with him. Zabuza suddenly melted and turned into water. Naruto cursed again and jumped into the lake. Zabuza appeared out of nowhere and Zabuza. Suiten. Water prison. That's it, you can't get out of here now, Hatake. Zabuza created a clone that began to approach the boys. Naruto, damn, you shouldn't have hidden in the water. Naruto, run, I'll get out, get away before he catches up with you. The clone can't get far from the original, and it takes all his strength to hold me back. Ino, no, sensei, we will not abandon you. Naruto cursed again, he would have to resort to extreme measures. Naruto focused on the kunai he had thrown to Ino back home. There was a clap of thunder and Naruto stood there, raw and angry, in front of the clone. Zabuza, how are you? Naruto, Suiten, water dragon technique. A huge dragon emerged from the pool, sweeping the clone and Zabuza out of the way. Zabuza groaned as he stood up. Zabuza, you even predicted my technique. Oh. You. Zabuza began to quickly form seals. Naruto repeated everything exactly after him. 1, 2, 3. 44. Naruto and Zabuza. Suiten, water dragon technique. The two techniques collided and dissipated. Naruto began to quickly form seals again. Naruto. Suiten, giant whirlpool technique. The huge thickness of water simply swept Zabuza out of the way, pinning him to a pile of trees. Naruto was about to finish off the villain, when two senbon flew into Zabuza's neck. Zabuza swayed and fell unconscious. A short girl in a mist Anbu mask appeared on the shore. The girl approached Zabuza and lifted him onto her shoulders. Anbu, thanks for the help, I've been chasing him for a long time. And before Naruto could object, he disappeared into Shunshin. Naruto was about to chase after them, as he knew that it was hard to kill with senbon, but it was easy to immobilize. But he suddenly fell to the ground, falling into oblivion. After all, using the flight of the Thunder God simultaneously with the Sharingan did not go unnoticed. Naruto fell to the ground unconscious. Ino and Sakura quickly ran to him. Realizing that he was already in the clutches of Morpheus, the girls asked the bridge builder to carry Naruto home. Tazuna, of course, agreed, because the guy had already saved his life at least twice. Commentary on Mission to the Land of Waves. Part 1. Hi again everyone, this is the last part for today. The next one will come out tomorrow afternoon. Leave comments and gather people who are waiting for me so that I can get off my lazy ass and write the sequel. Mission to the Land of Waves. Part 2. The next day at Tazuna's house. Naruto opened his eyes while lying on the futon. He looked around as much as his sore neck would allow. Realizing where he was, he tried to get up. His muscles ached unpleasantly, giving off a dull pain. Suddenly, someone's hands were placed back on the futon. Focusing his vision, Naruto saw a woman sitting next to the futon. She had dark blonde hair and a cute face. Tsunami. Oh, you're awake. Don't get up, you need to gather your strength. Naruto decided not to argue, and his body clearly made it clear that this was too much. Naruto. How long have I been here? Tsunami. My father brought you here last night. Naruto tried to figure out what clothes he was wearing. As it turned out, he was still in the same Anbu uniform. The mask was on his face and even the protector was resting on his left eye. Suddenly, a noise was heard from the corridor. The door slid to the side, and the reason for this noise appeared there. Ino and Sakura were standing in the doorway, out of breath. They flew into the room screaming, then a calm Sasuke entered. Ino. Naruto-sensei, you're awake. Sasuke just stood calmly by the window and looked at the ash-haired man. Naruto felt his gaze and decided not to delay. Naruto. Ino, it's okay, it's just chakra depletion. Sakura. Well, sensei, the Sharingan is certainly a thing, but if you're going to end up lying around like this, then please excuse me. Sasuke. Where did you get the Sharingan, Naruto-sensei? Everyone fell silent and looked at Naruto. Naruto. Sakura, don't worry, I rarely use the Sharingan. And then I had to use the flight of the Thunder God with the Sharingan activated, which hit my chakra reserves hard, and the Suiten Jutsu wasn't easy either. Sakura had calmed down noticeably. She still had a whole bunch of questions, but she decided to let Sensei rest. Sasuke was just waiting for an answer to his question. He was even shaking a little with impatience. Naruto. I got the Sharingan from my old friend, Shisui Uchiha. He gave it to me before. Naruto fell silent. A picture he wanted to forget came into his mind. Shisui, missing one eye, standing at the edge of a cliff, looking at Itachi and Naruto. Quickly shaking off the illusion, Naruto decided to continue. Naruto. Before committing suicide. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat. He looked at the genin. Sasuke's gaze was empty and bottomless. Ino and Sakura's eyes were filled with regret and fear. Naruto. Okay, let's not talk about the bad stuff. Are you okay? Ino. Yes, Naruto-sensei. It's all thanks to you. Naruto looked at her, raising an eyebrow slightly. Ino turned away and blushed. The genin could see the blush on their sensei's cheeks, but it was carefully hidden by the mask. Naruto, slightly embarrassed, looked at the others for damage, and finding nothing, calmly exhaled. Then a thought came to his mind, and he completely got out of bed. Although not without much difficulty, he was able to stand on his feet. The three genin looked at their mentor with some kind of reverent fear. To stand up after several hours of severe chakra depletion, it was beyond their comprehension. Naruto ignored these looks. Naruto. Okay, get ready, we're going to training. Sakura. But, sensei, you haven't fully recovered from the battle yet, and what's the rush? Zabuza is dead. Naruto looked at the genin meaningfully, his gaze giving an order. Naruto. Zabuza is alive. Sakura and Ino. What? But, sensei, didn't that Anbu kill Zabuza? Naruto. Did you see what she did to him? All three nodded. Ino. Senbon, right. Sakura. Why did you say she? Is that a girl? Naruto. That's right, Ino, it's Senbon. And yes, Sakura, it's a girl, I determined it by her build and the timbre of her voice. So, getting back to the topic with Zabuza. It's very difficult to kill with Senbon, but it's easy to immobilize and give the effect of clinical death. The Senbons hit right in the back of his neck, slowing his heartbeat to a minimum. He needs time to come to his senses. I think we have about a week until he's fully recovered. And I can teach you anyway, so get to work and get going. The three nodded and left the house, Naruto following them. 30 minutes later they were in the forest, not far from the house. The three genin were waiting for Naruto to start explaining the meaning of the training. Naruto stood and thought hard about something. He interrupted his thoughts and looked at his students, noticing that they were already impatient to start training. Naruto. Now that everyone is ready, let's begin. Today, you will be developing your chakra control. As you know from the academy course, chakra is the fusion of a person's physical and spiritual powers. To improve your control over it, you will be performing a special exercise. Naruto looked at the genin, each one separately. Ino listened to everything and remembered. She was interested in listening to Naruto, and if he said that the exercise was necessary, then it was important. Sasuke was a little irritated. He wanted Naruto to show some elemental jutsu, but he understood that without good control over chakra he would not master them, so he also listened to him attentively. Sakura also paid attention to all the information, although she knew it from the academy. Naruto, convinced of the interest of his students, decided to continue. Naruto. You will have to climb the tree without using your hands. The three boys looked at him like he was crazy. Sakura. Is that possible? Naruto. Of course, I walked on water. By the way, walking on water is the second stage in improving control, but you still need to complete at least the first one. Now I'll demonstrate it to you. The genin stared at the sensei, catching his every move. Even though Naruto and their age had already accepted that he was much stronger than them. Naruto, approaching the tree, sent chakra into his legs, and under the surprised looks of the guys, calmly climbed the trunk, stopping on a branch upside down. He reached into his pouch, pulled out 3 kunai, and then threw them at the feet of the genin. Naruto, take the kunai in your hands, you will mark the place you were able to reach. Naruto jumped down and landed next to the boys. Naruto, to do this, focus on the place where you need to direct your chakra. In this case, it's your feet. Try to hold the same amount of chakra for the entire time of the ascent. You can run up if you want. The main thing is to watch the amount of chakra. If you give too much, the bark will burst, too little, you yourself will fall. Don't be upset if you don't succeed the first time. Many people spend up to a week on this exercise. I will only say that girls have better control over their chakra initially, but there are exceptions. Sasuke looked annoyed. The prospect of being the last one didn't warm his heart at all. Ino. Naruto-sensei, how long did it take you to do this exercise? Naruto smiled sheepishly with one eye. Naruto. Hee. 2 hours. 3. What? Naruto. Calm down, I trained with my father when I was 5. I have had incredible chakra control since I was a child, especially since I am one of the few in the world who does not have chakra coils. So everything comes easier to me. Sasuke was completely destroyed by such a statement. He considered himself strong since childhood, and here stands a man who is tens of times stronger than him at his age. Sakura and Ino, on the contrary, looked at the mentor with undisguised admiration, which only Sasuke showed at the academy. Naruto, noticing his condition, decided to cheer him up. Naruto, Sasuke, don't be upset, I'm sure you'll finish this exercise pretty quickly too. And when you learn to walk on water, I'll teach you a couple of elemental jutsu. Naruto smiled with his eyes. Sasuke, having calmed down, looked at Naruto. Sasuke, thank you, sensei. Sasuke looked a little confused. Sakura and Ino looked outraged. What does this mean? Sasuke will train and they won't. They looked at Naruto defiantly, who sensed the ki coming from the kunoichi and quickly made an excuse. Naruto, I'll train you too, don't worry. He smiled sincerely with his eyes, and the three still did not understand how he managed it. Naruto, well, go ahead. If you have any questions, come up, don't be shy. Three genin, taking kunai in their hands, began to try to climb the tree as the sensei showed. He, opening the book, again plunged into obscene reading. A few hours later, a joyful cry was heard from above. Hatake raised his head up and saw Sakura sitting on the highest branch of the tree and smiling happily. Naruto, well done, Sakura, I guessed that you would have excellent control over chakra, but you exceeded my expectations, now rest a little and continue practicing. Try to bring it to automatism, so that in battle you can concentrate your attention on other things. I am sure with such control you will become an excellent medic nin. Sakura smiled sheepishly and blushed at the praise. Ino and Sasuke looked seriously angry. Ino because Naruto praised Sakura and she was seething with jealousy, and Sasuke was sad because he barely made it to the middle of the tree. Naruto noticed the state of the remaining charges. Naruto, Ino, don't worry, I see you've come a long way too. Sasuke, remember what I said. Girls always have better chakra control. So don't worry so much, you'll get it sooner or later. I believe in you. Sasuke and Ino were embarrassed and calmed down. Then, squeezing their kunai tighter, they continued training. Naruto was glad that his little motivational speech worked and returned to his book. An hour later, Ino managed to reach the top. Sasuke was already climbing 3/4 of the tree. Naruto noticed their results and gave a thumbs up, smiling. It was already getting late and it was time to wrap up. Naruto stood up, stretched and checked his chakra reserve, which was now full, which made him happy. He turned around and saw a rather funny picture. All three were sitting and conspiratorially discussing something. And he was quite surprised to see how two obvious Sasuke fangirls were sitting next to him and talking completely calmly. If Ino, as he noticed, was a little distracted from Sasuke, redirecting her love interest in his direction, then Sakura made him think about it a couple more times. Something was clearly wrong here, but he was glad that the team had united, and now Ino and Sakura weren't thinking only about Sasuke, and Sasuke himself had become much more talkative. Naruto wanted to dissuade Sasuke from going down the path of revenge, because it wouldn't lead to anything good. Naruto, guys, let's go have dinner, anyway, as I see, you're not training anymore. Ino, yes, sensei, we're coming. After saying a few more words, all three of them got up from the ground and followed their mentor to the house. Arriving at the house, they saw Tsunami washing the dishes. There were many different dishes laid out on the table. Having sat down at the table, everyone began to eat. Naruto, having waited until everyone sat down, went to the table and pulled out a chair, sitting on it. Everyone looked at him expectantly. Naruto tried to understand what was expected of him, but when he figured it out he burst out laughing. After laughing, he decided to clarify the reason. Naruto, are you waiting for me to take off my mask? Everyone, the genin, Tsunami, Tazuna, and a little boy named Inari, looked down. Everyone was very curious to know what the ash-haired shinobi looked like. He decided to play on this interest. Naruto, Sasuke, you've mastered tree walking, right? Sasuke was a little embarrassed, but pulled himself together and nodded decisively. Naruto, all right, well done. Then let's do it this way. If two of you can at least stand on water by the end of tomorrow, I'm not talking about walking, then I'll show you my face. He looked at the boys conspiratorially. They immediately agreed. Naruto gave them a good incentive for tomorrow's training. Since everyone had mastered tree walking, he could leave them and go to the bridge to protect Tazuna. Although Zabuza still had 6 days to recover, He decided not to risk it. At that moment, a large splash came from the sea. Everyone was distracted by the noise and turned their heads in his direction. Naruto took advantage of this, quickly removing his mask. He ate everything that was on the plate, and then put the mask back on. When everyone turned back, they saw an empty plate and Naruto with a satisfied look. Naruto. Arigato. The genin was speechless. Eating everything in a second, that was speed. And all for the sake of keeping his face a secret. Naruto smiled with his eyes, and wished everyone good night and went to sleep. The next morning he was the first to wake up. Naruto went down to the kitchen and cooked breakfast. After breakfast, he left the house and went for a walk. A couple of hours later, when he came back, he found Tazuna, who was about to leave for the bridge. Having told him that he would be back soon, Naruto went to look for the guys he found by a small lake. The genin had already taken off all their outerwear and were trying to master walking on water. Naruto barely held back a laugh when he saw Sasuke fall into the water and start cursing. Naruto approached the genin to give one last piece of advice before leaving for the bridge. The guys, seeing the approaching sensei, quickly approached him. They were all dressed in bathing suits. Naruto sighed slightly when he saw how Ino looked. Slender legs, a miniature waist enclosed in a bathing suit, elastic breasts, just attracted the eyes. He was surprised how Sasuke could maintain concentration while being next to her. He forced his gaze away from Ino, blessing Kami that he was wearing a mask now, otherwise everyone would have seen the bright blush on his cheeks. Naruto. Guys, I'm going to the bridge now. So I'll give you one last piece of advice. To stand normally on the water you need to send chakra not only along the foot as in the case of a tree, but also from the foot to support yourself above the water. Good luck. And he disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. Arriving at the bridge, Naruto began to read the book again, but still activated the sensorics in order to lead the workers away from the hot spot in case of danger. In extreme cases, he would use the mark he had placed in Tazuna's house. The guys, having received a hint from the sensei, tried to stand on the water again. It was incredibly difficult, but they did not give up, driven by the interest in Naruto's face and the incentive to become stronger. The whole day passed in these trainings. Nothing happened on the bridge. Naruto was glad about this and now headed towards the lake to check the progress of his students. Coming closer, he almost dropped an eye. 3 genin rushed across the water trying to catch up with each other, laughing. Even Sasuke Uchiha, known for his sullen behavior, laughed like a horse. Naruto first thought it was genjutsu and decided to check. Naruto. Kai. Nothing happened, and he had no choice but to approach them. Coming closer to the lake, he shouted at the guys. They turned to face him, continuing to stand on the water. Naruto was very proud of them in his soul. Mastering these 2 exercises in 2 days was truly a great result. But he didn't show it and now looked bored and serious. Naruto. Well, as I understand it, you've mastered walking on water. All 3 nodded in agreement, smiling happily. Even Sasuke, the always sullen and arrogant guy, was now smiling happily. Naruto. Well, since I promised to show my face, then I will. Naruto exhaled a little annoyed, lifted his forehead protector, covered his eye and pulled off his mask. Ino and Sakura noisily sucked in air. Naruto was incredibly handsome. Aristocratic features, moderately dark skin, soft lips that you just wanted to bite into and 3 scars in the form of stripes on each cheek, which gave him a fox-like expression. And the eyes. The only open eye was a whirlpool from which it was impossible to escape. It sucked you in, it made you fall in love with itself, forcing you to look there more and more often. It was like the sky at night, just as bottomless and captivating. This whole picture was not spoiled, but even complemented, by a long vertical scar crossing the eyebrow, eye and cheekbone. Naturally, with such beauty it is not a sin to fall head over heels in love, which is what happened to the 2 kunoichi. They couldn't tear their admiring gaze away from his face, and Naruto was already quite embarrassed from such intense looks. Still, having pulled the mask back and lowered the protector, Naruto exhaled. It was more familiar in the mask, and no one saw the blush covering his entire face. Sasuke reacted to all these actions calmly and even joyfully. Finally these 2 would not bother him with their eternal, Sasuke-kun, now their sights were not aimed at him for anything. He was glad and grateful. He came closer to the sensei and patted him on the shoulder. Sasuke. Thank you, Naruto-sensei, you saved me a lot of trouble. Naruto didn't understand at first what kind of trouble his student was talking about, but remembering Sakura and Ino's behavior at the academy, he winked at him conspiratorially. Naruto, come on in. Ino. Naruto-sensei, why are you wearing a mask? You have such a beautiful face. After these words, Ino blushed deeply. Naruto, I wear it because it helps hide my emotions from my enemy, and from my friend too. He couldn't tell them that he wore a mask also so that the villagers wouldn't recognize him and start humiliating him, like they did in childhood. Of course, he was already a top-ranking shinobi, one hand away from the post of Hokage, he only had to stretch out. But he would be unpleasant if those hateful glances were directed at him again. He had gotten out of the habit of it over the years in Anbu, and he didn't want to go back. Sakura was thinking about everything at that moment. She really wanted to kiss their ash-haired sensei. She noticed that Ino had started to breathe unevenly towards him, and for some reason this didn't make her happy at all. It would seem that there was less competition for Sasuke, but now she was thinking, does she need Sasuke? More no than yes, because there is Naruto, who is smarter, stronger and, damn it, more handsome. Sasuke was losing to him in all respects. She stole a glance at Sasuke. He didn't look angry at all, no, he was happy. Naruto's voice pulled her out of her thoughts. Naruto, okay, get dressed and let's go inside. And yeah, guys. He stopped and looked at each one individually, then smiled and continued. Naruto, I'm very proud of you. After the praise, the genins shone like a Christmas star on a tree and ran to get dressed. Commentary on Mission to the Land of Waves. Part 2. Hello everyone, here is the new part. Maybe today there will be no second part because it is not written. Enjoy reading everyone, leave comments and call the waiting ones, this will motivate me to write the part faster, probably. Mission to the Land of Waves. Part 3. Entering the house, all three immediately pounced on the food. Naruto remained on the pier. Putting his feet in the water, he sighed with relief, life is slowly getting better. If only father would come out of his coma, but I believe in him, he will cope. So Naruto thought, sitting in pleasant silence and watching the sunset, a light wind and the sound of the waves calmed and gave pleasure. At that moment, a real war between two kunoichi broke out in the house. There was one reason, Naruto. Sasuke only calmly watched, sometimes adding caustic comments and laughing, for which he received angry looks from two representatives of the fair sex, reinforced by a huge amount of ki. Sasuke immediately decided to leave the dangerous territory, but fortunately for him, Sakura's nerves gave out, and she went out to breathe fresh air. The mood dropped, and Sakura decided to take a walk to the pier. Moreover, seeing a familiar figure, she could not restrain herself and ran up to Naruto. Seeing Sakura, Naruto shrugged and turned to the sunset. The kunoichi sat down next to him, also watching the sunset. A slightly awkward silence followed. Sakura, having carefully considered her actions, decided to take a risky step. She turned her head in his direction. Sakura. Naruto. Naruto was a little confused. She didn't call him sensei. Although he himself asked her to call him as she wanted, so he quickly dismissed all his assumptions, turning his head. But what would happen now would not fit into Naruto's head for a long time. Naruto. Yes, Sakura. Sakura pulled down her mask with a sharp movement and bit into his lips. The kiss lasted only a couple of seconds, but for Sakura it was an eternity. She enjoyed his lips, but he did not respond to it. Embarrassed, she unclasped their lips. Naruto was dumbfounded. No, he was completely at a loss as to what to do now. Naruto. Sakura, why are you? Sakura just smiled and answered briefly. Sakura. Gratitude. After which, she got up and ran back into the house. And Naruto was left sitting on the pier in bewilderment. There were many different thoughts in his head. First of all, they were about one blonde. As Sakura approached the house, she thought about what to do next. Naruto did not respond to the kiss, but he was clearly surprised, and she quickly broke the kiss, so it did not mean anything. Or did it? She so wanted Naruto to look at her the same way he looked at Ino near the lake. She remembered his face, and she blushed. She had never seen such a handsome guy in her life. Having decided that she had finally and irrevocably fallen in love, Sakura ran into the house and, briefly wishing everyone good night, went up to her room. Naruto, at that very time, was sitting on the pier and trying not to think about anything. Now he just wanted to sit and enjoy the view. But pulling himself together, he realized that it was already late and it was time to go into the house. And so the day came when Naruto believed Zabuza would come. He got up early in the morning, prepared breakfast for everyone, and then went to wake him up. The still sleepy genin looked at their sensei, who was already alert and full of energy. Naruto. Breakfast is ready, come down, we're leaving for the bridge soon. Tazuna-san said that the bridge is almost finished, which means that Zabuza and that Anbu will most likely attack today. So get ready. Now, let's have breakfast. Everyone went down. After breakfast, Team 7 and Tazuna went to the bridge. When they got there, they found a terrible picture. The workers who worked that shift were dead. The bridge began to be covered in fog. Naruto strained all his senses to find Zabuza and the Anbu. Thanks to his sensory skills, he finally found them ahead of him. Naruto, get ready, protect Tazuna-san. Sasuke, here's that Anbu, watch out. 3. Hi, sensei. Suddenly, Zabuza's water clones started appearing around them. Naruto just chuckled. Zabuza, well, here you are, Hatake, shall we finish our last round? Naruto, Zabuza, why did you try to fake your death? You know very well that I am very knowledgeable about the work of Senbon. Zabuza, it was just a little performance. Oh, I see, the brunette is still afraid. Trembling like a leaf. Ahaha. Sasuke. It's a tremor of anticipation. Naruto chuckled and said in a calm voice. Naruto. Come on, Sasuke. Sasuke grabbed the kunai tighter and disappeared. A moment later, all of Zabuza's clones were dispersed and turned into mere puddles. Zabuza was surprised that the ash-haired man managed to train the kid so well. Zabuza. His speed is truly impressive, isn't it? Haku. Haku. Yes, you're right. Zabuza-san, can I handle him? Zabuza. Okay, Haku, but Hatake is mine, I'll shove that Sharingan up his ass. Haku, taking the Senbon, spun around in a whirlwind and attacked Sasuke at high speed. He blocked the attack with a kunai. He looked up at her and hissed. Sasuke, why are you doing all this, Haku? Why? Stop, please. There was a plea and hope in his voice. Behind that mask, a tear was running down the face of a beautiful girl. Haku, sorry. That's all she said before making a seal with one hand. Haku, Hyoten, secret technique demonic ice mirrors. The air began to feel cold, and even Naruto shuddered involuntarily. Hyoten, it can't be, is she really the last of the Yuki clan? Naruto was about to rush to help Sasuke, when Zabuza blocked his way. Naruto hissed in displeasure. Zabuza had put him in an awkward position. Although Ino and Sakura had managed to grow in strength, it was clearly not enough to fight an S-rank missing nin. Even he had a chance to lose this fight. Then he felt the protective seals in Tazuna's house, which he had set up as soon as he woke up. Work. Cursing to himself, he jumped away from Zabuza and folded the ram seal. Naruto. Shadow clone technique. A clone appeared, then nodded to the original and said, Clone. Haration. There was a clap of thunder and the clone disappeared from sight. A minute before, at Tazuna's house, Tsunami was washing dishes when she noticed a three-pronged kunai with a strange seal on the handle on the table. Tsunami remembered Naruto insisting that they not touch the kunai for their own safety. Suddenly, a crash was heard from the door and two strangely dressed men burst into the kitchen with katanas drawn. Bandit, Tsunami, daughter of Tazuna, you are coming with us. Inari was washing his hands at the time, and hearing a rumble downstairs, he quickly went down to the first floor. There he saw his mother, who was trembling in the hands of a strange man with a katana. Inari. Mom, let her go right now. The men turned towards the screaming boy. Tsunami darted around in the bandit's hands. Tsunami. No. Inari, please go away. Bandit. Funny kid. Maybe we should chop him up. He had already swung his katana. Tsunami. No. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder and Naruto appeared in a white flash. He stopped the katana with a metal insert on his wrist. Quickly looking at his opponents, his hands instantly darted to the stilettos stored behind his belt. Beautiful hand knives quickly appeared in his hands and Naruto cold-bloodedly cut the throats of both bandits. Not even a drop of blood fell on him. After which Naruto quickly carried the corpses out into the street. There was very little blood. Tsunami was shaking slightly, she was hugging Inari, who was roaring with happiness. Naruto involuntarily remembered how he often pressed himself against his father. After which, having conveyed a couple of instructions and said that everything would be fine, he disappeared with a pop. The original Naruto stood in front of Zabuza and waited for the clone to give him the information. When it finally came, he let out a calm breath before taking out his katana, charging it with lightning chakra. Zabuza smirked and pulled out his decapitator. Naruto needed to finish everything quickly, Sasuke needed help, even though he was strong now, but against the owner of Hyoten, he had little chance. Sasuke at that moment tried to somehow repel the senbons flying from all sides. He was already pierced by them like a hedgehog, but not a single vital point was touched, and this gave a little hope. Hope that they have a bright future. Commentary on Mission to the Land of Waves. Part 3. Here is the new part. Write comments, gather those who are waiting, I will release the continuation tonight. Mission to the Land of Waves. Epilogue. Flashback. Haku approached the clearing. She needed to gather herbs for Zabuza's speedy recovery. A dark-haired boy was lying on the clearing. Haku came closer. Haku, this is the same genin who was on Hatake's team. What is he doing here? He's handsome, very handsome. Oh, what am I talking about? Haku blushed deeply from her thoughts, but quickly shook off the delusion and decided to wake up the unlucky brunette. She shook him by the shoulders. The brunette groaned and opened his eyes with difficulty. Sasuke finally opened them and rubbed them. In front of him he saw a beautiful girl. No, very beautiful. He blushed and decided to introduce himself. Sasuke. Oh, who are you? My name is Sasuke Uchiha, and yours is? Haku blushed. She was pleased that the brunette paid attention to her. Haku. Haku Yuki. Nice to meet you, Sasuke. Sasuke. Nice to meet you too. Haku. Sasuke, what are you doing in this clearing? Sasuke. Training, trying to get stronger. He smiled, and that smile made Haku blush even more. She really liked the dark-haired shinobi. Haku. So you're a ninja? Sasuke. Yeah. And he pointed his thumb at the forehead protector resting on his forehead. Normally he wouldn't brag about his ninja status, but for some reason this girl awakened in him a long-forgotten feeling of warmth and care. Haku. Wow, why do you train besides getting stronger? Sasuke was stunned by this question. He was training to become stronger and kill his brother, and he didn't know any other reason, but he didn't want to tell Haku this now. Haku continued, besides collecting herbs. Haku. I think you need to become strong to protect what's dear to you. Do you have someone dear to you? And again Sasuke had no answer to this question. His parents died, his brother left the village, but he had a team, which, although only formed, had already brought him a lot of positive emotions. Can these people be considered dear? Probably yes. Sasuke. Yes, there is. Haku. What will you do to protect them? Sasuke remembered the words of his sensei on the other side of the river. I will protect you even at the cost of my life. He said it sincerely, without even thinking, and he was angry when Zabuza sent a clone after them. Sasuke wanted to be like him, he wanted to be strong, but not to kill his brother, but to protect his friends. Yes, friends. In just a few days, he had more fun than in 5 years at the academy. For him, they had become friends, the ones he wanted to protect at the cost of his life. And even if his brother's head was still looming somewhere ahead, he would do everything not to disturb his and others' happiness. Sasuke. I will sacrifice my life if necessary. Haku. Okay. Look, Sasuke, I'm really embarrassed to ask you for something, but can you help me with the herbs? After the question, the girl blushed as much as possible with her pale skin. Sasuke blushed too, but still agreed. Half an hour later, all the herbs were collected, and Haku had to leave. Haku. Well, thank you very much for your help. I hope to see you again. Sasuke. Yeah, okay, of course we'll meet. If anything, I'll find you myself. Realizing what he said, Sasuke slowly blushed. Haku giggled, leaned down and kissed him on the cheek. Then she left. Haku. See you later. Sasuke. See you later. He felt the place of the kiss, and felt how his soul became light and warm. It can't be, he fell in love. No. Yes, he definitely fell in love. From the realization of this fact, he blushed again, his cheeks burned and he ran to the river flowing nearby to wash himself, and it was time to go back. At this time, Haku, walking towards their house, thought about the black-haired guy with the leaf forehead protector, who so firmly occupied her thoughts and her heart. End flashback. Sasuke parried the senbons he could, but he was clearly no match for Haku's speed. Both he and she understood this. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her eyes. What was going on? Sasuke staggered. Haku stopped. It hurt her to do what she was doing now, but she had no choice. Sasuke shook his head from side to side. The pain clouded all her senses. But suddenly it stopped as abruptly as it had appeared. Sasuke looked at one of the mirrors. A 1-volume Sharingan was burning in his eyes. The whole world slowed down in Sasuke's eyes. Haku looked into the brunette's eyes and lost the power of speech. Having recovered from the shock, she continued to fire senbon at him, her heart creaking. And he parried them. Impossible. He parried them. All of them. Every single one. Haku was already running out of chakra. Slowing down, she tried to aim for the point behind her neck. Sasuke used Haku's confusion to move behind her. He delivered a neat blow to the neck, knocking her out. Picking the girl up in his arms, he took off her mask and ran away from the battlefield so that she would be safe. Naruto saw everything and only chuckled in response, once again parrying Zabuza's blow with a katana. The fog prevented him from getting his bearings, but Naruto managed. It was time to wrap things up. Naruto retreated further into the fog, pulling a scroll out of his pocket. Biting his finger, he wiped it on the scroll, making seals. Naruto. Summoning technique, seeking beast claw. Naruto slammed the scroll onto the ground, black symbols crawling in all directions. Zabuza lost the ash-haired shinobi for a moment, but the moment was enough. 9 dogs flew out from the ground, biting his arm and 2 legs, thus depriving him of the ability to move. The fog began to dissipate. Zabuza was shocked. Zabuza. How did they find me? Naruto. By smell. Naruto was calm. It was time to finish. He formed the seals and held his right hand with his left. Lightning began to crackle in it, which then immediately enveloped his entire palm. Naruto. Raten, Raikiri. Naruto rushed towards Zabuza, pulling his hand with the technique back. Another moment and, Zabuza. Forgive me, Haku. It's not our destiny to meet again. Naruto stopped his hand a few centimeters away from the Kiri missing Nin's chest. Naruto. What? After turning off the technique, he lowered his hand and snapped his fingers. The Ninken immediately released Zabuza, who fell to his knees. Zabuza. Why did you spare me? Naruto. Because you're someone who just had bad luck in this life, but you found someone who loves you, and you love them. That means you still have something to live for. Naruto calmly extended his hand to Zabuza. The hand that could have taken his life a second ago now urged him to trust its owner. Zabuza carefully extended his hand and rose from his knees. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps was heard from behind, followed by mocking laughter. A short man appeared on the bridge, dressed in a suit, holding a cane and wearing black, round glasses on the bridge of his nose. Gato. Yes, Zabuza, as expected, you failed the mission. Couldn't handle the kids. Oh well, I'll deal with everything now, and I'll remember that whore for breaking her arm. He shook his bandaged hand in anger. Zabuza, taking a kunai in his hands, wanted to rush into the attack, but Naruto's hand stopped him. Zabuza. But. Naruto. I'll handle this myself. Tazuna-san, please turn the girls away. I don't want them to see this. Tazuna paled slightly, but nodded. Ino and Sakura looked at each other in confusion and then at their teacher. Behind Gato, there was an entire army of mercenaries. There were about 300 of them. Gato himself moved behind them to watch the massacre of the shinobi. Zabuza looked at Naruto, who was gathering his thoughts, with confusion. Naruto. Zabuza, step back, I'll do this alone. Zabuza wanted to object, but thought better of it. Naruto reached into his bag for a 3-pronged kunai, that's what he had in his hand. The bandits laughed. Bandit, what are you doing? Are you seriously going to fight alone? Ahahaha, we'll grind you into dust. Naruto didn't answer, he just threw the kunai, making a ram seal. Naruto. Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The kunai suddenly multiplied into many shadow copies, which filled the entire space between Naruto and the bandits. The bandits laughed. Naruto silently pulled out his stilettos and sent wind chakra through them. The beautiful thin blade flowed with blue chakra, extending its size. He intercepted both stilettos in a reverse grip and stood at the ready. The bandits only ran at him, waving their weapons. After which Zabuza heard a phrase that even he, the demon of the bloody mist, would dream about in his nightmares. The legendary phrase that the Yondaime Hokage said before cutting out 1,000-strong army of shinobi from the stone in a couple of seconds. Naruto. I'll take care of this in a jiffy. There was a coldness in his eyes, chilling the soul with just one look. The look of a man who had seen a cloud of death, and killed a huge number of times himself. The look of a man capable of anything. The look of the 4th Hokage. Suddenly he heard the name of the technique that Naruto was going to use. Naruto. Raten, Haration, the technique of dancing white lightning. Zabuza looked at the young shinobi in shock. Did he really know her? The very technique for which the Yondaime received the nickname Yellow Lightning. He looked at Naruto in disbelief, wanting to make sure. As soon as the bandits reached the field with kunai, a clap of thunder rumbled and Naruto disappeared in a white flash. Zabuza looked at the bandits. Among their mass, more and more flashes flashed every now and then. A couple of seconds later, all the bandits, as if on command, fell. Among them stood Naruto, not at all out of breath. Not a drop of blood fell on him, even on the stilettos there were only a few drops. Zabuza looked at the guy in shock, and then turned to the bridge builder, who was pressing the girls to himself so that they would not accidentally see anything. The Nukanen again turned his gaze to Naruto, but he was gone. Only a couple of seconds later, thunder rumbled nearby and Naruto appeared, Sasuke, and an unconscious Haku in his arms. Zabuza. Haku. Sasuke. She's okay. Zabuza-san, she's just unconscious. Zabuza. Okay. Naruto. Let's get out of here. Tazuna-san, I hope you and your workers can clean up here and finish building the bridge. Tazuna jerked, seemingly coming out of a trance. The moments of that bloody massacre were still floating before his eyes. He looked at the young man with horror in his eyes and nodded hesitantly. Naruto. That's good. 3 days later, 5 people entered Konoha. 2 of them were holding hands. The other 3 watched the couple's happiness and smiled. Sasuke and Haku quickly became close, and Haku decided to move to the leaf, where Naruto promised to support her in front of the Hokage and the elders. Sasuke was very happy about this fact. Zabuza finally left his activities as a missing nin and was now listed among the shinobi of the Land of Waves. Commentary on Mission to the Land of Waves. Epilogue. Here is the new part. I understand that it is late. I understand that it is not enough, but I decided to finish this arc exactly like this. Write comments and call the waiting ones. See you tomorrow. Chunin exam. A pleasant meeting. Reaching the residence, Naruto dismissed the team, asking Haku to stay with him. Haku said goodbye to Sasuke, and they went to the Hokage. Having climbed to the right floor, Naruto knocked on the door. A creaky, "Come in," was heard from behind the door, and the shinobi calmly entered. Naruto. Hokage-sama, the mission has been successfully completed. Third. Great, Naruto. Oh. Maybe you could introduce us. Naruto. Hokage-sama, this is Haku, former kunoiki of Kirigakure. The last living representative of the Yuki clan. Third. Wow, nice to meet you Haku. Haku. Nice to meet you too, Hokage-sama. Naruto. Hokage-sama, I would like to ask her to arrange for Konoha shinobi, if possible, if not, then simple civilians. Third. I'll think about this issue, but I need to hide the information from the elders, otherwise they will want to lay their paws on the last representative of such a legendary clan. Naruto. Yes sir, Hokage-sama. She will be staying with Sasuke Uchiha. Third. Okay, Haku can go, and Naruto stay, I need to talk to you about something. Haku. Hi, Hokage-sama. Haku left the office and went towards Sasuke. Naruto remained in the office, awaiting further instructions. The third lit his pipe and was thinking hard about something. He looked up at Naruto and frowned. Third. Naruto-kun, tomorrow you will bring me a report on this mission, where you will describe the success of your team and Hakuyuki. I also want to tell you the news. Choji Akamaki has returned to Konoha, and I want to restore the old composition of Team 10. But then your team will be missing one member. Since the Chunin exam is coming up, I suggest that you either give up the exam or become the third member of Team 7. Naruto. Hokage-sama, is that really fair to the other genin? Third. I understand your doubts, but I suggest you use henge, and I also want you to simply support your team, and not do all the work for them. Moreover, your team is the last Uchiha, so my decision is supported by the desire not to lose such a valuable shinobi. You can tell your team the details. I will inform the Jonin Council. Naruto. Hey, Hokage-sama. Naruto considered the situation. Yes, on the one hand, it was unfair that the team's sensei was participating in the exam, especially since he was from Anbu. But on the other hand, deaths often occurred during the exam, and losing Uchiha Sasuke was unacceptable. Naruto decided for himself that he would simply help the team. Then his internal monologue was interrupted by the third. The first and second stages of the exam, as you know, are team-based, but the third is not, so you will be his examiner. I also want to announce his legacy. Naruto stood in shock. Not only was he made an examiner, but Sarutobi also wanted to announce to the whole world that he was the son of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Of course, he wanted to show everyone in the village who they had been mocking, but he had long ago hidden it somewhere deep in his soul. Now he was experiencing mixed feelings. Hiruzen noticed the stupor of his Anbu and decided to explain his decision to him. Third, I understand your doubts, but it is necessary. You are already an adult, a strong shinobi, and it is time to take back what is rightfully yours. The announcement will take place during the third stage, when the feudal lords and other respectable people will come here. Also, the fourth Kazekage Rasa no Sobaku will come to the exam. By the way, I forgot to warn you that a team from Suna, 3 children of the Kazekage, will come to the exam. It is advisable that you keep an eye on them, so that there will be no trouble with the sand later. Naruto. Hi, third Sama. Third. You can go. Naruto turned around and was already heading towards the exit when Sandaime called out to him again. Third. Yes, Naruto, you can wear it for the third stage. Naruto grinned, nodded and left the office. He had a conversation with the team ahead of him, and he was more than sure that it would not go smoothly. He also thought about what would happen after he was announced as the son of the Yondaime. In the village, the fourth was considered almost a god, so many villagers would probably change their attitude towards him. Or maybe not, who knows. He decided not to delay the conversation with the team and made a seal. Naruto. Shadow clone technique. 3 clones appeared, which he sent to the guys with a message to meet at training ground number 9. And he himself went there, taking his favorite book out of his bag. Half an hour later at training ground number 9. Naruto was lying on the grass, absorbed in his reading. Suddenly, he felt a familiar presence. It was the boys who were approaching him. He stood up, putting the book in his bag. As the 3 genin approached him, he noticed that Sasuke had a strange red mark on his neck. Realizing where the sensei was looking, Sasuke blushed. Naruto was laughing in his mind, but outwardly he gave no sign. Naruto. So, I have called you here for a very important matter. Ino. Are we going to have a training session? Naruto. Not exactly, Ino, you won't be training with me. Ino. What? Sakura. Why won't Ino train with us? Naruto. Ino, you will be training with Asuma Sarutobi since you are now a member of Team 10 instead of 7. Ino. WY. Naruto. Choji returned to the village, and the Hokage reformed Team 10. Now it's you, Shikamaru, and Choji. The new generation of Inoshikacho. Sasuke. Inoshikacho. Naruto. Yes, that's the name of the old team that consisted of the fathers of these 3, Inoiki Yamanaka, Shikaku Nara, Chusa Akamaiki. These 3 clans have been cooperating for a long time. And here too. Ino looked a little depressed. She was of course happy to have friends, but it was distancing her from Naruto. Sakura was also upset that her best friend was no longer on her team, but she was also happy that she now had more chances to be with Naruto. Sasuke understood that even if she moved to another team, they would not stop being friends. Naruto looked around the genin, trying to understand how they felt. But time was running out. Team 10 was training now and Ino had to go to it. Naruto. Ino, it's time for you to go to training. Asuma-san will be arriving at training ground number 10 soon. Ino. Okay. Naruto, can I talk to you alone? Naruto. Yeah, sure. Sasuke, Sakura, spar for now, I'll join you soon. Sasuke just shrugged and went deeper into the training ground. Sakura looked at Ino with a bit of fear and indignation, but did not contradict the sensei. When they were alone, Ino blushed. Ino. Thank you for everything, Naruto. Naruto smiled with his eye. Naruto. You're welcome, In. While he was speaking, Ino pulled off her mask and kissed him on the lips. Naruto was taken aback, not understanding what was happening. A few seconds later, he realized that Ino was kissing him. He held back his animalistic urges, but timidly responded to the kiss, very gently pushing Ino away from him. Tearing herself away from his lips, Ino ran away from the training ground. Naruto. Problematic women, they always go for a kiss. An image of a blonde popped into his head and he smiled, pulled on his mask, and then joined the guys in training. A month later, residence. The Jonin Council was taking place in the residence. The topic was the appropriate Chunin exam. Almost 50 people gathered in the hall. Naruto stood near the other mentors. Asuma. Kurenai and Guy stood next to him. Naruto had already decided that he would definitely put his team to participate in the exam. Sasuke had learned many Kaiten techniques, increased his speed and strength. His chakra control was good for a genin, and Naruto believed that few could compare with Sasuke now. Perhaps only Neji Hyuga from Guy's team. Moreover, having awakened the 3-volume Sharingan, he became even stronger. Sakura, although inferior to Sasuke in everything, also pulled in her strength and speed. Her chakra control became even better, and he already wanted to send Sakura to learn a rasengan soon. She also mastered a couple of Suten Jutsu, so she could not be considered a defenseless girl. Now he was thinking about what he would do at the exam and which henge to choose. A couple of minutes later, the third arrived and announced the start of the meeting. Third, so I gathered you here because the Chunin exam is coming up the next day, and I want to know which teams will be participating. Naruto, I, Naruto Hatake, mentor of Team 7, hereby admit Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno to the exam. Everyone was surprised, because there were 2 people on the team, but remembering the third's words they calmed down. Third. Okay, next. Kurenai, I, Kurenai Yuhi, the mentor of the 8th team, admit Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, and Shino Aburame to the exam. Guy, I, Might Guy, mentor of Team 9, hereby admit Rock Lee, Neji Hyuga Takahashi Tenten, to the exam. Asuma, I, Asuma Sarutobi, mentor of the 10th team, admit Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akamaiki to the exam. All the jonin standing behind were indignant. How could they release newbies? They just came from the academy. Guy, yes, Naruto, shouldn't we wait 1 year, like my team? Of course, your team has Uchiha, but Haruno will hardly be able to show anything in the exam. Naruto was calm and even cheerful. Naruto, don't worry, Guy, Sasuke can beat any genin, sparring with a Hyoten user doesn't go unnoticed. And Sakura has chakra control like a jonin and has even mastered high-ranking Suten Jutsu. They can handle it. Everyone was surprised. Where did the carrier of Hyoten come from? Some jonin even shouted this question. Naruto, this is Sasuke Uchiha's girlfriend, Haku Yuki. Everyone was even more surprised. The third one decided it was time to wrap it up. Third. Okay, all teams have been admitted to the exams. Senseis, come to me for the papers that need to be given to each team member. The first round is in a week. Academy, room 301 at 1500, Examiner Morino Abiki. Everyone nodded and left. Naruto immediately went to the third and took the papers. All that was left was to find the guys. Leaving the residence, he immediately tuned into their chakra. Sakura was not far away. Having followed her, Naruto went into an alley and stopped. In the alley, besides Sakura, there were 2 more shinobi and Konohamaru. Konohamaru was twitching in the hands of a fairly tall shinobi, dressed in a black jumpsuit with ears on the hood. His face was painted with war paint, and behind his back hung some kind of cocoon wrapped in bandages. Probably a puppeteer. Naruto turned his gaze to the second shinobi and swallowed. Could it really be her? Yes, she was without a doubt. The second shinobi turned out to be a girl with blonde hair tied in 4 ponytails. She was wearing a light purple kimono to mid-thigh. A net was worn on her legs and arms. There was a large battle fan hanging behind her back. In Naruto's opinion, she was very beautiful. He lingered his gaze on her for a few seconds. Then he approached Sakura, who didn't know what to do. She didn't want to get into a fight at all. Sakura flinched when someone approached her, and when she saw that it was Naruto, she sighed with relief. Naruto, let him go, please. Naruto spoke calmly, with steel in his voice. Kankuro turned his head towards the speaker, not letting go of Konohamaru. Kankuro. Or what? Suddenly he felt a stiletto blade on his neck. There was no one where the ash-haired man had just stood. Kankuro and Temari were shocked by his speed. Before they could blink, he was right behind them. Suddenly, a pebble flew into Kankuro's hand, hitting him painfully. Kankuro. Ah. Naruto lowered his stiletto and Kankuro had to let go of Konohamaru, who immediately ran out of the alley. Naruto grinned through his mask. Naruto. Sasuke, you said you were with Haku. Sasuke. Sorry, Haku told me you were looking for me. Everyone except Naruto turned their heads towards the tree on whose branch the brunette was lying, swinging his leg. Naruto. Yes, I was looking for you. We need to talk. And you, Sakura, don't go anywhere. Sasuke and Sakura. Yes, sensei. Sasuke jumped off the branch and landed next to Sakura. Naruto turned to Kankuro and Temari. They stood there with their mouths open. It's not every day that you meet a person your age who was the sensei of a genin team. Naruto was staring at Temari, running his eyes over the most interesting places. Temari, noticing his gaze, blushed. Naruto decided to start a conversation. Naruto. As I understand it, Temari and Kankuro no Sobaku. Nice to meet you. My name is Naruto Hatake. Temari. It's nice to meet you too, Naruto. Naruto smiled with one eye, and Temari looked at him. Her gaze was drawn to the Anbu tattoo with the designation, personal. Naruto, noticing her gaze, would have blushed if not for the mask. Kankuro also saw the tattoo and was dumbfounded in an instant. They were lucky to run into one of the Anbu, and not just any Anbu, but the Hokage himself. Kankuro. Are you Anbu? Naruto looked embarrassed at first, but then smiled sheepishly. Naruto. Well, yeah. At the same time, he took out a senbon from his bag and threw it at the tree. Naruto. Come out, Gaara no Sobaku. A red-haired guy with a pumpkin on his back came out from behind the tree. Gaara. How did you figure me out? Naruto. I am a sensor. And your chakra levels are hard to miss, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. Temari and Kankuro gulped. This ash-haired shinobi was very strong. Temari. How do you know that Gaara is the Jinchuriki of the One Tail? Naruto wasn't surprised. It was time to show his cards. Naruto. Because I was the one who resealed it. Temari looked at Naruto in disbelief. Kankuro seemed to be in shock. Even Gaara was quite surprised. Temari. So it's you, Fox. Naruto bowed mockingly. Flashback. There were two people in the office. An old man with a pipe in a white hat and an ash-haired young man in a fox mask. Third. Fox, your task is to go to the Sand Village and reseal the One Tail. Its Jinchuriki is currently the youngest son of the Yondaime Kazekage, Gaara. The Kazekage complained that the weak seal has clouded the boy's mind and that the One Tail has an influence on him. Your task is to fix the seal. This is an S+ rank mission. The Kazekage knows of your arrival. You have 3 days. Naruto. Hi, Hokage-sama. Naruto disappeared from the office and went to Suna. The journey there took him 2.5 days. When he arrived, he immediately found the residence and ran towards it. Having entered it, he immediately found himself in the Kazekage's office. Naruto. Kazekage-sama, please give me a moment of your time. The Kazekage jumped up from his chair and looked at the windowsill where Naruto was sitting. How did he not notice him? A blonde with 4 ponytails came running at the noise. She flew into the office with an open fan and pointed it at the Anbu. Temari. Are you okay, father? Race. Yes. Temari. Who are you and what do you want? Race. Temari. Don't overdo it. These are Anbu from Konoha. I understand you've come for the ceiling. Naruto was swinging his legs, sitting on the windowsill. He found this situation funny. And he really liked this blonde. Beautiful face, refined figure, graceful legs, elastic butt, breasts quite developed for her age. And also fighting. Naruto. Yes, sir. He jumped off the windowsill and came closer. Temari, what power? To catch my father off guard, you have to be a cage-level shinobi. Who is he? And why does it seem like there's a red light in my left eye? Naruto, damn. Am I in love? No. Kurama. Yes. Naruto. Kurama, why are you awake? Kurama. I smell the one-tailed one, that's why I woke up. I can tell you one thing, kid, you're definitely in love. Naruto kept his gaze on Temari, and she blushed when she noticed it. Race. Well, since you've arrived, I think we can get started. Naruto. Yes. Race. Can you tell me your call sign? Naruto. Fox, Kazekage-sama. Race. Okay, Fox. Follow me. Naruto, casting another glance at Temari, followed after the Kazekage. End flashback. Naruto stood up and looked at Temari with his blue eye. Naruto. Long time no see, Tima. Temari looked into his eyes and drowned in that endless blue. Everyone looked at them. Do they know each other? Naruto. Well then, let's get down to business. Sasuke, Sakura, here are your applications for the Chunin exams. The first round is in a week. It will be held at the academy in room 301 at 3 p.m. Do you remember the rest? Both genin nodded. Naruto. That's great, you go train, and I'll take the guests to the hotel. Sasuke and Sakura. Hi, sensei. After which they ran towards the training ground. Naruto turned to the Suna shinobi. Naruto. Well then, let's go, I'll see you out. All three nodded. All three had a ton of questions. From age to questions about the personal lives. Gaara. Naruto. I would like to thank you. Naruto. For what? Gaara. For resealing the One Tail. Naruto. Ah, I just understand how you felt. I couldn't abandon this mission. Temari. How old are you? Naruto looked at her in surprise. Naruto. Do you want it based on your passport or on the merits? Temari. Both. Naruto. According to the passport I'm 13, but in reality I'm 16. Everyone looked at Naruto in surprise. Temari was glad that he was the same age as her. And so it went on all the way to the hotel. Approaching the hotel, Naruto said goodbye to the three and disappeared into a whirlwind of leaves. Temari spent the rest of the day thinking about Naruto, what he looked like and whether she even had a chance to get to know him better. Commentary on Chunin exams. A pleasant meeting. Here is the new part. It seems to have turned out well. Leave comments. Gather those who are waiting. The next part will come out either tomorrow evening or the day after tomorrow. Chunin exams. First stage or Naruto's bullying. Yesterday, while thinking about the ash-haired shinobi, she wondered what Naruto looked like, because she had never seen even half of his face, because the first time he showed up in an Anbu mask, and the second time he came with a mask on half his face and a closed left eye, but the blue right eye that she managed to see warmed her soul and attracted her. It was the first time she had such ambiguous feelings for members of the opposite sex and did not know what she was facing, but she believed that there was at least a small chance for their further acquaintance. Our hero had such thoughts too. He thought about Temari making him blush, and it is not so difficult to bring Naruto to a blush on his cheeks, but the red rug inside Naruto gave him a hint about his feelings for Temari, and Naruto thought that he had little chance of getting the girl, because she probably already had a boyfriend. Kurama only laughed at this situation, because he had already managed to understand that Temari also had a soft spot for Naruto. With such thoughts, the blonde and the ash-haired man finished the day and were already in the arms of sleep. Naruto thought about how to save the life of the last Uchiha in danger, because they agreed to participate in the exam and about his appearance at the exam and name. Naruto had a week left for these thoughts and building a plan to protect his students, but thoughts about the blonde kept bothering him. And so today Naruto woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning, because he had to warm up properly for the Chunin exam. After taking all the water procedures and having breakfast, he went to training ground number 13 to warm up. Having finished his warm-up, lasting 4 hours, he went home and, having taken water procedures, began to cook food. After finishing his meal and washing the dishes, Naruto looked at the clock on the wall, which showed that it was 11:30, and it was time to prepare for the exam, in which he must protect not only himself, but also the students. Approaching the academy, Naruto used henge and climbed onto a tree branch, watching the village. Under henge, he was a brunette with red tips of hair, tall, slender, pumped up. Dressed in a white t-shirt, black shinobi pants with many pockets, a bandage tied on his left thigh. Under the t-shirt rested a thin white armor plate, protecting from physical attacks. His left arm was wrapped in a bandage under the elbow. A bag with iron hung on the back. There was no mask, which opened a view of his handsome face, but without stripes. The protector still covered his left eye. The right eye was black, like the Uchiha, and in general, it seemed that Sasuke was not the last representative of the legendary Konoha clan. Beautifully made stilettos hung on his belt. After some time, Sasuke and Sakura approached the academy. Jumping from the tree, Naruto approached his genin. Naruto, are you ready? Sasuke and Sakura. Yes, and you? Naruto. Of course, just remember that I am Motomo Subarashi, a genin from the land of iron. There were nods from both in response. A small secret operation had begun. Naruto. Well, I guess it's time to head upstairs, the exam is about to start. After these words, Naruto passed by the guys and rushed to the 3rd floor. On the 2nd floor, a crowd of genin not only from Konoha, but also from other countries had gathered. The entire Team 7 looked at this gathering with doom. Only the weakest candidates for the title of Chunin could fall for such a simple genjutsu and henge, which Izumo and Kotetsu were hiding behind. This did not apply to our team. They calmly went up another floor and entered the auditorium 301. In the blink of an eye, A wave of ki from the other genin hit the newcomers. Naruto was not cold, not hot, he was an Anbu, and his ki was many times more powerful and scary. He could have scared everyone in this room, but he did not. Sasuke tensed up just a little. He was not afraid, but he felt a little tense. It was not expressed visually. Only Sakura lost her concentration a little, but apart from a drop of sweat on her temple, she did not stand out in any way. Naruto looked around the room, picking out the most dangerous genin. His gaze stopped on the Suna team. All three were standing and discussing something. He would have looked at Temari for a long time, but teams 8 and 10 approached them. Shikamaru, Sasuke, Sakura, long time no see. Wow, who's with you? Naruto, Motomo Subarashi, nice to meet you. Ino, nice to meet you too. Ino was now looking at the new member of Team 7, and for some reason she had a feeling that he looked like someone, but she couldn't say who. Team 8 stopped nearby. Kiba looked at Sasuke and Sakura with superiority. He was confident in his victory, since he believed that training with Kurenai made him stronger than Sasuke and especially Sakura, who trained with Naruto. Naruto himself moved a little to the side and turned to the window. The teams were talking about something until a guy in glasses approached them. Kabuto, hello, my name is Yakushi Kabuto, this is your first exam. Maybe you want to ask something. Everyone looked at him suspiciously, which made the guy a little embarrassed. But then he took out a deck of cards. Kabuto, look, this deck contains information about all the genin participating in the exam and more. Sasuke, is there information about other shinobi? Kabuto, of course, someone specific. Kiba, yes, Naruto Hatake. Now, Sasuke, and let's see how strong your sensei is. Kabuto took out the card he needed and almost choked. This shinobi sensei. He put the card on the floor and all three teams began to examine it. Everyone was curious to know who their former classmate was. Kabuto, yes, you're lucky to have such a sensei. Naruto Hatake, 13 years old, son of Kakashi Hatake, known as Sharingan Kakashi or Konoha's copy ninja. Currently the head of Anbu, the right hand of the Hokage himself, he is also the sensei of Team 7. Kabuto looked at the boys. It's not every day you find out that your sensei is the right hand of the village head. But to his surprise, both Sasuke and Sakura were completely calm. Looks like they knew everything. Flashed through the genin's heads. Ino was surprised, but not too much. After all, she was on Team 7 and knew some things. Kiba seemed to be about to break into pieces. Kabuto, well, then. All missions are unknown. All that is known is 243B and A rank missions, 132 S rank missions and 49 S plus rank missions. That's all I managed to find out about him. The level of power, I want to tell you, is very huge. Starting with the fact that he has 3 main and 2 secondary elements, ending with the fact that he has the Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan. High level of taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, kenjutsu, shukra-kenjutsu, huge reserves of chakra, and he is also an excellent sensor. This is the level of Kage, if not more. It seemed there was nothing more to be surprised about, but the fact that their peer was equal in strength to the Kage made one think about a lot. Kiba shut up and did not look Sasuke and Sakura in the eyes. He even began to be a little afraid of them. Why? Their teacher was stronger than all the village jonin and this was a weighty argument to begin to fear them. Everyone else thought the same. Naruto heard the entire conversation. Naturally, he could have silenced Kabuto, but he did not give away anything that was not known to the general public. Having finished admiring the views from the window, he approached the guys, especially since he sensed the approaching chakra of Morino Ibiki. Naruto, I think it's time to wrap this up, Kabuto-san. Everyone looked at him in bewilderment and was about to ask something when the genin from Oto attacked them. The trio approached Yakushi. The first was a hunched guy, completely wrapped in bandages. Behind him walked a brunette and a dark-haired woman. On the forehead of each was a forehead protector of the village hidden in sound. Dosu, hey, glasses guy. He swung and tried to hit Kabuto, but he managed to dodge. However, the joy was short-lived. The glasses broke, and Kabuto winced in pain. Everyone looked at him in fear. Naruto simply remembered that they attacked with sound. Dosu, write in your cards that the 3 genin from sound are future chunin. Suddenly there was a pop and smoke. A tall man with a bandana and scars on his face appeared right in front of the genin. He pressed key hard. Many of the genin's knees shook, but Naruto looked him straight in the eyes. Ibiki was embarrassed, but he didn't show it. Abiki. Okay, stop this mess. Everyone, get to your places. The first stage of the Chunin exams is about to begin. The written test. His menacing voice caused many to panic, and everyone immediately sat down. Naruto calmly moved to his seat. He intended to really piss Abiki off. He had to have fun somehow, otherwise he, the Hokage's right hand, was taking a children's exam. Having reached his seat, he sat down and began to listen to Morino. Of course, he already knew what the exam was about, but he wanted to put on a little show. Abiki, so, listen up. Now you will be given sheets of paper with a test containing 9 questions. Your task is to answer most of them. I will ask the last question orally, 15 minutes before the end of the exam. Examiners will be watching you so that you do not cheat. For 3 comments, a person fails the exam, and with him the whole team. Chunin started walking around the auditorium, handing out sheets of paper with assignments. Naruto looked at the sheet. As he thought, all the questions were far from genin level, even a Chunin wouldn't be able to answer them all. He rather demonstratively put the sheet of paper aside and took out a book, using Fuinjutsu in combat. Everyone looked at him with interest. He continued reading the book as if he didn't notice anything. Abiki couldn't understand what this kid was trying to do. Abiki, let's go, you have 45 minutes until the 10th question. Abiki looked at Naruto, who was reading a book as if nothing had happened. This went on for 20 minutes until Morino's patience snapped. Taking out a kunai, he threw it, aiming for the forehead protector. Naruto, without a twinge of conscience, caught the kunai with 2 fingers a centimeter from his forehead. Then he threw it towards Abiki, hitting the board where the target was drawn. The kunai hit the bull's eye. Naruto grinned, looked at Abiki, then waved a blank sheet of paper in front of his face. Everyone in the audience could not believe that the genin was so cleverly fooling the examiner, and only Sakura and Sasuke knew that this man could fool even the 5-cage. Abiki, angry and cursing in his mind, decided to switch his attention to others. Naruto, smiling at his victory, turned towards Temari. She was noticeably nervous. He decided that it was time to act. Tearing off a small piece of paper, he wrote a note. After which he noticed a second pencil on Temari's desk and deftly replaced it with a technique. Temari was surprised when a piece of paper lay instead of a pencil. Taking the note, she unfolded it and began to read. Don't worry about the test, it doesn't matter. During the 10th question, do not raise your hand under any circumstances. Naruto Hatake. Temari looked around trying to find the ash-haired top of his head, but all in vain. While she was looking for Naruto, she noticed a brunette who was openly staring at her. She looked into his eye and saw how it turned blue for a moment, after which the guy winked, and the eye turned black again. Temari mouthed, "Thank you," after which he turned around. There were 15 minutes left until the end of the test, which meant it was time for the last question. Abiki sharply increased his ki and began to put pressure on the genin's psyche. Abiki. Time for question 10. First, I want to warn you that you can leave the room now to avoid answering the question, but remember, if you leave, the entire team will leave. Also, if you decide to answer, know that if you don't answer the question, you will never be able to become a Chunin. Indignant exclamations flew from the entire audience, saying that some of them were already passing the test more than once. To which Abiki only grinned, increasing his ki. Abiki, you're out of luck, I'm taking the exam this year. But you can leave anytime and try to pass the exam next time. At these words he grinned bloodthirstily. Everyone's nerves were on edge. Only a few people were calm. Naruto, for obvious reasons, Sasuke, because he was confident in his abilities, Sakura, who believed in herself and the team, Temari, who was warned by Naruto and Gaara, who had a Beiyu inside him and was very cold-blooded in himself. People began to stand up, and teams came out. There were fewer and fewer people in the audience, but Naruto had a plan. He slowly stood up from his seat and slammed his fist on the table. Naruto, Chunin, genin, I don't care. I'll become Hokage anyway. The audience's ki levels dropped noticeably, and the other genin perked up noticeably. Realizing that the atmosphere had been lost, Abiki decided not to drag it out. Abiki. Everyone who remained here has passed. A surprised murmur ran through the hall. How did it go? And the 10th question. Abiki. That was the 10th question. Who can withstand stress and not abandon the team? Suddenly, the classroom window shattered and a purple-haired girl wearing a mesh shirt and shorts with a short coat over them flew in. She grabbed a kunai and pinned the poster. After looking around the classroom, She turned to Ibiki. Anko, yes, you're getting old, Ibiki. 18 teams have passed, and that's more than half. Ibiki, well, this time there are a lot of trained genin. Anko, well, I'll have less than half left. At these words she smiled predatorily, licking her lips. Everyone got goosebumps from this action. Anko, well then, let's get acquainted. I'm Mitarashi Anko, examiner of the second stage. The second stage will be held at the 44th training ground at 1 o'clock. You can find out all the details from your jonin. All the genin stood up from their seats and headed for the exit. Only Naruto remained seated. When everyone left, Naruto removed his henge and smiled through his mask at Anko, Ibiki, and the other chunin. Wow, it's Naruto-sama, ran through the audience. Naruto smiled sheepishly and reassured the chunin, then walked over to Morino and Mitarashi. Naruto, well then, good to see you. Ibiki, so that's the reason for all my misfortunes. Imagine, Anko, he sat the entire exam, reading a book and putting a spoke in my wheel. Anko, ha 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 ha, I see he really got on your nerves, Ibiki. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? Naruto, I am the third member of Team 7. Everyone looked at him with great surprise. Even Anko and Ibiki had 5 Ryo eyes. Of course, it's not every day you see the head of Anbu taking an exam. Naruto, I also wanted you, Ibiki, to check on Kabuto Yakushi. He is remarkably knowledgeable about many things he shouldn't know, and I suspect him of being a spy. It would be best to do this quietly, without attracting unnecessary attention. Ibiki, it will be done. Naruto nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the door. Naruto, see you in the second stage, Anko. Commentary on chunin exams. First stage or Naruto's bullying. Hello everyone, sorry for keeping you waiting, but here's the new part. This time it was written by a co-author, for which special thanks to him. I only edited and added. I hope you like it, leave comments. The next part will come out tomorrow, most likely also in the evening. Call the waiting ones. Enjoy reading. Chunin exam. Second stage or meeting with Sannin. After leaving the academy, Naruto headed to the training ground, where his team was already waiting for him. When he got there, he noticed 3 shinobi talking to each other. The third, was Haku. Approaching him, Naruto dispelled the henge he had put on himself before leaving the office. Naruto, hey, Haku. So, how are your impressions of the first stage? Haku smiled sweetly at the greeting, and Sasuke cast a withering glance at the ash-haired one. He was jealous, the devil. Naruto only smiled with his eyes and patted Sasuke on the head. As if to say, don't be offended, she's yours and won't go anywhere from you. Naruto. So what? How did you like the performance by the way? Ibiki already managed to complain to Anko. Sakura. It was fun until he increased his ki. Otherwise, the stage wasn't difficult, although you could have screwed up on the last question. Sasuke. Yeah, I'm sure if Sensei hadn't put on that show, there would have been far fewer genin in the next round. I don't quite understand you on this one. Wouldn't it be easier to get rid of the competition? Naruto. You always have to think ahead. There are pros and cons to having more people through. The pros are that the more teams there are at the start, the more there will be at the end. And it turns out that the more competition, the lower the threshold for access and the greater the chance to advance further. It's a paradox, but it's true. You know the cons. Oh well, see you tomorrow at Training Ground 44. Bye everyone. Having said goodbye, Naruto disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves. The guys, having chatted a bit and discussed tomorrow's stage, went home. Sakura to hers, and Sasuke and Haku to the Uchiha mansion. The next day at Training Ground 44. It was soon time for the second stage of the chunin exams. All 18 teams were already waiting on the field next to the training ground. Well, like everyone else, Naruto hadn't shown up yet, which made Sakura a little nervous. Finally, after a few agonizing minutes of waiting, a red and black head flashed before Haruno and Uchiha's eyes. Naruto approached the guys and began to explain why he was a little late. Then a kunoichi came up to them from behind and touched him on the shoulder. Naruto turned around, pulled out a stiletto and put it to her throat. This kunoichi turned out to be Temari. Naruto immediately put the stiletto away, which surprised Sakura and Sasuke quite a bit. Temari stood there as if thunderstruck. He was so strong that even if he caught him by surprise, he would have time to kill her if he wanted to. Temari. Sorry for scaring you, Naruto. I didn't think you'd react like that. Naruto. Temari, please be quiet and don't say my real name. My alias is Motomo Subarashi. Sorry for reacting so harshly, you really caught me off guard. They stood there for a few more minutes, looking at each other. Naruto admired her face, her lips, so sweetly parted, her cheeks, on which lay a light blush, her eyes the color of grass. Temari, in turn, tried to understand whether he really looked like this or whether this henge completely changed his face. For some reason, it seemed to her that henge had nothing to do with it, and that he was simply unusually handsome. This would have continued if Sasuke had not coughed meaningfully. Naruto instantly perked up, blushing. Temari blushed too and looked away. Naruto, so you wanted something? Temari, yes, I wanted to thank you for helping me during the first stage. Naruto, it's nothing, especially since I still want to help you a little. Temari raised her eyebrows in surprise and widened her eyes. I wonder what kind of help he would offer this time. She was about to ask something, but then Anko appeared and began to instruct. Anko, and sir, it's time for the second stage. Listen up, everyone, I won't repeat myself. This stage will be a survival test. Meet the 44th training ground, or as it's nicknamed for a reason, the Forest of Death. She smiled bloodthirstily, enjoying the effect. Many people's knees began to shake, their teeth chattered, and sweat began to appear. After waiting 10 seconds, she continued. Anko, so, each team will be given a scroll with the kanji for heaven, or earth. To pass the stage, your team must obtain another scroll with the opposite kanji and arrive at the tower, which is located in the center of the training ground. You have 5 days to do everything. Get food and water yourself, and remember that behind every tree you can expect danger, from a wild animal to another team. Also now you will be given a document, by signing which you relieve the organizer of the exam, in this case it is Konoha, of responsibility for your death. Now everyone was even more scared. Talking about death just like that, as if it was an insignificant detail, was scary. Soon everyone was given permission sheets. As soon as everyone signed them, each team was given a scroll. Our heroes got the scroll, Sky. Soon the exam was supposed to start, and Naruto had a few more things to do. Quickly finding Temari, he immediately ran to her. Many looked after him, clearly not understanding what he wanted to do. Naruto. Temari. She turned around. Naruto ran up and started talking. Naruto. Remember I told you about helping? She nodded and looked at him a little surprised. Naruto. Now that's some help. He handed her a 3-bladed kunai. She was surprised by such strange help. Well, a kunai is a kunai, but when she saw several kanji on the handle, her surprise knew no bounds. Temari. Why you know how to use this jutsu? Naruto. Yes, but don't ask where from, maybe he'll tell you later. Use it only in extreme cases. To do this, direct chakra into the kunai and throw it. I'll instantly appear next to you and help. But remember, only in important cases. Temari, having recovered from the shock a little, nodded vigorously. Naruto smiled and ran back to the team. Temari stood there for a long time and looked at the kunai. She couldn't get her head around the fact that Naruto knew the famous Yondaime jutsu. She was once again convinced that he was an extraordinary shinobi. Naruto approached the guys and frowned deeply. This alerted both Sasuke and Sakura. He abruptly pulled them towards him, and before they could object, he began to explain. Naruto. Calm down. You see that grass kunoiki? They nodded, looking at a rather tall girl in a straw hat with a chastity belt around her waist. She was dressed in a light green kimono. Naruto. She has an evil ki about her, very evil. And her chakra level is almost like mine. She's not a genin. You have to be careful with them. If you meet her, run. Sasuke was about to object, but after thinking about what he had said earlier, he fell silent. Naruto's chakra level did not very clearly indicate that he was a very strong shinobi. But what was such a ninja doing at the Chunin exam? It was a mystery. Naruto straightened up and prepared for the exam to begin. A few minutes later, Anko gave the start. All the teams rushed through the gates into the depths of the training ground. Naruto stopped near the entrance. Sasuke and Sakura stopped next to him. The shinobi strained his senses and sensed the enemy's chakra a couple of kilometers away. Naruto. Okay, pay attention. There's another team a couple of kilometers away from us. We need to intercept them here so we don't have to chase the scroll all over the forest later. The sooner we finish this stage, the better. Both genin nodded, indicating that they understood the plan and agreed with it. All three of them rushed at a fairly high speed towards the enemy. 30 minutes later, they managed to catch up with them. It turned out to be a team of genin from the mist. 3 tall guys were standing in a clearing and discussing something heatedly. They were so engrossed in their argument that they didn't even notice Team 7 approaching. Naruto calmly stood on a branch and put his hands in his pockets. He didn't intend to do all the work for his team, he needed to test their skills. The guys who stopped next to him looked at theirs expectantly. Commander Naruto, so now we will test your skills. Disarm them, I will engage in battle only in extreme cases. Good luck. Sasuke and Sakura. Hi. In the blink of an eye, only Naruto remained on the branch. He calmly watched as his protégés dominated the Kiri genin. Sasuke knocked one of them off his feet at high speed, sending him flying into a nearby tree. Both mist genin drew their kunai, not even noticing where the attack came from. Sakura took advantage of their enemy's confusion. Sakura, Sutan, water jet. A stream of powerful force erupted from her mouth and sent the second genin flying into a tree. No one stood on ceremony with the third. Sasuke, Kaiten, great fireball. A huge fireball flew at the last poor guy, which he barely dodged, but was too slow, and was immediately hit on the head by Sasuke with the back of a kunai. All 3 genin from the land of water had already fallen into the clutches of Morpheus. Naruto praised the students and went to look for the scroll. Imagine his surprise when he found the Earth scroll. Lucky, nothing to say. Naruto, I have the scroll, we can go to the tower. Sasuke, hi. At that moment, Sakura swayed, but Naruto managed to catch her. Performing the Sutan Jutsu without a water source at such a young age uses up a lot of chakra. Naruto, so let's take a little break, Sakura needs to restore her chakra. Remind me after the stage to train you to increase your chakra. Sakura smiled weakly, but nodded. She was very grateful to Naruto for the fact that she had become much stronger since graduating from the academy. Sasuke looked at her and smiled weakly too. He would never have thought that Haruno was any good in a fight, and she knew several Sutan Jutsu. For a genin, this was a high level. Naruto was proud of them. They trained tirelessly, and it paid off. After sitting in silence for a few more minutes, Naruto began to get ready to go. After checking all the equipment once again, the guys ran towards the tower. When they were just a stone's throw away, a powerful gust of wind blew Naruto aside. He was about to return to the genin, when a huge 30-meter snake attacked him. Naruto barely managed to jump aside. Thoughts were spinning in his head. Naruto Tak is a summoning snake, but Anko is forbidden to interfere with the exam. Damn it. Orochimaru. What does he want? Sasuke. He definitely wants Sasuke. If only he could make it in time. Naruto dodged all of the snake's attacks while thinking feverishly. He finally finished his thought processes and decided to get down to business in earnest. Naruto. Futon. Wind blade. A huge stream of cutting wind cut the snake in half, and it evaporated in a puff of smoke. Concentrating on the mark that was on Sasuke, he moved straight to him. A clap of thunder was heard, appearing in a white flash. Naruto caught this picture. Sasuke was sitting on one knee, pressing his hand to the left side of his neck. Sakura was unconscious. Orochimaru, who was standing next to him, was also not in the best condition. These two managed to fray his nerves and body. Naruto, who arrived, created a rasengan and rushed at maximum speed to Orochimaru. He did not expect the appearance of the enemy, received a rasengan right in the stomach. Having flown a decent distance, he looked at the attacker. The henge was asleep and now Naruto himself was standing in front of the snake Sannin. Orochimaru was quite surprised to see Kakashi Hatake in front of him. Orochimaru. Kakashi Hatake, what an unexpected meeting. Naruto. Don't confuse me with my father, Orochimaru-san. Why do you need Sasuke? Orochimaru. There's no need now, he'll come to me now. Having said this, Orochimaru disappeared. Naruto. Damn it. Naruto kicked a handful of leaves. Having calmed down, he went to Sakura and picked her up. There were no serious injuries, only small abrasions and cuts. With Sakura in his arms, Naruto went to see what was happening to Sasuke. He was also lying unconscious. On his shoulder was a seal in the form of 3 tomo. Naruto cursed foully. The cursed seal of Orochimaru. Now it was clear why the Sannin needed the Uchiha. Naruto folded the seals, creating a clone, which took Sasuke in his arms. The 4 of them went to look for a place to rest until they came across a clearing. Naruto laid the injured under a tree. Having folded the seal of concentration, he put his hand to the tattoo on his shoulder. Naruto. Cat, listen carefully. Orochimaru has been spotted in the forest. Immediately warn Hokage-sama. Also tell him that Sasuke Uchiha has a cursed seal like Anko's. Let him send a detachment of Anbu to comb the forest. He couldn't have gone far. I will stay with the children. Over. Lowering his hand tiredly, Naruto looked at Sasuke. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and he himself was shaking. Apparently one of the effects of the seal. He created a clone and sent it to search for water. The second stage turned out to be unpleasant, but never mind, they will soon reach the tower and everything will be fine. Commentary on Chunin exam. Second stage or meeting with Sannin. Hi everyone, today's part is shorter than yesterday's, but I hope you'll forgive me for such tactlessness. The next part will come out tomorrow. Write comments and gather those who are waiting. Enjoy reading. Chunin exams. Second stage and Hokage's idea. Unfortunately, Naruto's hopes for a peaceful end to this stage were not destined to come true. The bushes nearby rustled, causing Naruto to use henge, and the sound genin emerged from them. Naruto cursed again. Noticing the victim, the sound genin approached. Dosu, as always, walked in front. They looked mockingly at Naruto under henge, imagining an easy victory. So what? He was alone, and there were 3 of them. Naruto stood up and stood between them and his students. Naruto, what do you want? He was cold and calm. This confused the 3 a little, but not much, so wild laughter broke out. Dosu, ha 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 ha. Well, you're brave, give us the scroll, and then we'll leave you and your friends alone. There was a rustling sound in the bushes, but the sound genin didn't pay any attention to it. Naruto scanned the area, and the corners of his lips twitched into a smirk. At this time, in the bushes. Ino, Choji, be quiet, you almost gave us away. Shikamaru, this is bad, he is alone and there are 3 of them, maybe we should intervene. Ino, what are we going to do? You saw what he did to Kabuto-san, he didn't even touch him, but he immediately felt bad. I don't know how to fight them. Choji, let's watch. I don't feel like Motomo is nervous. I think he's confident in his abilities. Ino and Shikamaru nodded weakly, hoping that they wouldn't have to engage in combat. Naruto, counteroffer, you give me your scroll and I'll let you go unharmed. The trio laughed again. Naruto slowly reached for his forehead protector. No, he could kill them on the spot, but that wouldn't be entirely fair. He wasn't supposed to be at the exam, so he decided to end it with as little bloodshed as possible. Naruto, well, if you don't want to do it the easy way, then it will be the hard way. His voice sounded too convincing, so the laughter immediately stopped, and the genin took fighting stances. Naruto just grinned, he was not going to fight them. He lifted his forehead protector, opening a view of the vertical scar. He left his eye closed for now. In the bushes, Ino almost went crazy. She began to understand who was really in front of them, but Shikamaru and Choji, still not understanding anything, looked at the upcoming performance. Dosu, so what are you going to do? Naruto didn't answer, looking into the genin's eyes. When eye contact was established, he opened his eye. There was a 3-volume Sharingan spinning there. Ino almost screamed on the spot. Ino, don't look him in the eye. Choji, why? Ino, it's the Sharingan, it can be used to cast illusions with a glance. Don't look. All 3 of them looked down. The sound genin were shaking with fear and were about to run away, but it was too late. Naruto, Sharingan Genjutsu technique, Dream World. The sound trio fell to the ground, caught in the clutches of Morpheus. Lowering his forehead protector, Naruto strolled over to the sleeping trio. Rummaging through their belongings, he found 3 scrolls, 2, Earth, and 1, Sky. His team already had the scrolls they needed, but it wasn't just his team that was there. Naruto, come out. Team 10 shuddered at how he could figure them out so quickly. But there was nothing to be done, they had to obey. Coming out from behind cover, they timidly approached the brunette. He looked at them calmly, as if nothing special had happened. Naruto, catch it. He threw the earth scroll into Shikamaru's hands. They looked up in surprise. Naruto laughed. Naruto, why are you so tense? Take it, you have, Sky, here is the second scroll. This is for you to keep quiet about what happened. Understood. All 3 nodded vigorously. A painful groan came from under the tree. Naruto turned his head and saw Sakura and Sasuke getting up. They didn't look so good. Sasuke was white as chalk. The brunette ran up to them and helped him up. Sakura was able to stand up on her own, but Sasuke needed support. Naruto offered his shoulder, which he leaned on gratefully. Putting the remaining 2 scrolls next to the sleeping Sounders, Naruto led Sakura and Sasuke towards the tower. Team 10 rushed forward, overtaking Team 7. Sasuke, how long were we unconscious? Naruto, a couple of hours. Sakura, Naruto-sensei, who were those 3 lying in the clearing? Naruto, genin from the Sound Village. I put 'em to sleep with genjutsu, so there's no need to worry. They'll be gone in a few hours. Sasuke, why did you leave the scrolls with them? You could have taken them. Naruto, since I defeated them and not you, I left the scrolls behind since I am much stronger than them. It would be unfair to the others. They had 3 scrolls, I left 2 for them and gave the 3rd to Team 10 to keep quiet. Sasuke nodded in understanding. They reached the tower and went inside. Sasuke had already gotten better and was able to move around on his own. On Naruto's instructions, he and Sakura opened the scrolls and Iruka appeared from there, praising them for completing the stage so quickly. When Sakura and Sasuke went to their rooms, Naruto removed the henge and approached Iruka. Naruto, Iruka, where is the Hokage? Iruka, the Hokage will arrive tomorrow, Naruto-san. Naruto hissed in displeasure. He needed to discuss with the Hokage what to do with Sasuke Uchiha. Although Naruto was quite good at fuinjutsu, he couldn't boast of his mother's mastery of seals. He couldn't remove such a complex seal, protect it, yes, but not remove it. Naruto, how many times have I told you that it's too early to address me with suffixes? Tell him that I'm in the tower and we need to talk. Iruka, okay, Naruto-kun. Iruka disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto let out a tired breath, so much work had piled up. The seal, Orochimaru, and according to Iruka, too many teams had passed the 2nd stage, which meant there would still be a qualifying round. It was a pain in the ass. Well, all that was left was to wait for the exam to end and breathe out. Naruto trudged to his team's room, not forgetting to use henge. Having spent all his time in the tower, Naruto had already managed to talk to the Hokage, who had suggested sealing the cursed sign after the qualifying fights. The day of the qualifying round has arrived. Naruto and his team were heading to the hall where the fights would take place. Entering the hall, they saw 6 more teams standing at the stands. Everyone was impatiently waiting for the start of the 3rd stage. Only Team 7 knew about the qualifying fights. Naruto was constantly looking for someone with his eyes, which did not escape Sakura's attention. When he found what he was looking for, he smiled. Kindly, a very warm and sincere smile. The pink-haired girl followed his gaze. He was directed at the kunoichi from Suna. Sakura felt a nasty feeling inside her. She wanted to slam the blonde against the tiles a couple of times. She was about to make a break for action, but Naruto's hand stopped her. Sakura looked up in surprise. Naruto simply put his finger to his lips and pointed to the center of the stands. The Sandaime Hokage came out. He took the pipe out of his mouth, exhaling astringent smoke, and then looked at all the genin. 3rd. I am glad to welcome all the participants of the exam. Congratulations on passing the 2nd stage. But I have to inform you that preliminary battles will be held, as many teams have passed. Feudal lords of different countries, Kage and other important persons will be invited to the 3rd stage, which will take place in a month. Therefore, only the strongest will participate in the 3rd stage. I give the floor to the examiner. A man of about 25 years old in a standard jonin uniform came into the center. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his persistent cough indicated that the shinobi was chronically ill. Gecko, hello, my name is Gecko Hayat. I am the examiner of the preliminary round of the Chunin exams. Now you will be divided into pairs, in which your sparring will take place. Anything is allowed. Those who cannot or do not want to participate in the fights, raise your hand and you can calmly leave the arena. 2 people raised their hands. A white-haired man and a brunette with red tips. Everyone looked at Kabuto and Naruto in surprise. Kabuto, I don't have much chakra left. Gecko, well, it's good if you know your limits. Kabuto left the hall with a calm expression. Naruto frowned. Kabuto's chakra reserve was almost full. What was this ninja hiding? He also wanted to leave the hall and go look for Ibiki, but Sarutobi's cough stopped him. 3rd. Ahem. Motomo, you will remain in the qualifying round. Everyone looked at the 3rd in surprise at the brunette. He in turn sighed tiredly and settled down next to the team again. Naruto didn't understand Hiruzen. Why did he leave him? He was a damn jonin with a huge amount of combat experience and a wealth of knowledge and techniques. Even if all the remaining 19 genin attacked him, it would be of little use. Naruto didn't understand the old man, and this bothered him. Was he really going to force him, the head of Anbu, to fight children? As it turned out, Naruto was not far from the truth. Gekko, I ask all participants to come up to the balcony to their senseis. All 20 genin went up to the second floor and watched the events with interest. Team 7 stopped between teams 10 and 8. Kiba looked at the new guy with interest, remembering the Hokage's phrase. The names started scrolling on the board. As soon as the movement ended, 2 loud curses were heard in the silence. Naruto and Sasuke couldn't hold back the comments. The board was filled with names. Yoroi Akado, Sasuke Uchiha. Commentary on Chunin exams. Second stage and Hokage's idea. Hi everyone, here is the first part for today. The second part will come out later, closer to 9 to 10 o'clock. Leave comments and call the waiting. Enjoy reading. Chunin exam. Preliminary fights or God of Shinobi. Naruto, damn it. He hasn't recovered yet, and as far as I remember, this kid is draining chakra. Oh. Sasuke, be careful, please. Naruto. Sasuke, remember, no attacks that use chakra. Sasuke nodded, but his face showed a look of painful fatigue. The seal had taken a toll on his health. This would be a very tough fight. Sasuke walked down the stairs to the arena. A tall guy in a bandana and glasses was already waiting for him there. Sasuke stretched a little, waiting for Hayate's command. Seeing that both genin were ready, Gekko gave the go. Gekko. Hajime. Yoroi jumped up and flew at the brunette. Having dodged the blow to the body in time, Sasuke tried to get his opponent with a kick to the temple, but was blocked. Pushing off the hand, he jumped to the side. Akado did not drag his feet, instantly moving to Sasuke, applied a hold. His hands lit up with a blue glow. Sasuke cursed dirty, he felt how they began to pump chakra out of him. Barely freeing himself from an unpleasant situation, Sasuke ran away from his opponent a few meters. He smiled nastily. The brunette had a hard time staying on his feet. Suddenly he felt a burning pain in the neck area. Black symbols were crawling on the left side of Sasuke's body. Naruto sucked in a deep breath. Everyone who watched the fight stared at the brunette in surprise. Yoroi, grinning, tried to apply a hold again, but this time Sasuke managed to jump away. The bespectacled man's momentum carried him forward, so the brunette, without thinking twice, sent him flying with 2 kicks to the body. Moving behind Akado, Sasuke performed a combo with his hands, after which he finished it with an upper kick to the face, sending the opponent to the floor of the arena. Sasuke. Lion combo. Cracks appeared from the impact site. Inside the small crater lay an unconscious genin. Sasuke landed on the ground and staggered back to the balcony a little. Gekko recorded that Yoroi was unconscious. Gekko. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto was happy about his student's victory, but he didn't show any emotion. All that left his face was a relieved sigh. Guy and Lee's faces are hard to describe, because Sasuke had performed exactly the same combination that Lee had performed against him. Naruto grinned, he still remembered that meeting. Flashback. Team 7 heads to the academy building where the first stage of the exam is taking place. As soon as they enter the building, they run into a strange boy their age. Everything about him was strange. His bowl-shaped hairdo, thick eyebrows, and strange green tights. Naruto immediately recognized Guy's student, but Sasuke and Sakura were still looking at him with distrust, as if they wanted it to be a genjutsu. But no, he was real and was walking towards them. The boy came up and looked at each of them in turn. His gaze directed at Sasuke was full of determination and action, at Naruto, misunderstanding and interest, but Sakura got hearts in her eyes, which, no matter how much she wanted, did not go away. Naruto was ready to laugh, there, on the spot, but respect for Guy stopped him from taking this step. Lee. You're Uchiha Sasuke, right? I want to fight you. There was a fire of determination in his eyes, and Naruto was sure that this boy was a copy of Guy. The main thing is that he doesn't bother him like Guy did his father. Otherwise, you won't be able to get away from him. Sasuke almost choked on such a proposal. He looked at Naruto, who only nodded, allowing a small sparring. Sasuke, having received permission, stepped aside from the guys and got into a stance. The Sharingan didn't take long to appear, and now red pupils with 3 tomo were spinning in the brunette's eyes. Lee seemed not to notice the Uchiha's actions at all, looking at Sakura for a minute now. Sasuke. I'm ready. Lee was distracted from his undoubtedly fascinating occupation and also struck a pose. Righteous anger awoke in Sakura, and her second self already wanted this thick-browed guy to lose as soon as possible. What does he want from her? She has Naruto and she will try to get him. This weirdo has given in to her. At that moment Naruto gave the start and both opponents flew at each other at high speed. Each tried to hit each other with taijutsu, but each blocked the other's blow. But either by mistake or by design, Sasuke misses a series of attacks and flies into the air. Lee. Konoha Vortex. Naruto saw Lee start to unwrap the bandages and appeared behind Sasuke, ready to use the move that Naruto wanted to react to right away, because after that Sasuke would have a hard time. But he was beaten to it, because a ninja turtle appeared out of nowhere and started yelling at poor Lee. Turtle, Lee, you idiot. What did they tell you about this jutsu? Lee lowered his head and answered guiltily. Lee. That it can only be used when you or your loved ones are in danger. The turtle frowned even more. Turtle. True. Well, never mind, Guy-san will deal with you quickly. Naruto slowly pulled the bewildered Sasuke and Sakura up to the second floor. Then, in a cloud of smoke, someone appeared who Naruto didn't want to see right now. Guy froze in a strange pose, which completely drove the two genin crazy. Naruto quickly pushed him up to the second floor, asking them to forget this nightmare. End flashback. Naruto smiled at the memory. It was time for the next fight. Everyone looked at the scoreboard, trying to guess whose name would come up this time. Kankuro no Sobaku, Tsurugi Misumi. Naruto walked up to Sasuke. Naruto, well done, now let's go cover this damn seal. Sasuke just nodded tiredly and trudged along with his sensei. Sakura felt uneasy, but didn't show it. The dark-haired couple left the hall, receiving several puzzled looks. After leaving the arena, they headed to another hall, which had columns and no lighting. Walking to the middle, Naruto sat Sasuke down on the floor, which made him noticeably nervous. Naruto, calm down, I need to close the seal. Sasuke nodded, indicating that he was ready. Naruto took out a stiletto and cut his palm with it. Blood dripped down his hand, falling onto the cold tiles. Dipping his fingers in the blood, Naruto drew symbols, starting from the brunette's neck, tracing 3 tomo, and continued writing seals on his back, and then on the floor. Having finished with the preparations, the ash-haired one made several seals. All his concentration went into the seal. Because of this, the henge fell. After which he hit the ground. Naruto. Evil restraint seal. The symbols glowed red and crawled towards the cursed seal on the brunette's neck. He in turn screamed in severe pain, as if the skin where the symbols were applied was burning with fire. Naruto, having finished the seal, approached Sasuke, who had lost consciousness. Suddenly, the ninja felt someone's presence. Orochimaru came into the light, clapping slowly. Orochimaru. Bravo, Naruto-kun. You dared to seal my creation. Naruto, without thinking twice, blocked Sasuke with his body and performed hand seals with great speed. Naruto. Raten, Reikiri. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. Naruto still held the technique, which crackled and struck lightning in different directions. Orochimaru, having finished laughing, continued. Orochimaru. I will not fight you, Naruto-kun. Maybe later, but not nos. Now please excuse me, and yes, Naruto-kun. Everyone will come to me anyway, he seeks power, and I will give it to him. After which the Sannin disappeared from the sight of the Konoha shinobi. Naruto tiredly lowered his hand, turning off the technique. It was necessary to take Sasuke. Taking the Uchiha in his arms, Naruto carried him to the hospital with the appropriate instructions. Returning to the arena, he saw how the doll in bandages was crushing the poor shinobi from Konoha. The crunch of breaking bones and the wild scream of the poor guy were heard. Finally, he gave in, after which the puppeteer with a satisfied face went back up to the balcony. But Naruto did not care about him now. He did not take his eyes off his partner, standing next to him. 4 blonde tails swayed from side to side, and he could not tear his eyes away. Temari noticed him and blushed, turning away a little. He approached Sakura, who asked a silent question, looking at him. Naruto. He's okay. You can visit him in the hospital after the preliminaries. Sakura. Okay. Naruto stood next to him and waited for the next fight. The letters started flashing on the scoreboard again. Kintsuchi, Shikamaru Nara. Naruto looked at the brunette, who, having said his usual, problematic, trudged to the arena, having received a slap on the back of the head from Ino for his laziness. Naruto grinned. He liked this boy. Being the laziest graduate of the academy, he showed high intelligence, which could bring the title of Chunin. And with the title comes responsibility. Naruto had no doubt about it. The girl from Sound only grinned, watching Shikamaru trudge up the stairs. Kin was already anticipating an easy victory over this lazy guy. Finally, Nara reached the arena, still holding his hands in his pockets. This seriously angered the girl, who, by the way, was already eager to fight, unlike the indifferent Shiki, who didn't give a damn. Hayate looked at both fighters and started the fight. Kin pulled out senbons with bells from behind her back and sent them at Shikamaru. He simply dodged them. The girl grinned and threw a few more senbons. Nara calmly dodged them again. The Sound genin grinned nastily and began to tug on the fishing line that was attached to the bells. Kin, you lose. Shikamaru, why is that? You didn't even hit me. In response to his question, Kin pulled the line and the bells began to ring. Shikamaru quickly closed his eyes from the pain in his ears, trying to cover them with his hands, but the effect did not work, and he dropped to one knee. Kin grinned and tried to pull again, but her body did not obey her. She looked at Shikamaru with a confused look, who had already stood up and stood in exactly the same pose as her. Shikamaru, you lost. You were so distracted by your self-admiration that you didn't notice the shadow. Kin, but how? Our shadows did not intersect. Shikamaru, do you really think the fishing line has such a thick shadow? Kin directed her eyes to the fishing line, under which were two shadows walking towards Nara. Shikamaru only grinned, and muttered problematically reached for the kunai. Kin repeated all his movements and also took out a kunai. Kin, it won't work, because if you dodge, I'll dodge too. Shikamaru, without saying anything, threw a kunai. Kin repeated everything after him. The kunai flew past each other and headed further. Nara, standing on the bridge, deftly dodged the iron, to which Kin, smiling, also dodged, and, not noticing the wall behind her, hit her head hard on it, losing consciousness. Gecko, winner, Shikamaru Nara. Naruto chuckled. He had expected this. Shikamaru was a pure strategist, not an operative, but that didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. The medics took the girl away. The third one was calmly smoking his pipe, only occasionally sending meaningful glances to Naruto, to which he responded with puzzled ones. Until now, he couldn't understand why he was here as a participant. The next two fights were boring. Zaku Abumi, the second genin from Sound, couldn't do anything against Shino with his bugs, which simply clogged his air holes in his hands, thereby putting them out of action, causing a lot of pain to their owner. Shoji was unlucky enough to fall under Dosu Kinuta, who with his gadgets quickly put the Akamaki out of action. Shoji wasn't upset, though, because Asuma promised to treat him to barbecue. Naruto again watched the scoreboard, on which the names lit up again. Hinata Hyuga, Neji Hyuga. Naruto cursed. What was the third thinking? Putting a fight between two relatives, knowing that one of them disliked the other. It was a pity for Hinata. Kurenai was really nervous. The fight was under the complete dominance of Neji's Byakugan. No matter what Hinata did, Neji gradually closed the tenketsu on her hands, and then struck her in the heart. Naruto almost exploded with anger, when the brunette was about to finish off the already weakened girl. Fortunately, Kurenai intercepted Hinata, and Guy and Asuma Neji. The medics took the Hyuga, and Naruto promised himself to give a lecture to the arrogant genius of the White-Eyed Clan. Finally, the arena was cleared and the names appeared on the scoreboard again. Naruto looked at one of the opponents and smiled. Seeing his smile, she blushed, but did not turn away, smiling back. Now it was the brunette's turn to blush. The scoreboard showed Temari no Sobaku, 10-10 Takahashi. The girls went down to the arena, where the blonde pulled a fan from behind her back. The brunette responded in kind, pulling out a large scroll. Both were waiting for the sparring to begin. Temari, when you see the third moon, you lose. 10-10, we'll see. A scroll with a weapon. A multitude of kunai and shuriken flew at Temari, to which she chuckled and waved her fan, creating a huge stream of wind that easily blew away all the weapons. Temari, first. Tenten tried to attack again. This time not only kunai and shuriken flew out of the scroll. And again the wind, sweeping away weapons like dust. Temari, second. Naruto looked at the fan, and sure enough, there were two purple moons on it. He felt a little sorry for his comrade, who had no chance against the kunoiki with Fuyuten. But Tenten didn't give up, unsealing two large scrolls. 10-10, Rising Dragon Technique. Tenten launched herself into the air and used her technique, sending a hail of various weapons flying from the scrolls in a very unpredictable trajectory. Temari, only grinning, opened her fan completely and struck with a powerful stream of wind, sweeping away the weapons and Tenten herself. Temari, third, futon, cutting wind. Tenten lost consciousness and fell right on the folded fan of sand. Lee, seeing such, in his opinion, injustice, was already rushing into battle, and only Guy's hand stopped him. Guy. Calm down, Lee. Temari-san won the fight fairly. Naruto smiled, looking at the happy Temari, who responded in kind. Then he looked at the scoreboard. Sakura Haruno, Ino Yamanaka. Naruto was about to use Shunshin. He didn't really want to watch his former student fight his current one. And he also didn't want to be the cause of this fight, he would burn with shame. But there was nothing he could do. Naruto, good luck, Sakura, Ino. Ino and Sakura, thank you. Both kunoichi went down and stood opposite each other. Hayate, having made sure that both were ready, gave the start. No speeches, pure taijutsu. While the kunoichi exchanged blows, but soon they tried to get each other with iron. Everything did not look very impressive, but Sakura did not dare to use the Suten jutsu without water. There was a risk of fainting from chakra exhaustion. Ino could not find the right moment to use clan techniques. After another 3 minutes of exchanging iron and taijutsu, both kunoichi, already quite tired, decided that it was time to tie it up. Having made 44 seals and at the same time barely managing to hide from Ino's shuriken, Sakura stood up. Sakura, Suten, Water Dragon. Naruto was about to break loose to prevent the jutsu from being performed, but Sakura's eloquent gaze pinned him to the spot. A rather large dragon burst out of her mouth, knocking Ino off her feet in an instant. Flying to the wall, Ino hit her back against it pretty hard, losing consciousness. But at the same moment, Sakura fell completely exhausted. Naruto instantly appeared at Sakura's side, and sent a clone to Ino, after which, picking up the girls in his arms, he returned to the balcony. Gecko. Mutual knockout, draw. Naruto. Sakura. Can you hear me? Naruto shook Sakura, but she didn't react. Whispering something under his breath, Naruto began to pour his chakra into Sakura. Having finished the transfusion, leaving the girls in the care of the medics, Naruto returned to watching the fights. New names lit up on the scoreboard. The brunette almost laughed sincerely, but holding back the urge, he decided that the fight would be interesting. Motomo Subarashi. Kiba Inuzuka. Naruto looked at everyone present in the hall and calmly walked down to the arena. Kiba was already standing there with Akamaru and looked at the newcomer to Team 7 with a little mockery. Naruto. Kiba, I suggest we surrender right now. You're not wasting my time, and I'm wasting your time and health. Kiba blushed and started screaming at the top of his lungs, like, how dare you, to which Naruto responded with complete disregard. Hayate had already given the go, so Kiba took off in the hope that the brunette would not be able to dodge his attack. Hopes were not justified. Naruto dodged everything that Kiba tried to hit him with. And how he dodged. Somersaults, wheels, rolls, it seemed like Naruto was breakdancing, not fighting, but there was not a single attack from his side. Inuzuka was very hurt by this, and he decided to attack with everything he had. He threw some kind of pill to Akamaru, who blushed. Kiba. Transformation technique, human friend. Akamaru transformed into Kiba and stood on his back, to which Naruto yawned, showing how bored he was. He could quickly knock out Kiba, but he wanted to put on a little show. Kiba. You will answer for this. Gatsuga. Two whirlwinds took off at breakneck speed and flew towards Naruto. He tensed up a bit, waiting for the right moment, and then very effectively slipped between the two whirlwinds. Every time Kiba and Akamaru attacked, Naruto dodged, and very beautifully with some grace. Kiba stopped and decided to take a little rest, because the brunette had not made a single attack, and the dog handler's chakra and stamina were running low. Naruto didn't look tired at all. All the genin and foreign jonin were now wondering how strong he was. Kiba. Aren't you even going to attack? It's clear what's wrong with you, coward. Naruto didn't react at all. He wasn't cold or hot from his bullying. Kiba. Well, what are you waiting for? Attack with all your might. Or are you weak? Naruto laughed, which left everyone in shock. He laughed long and loudly. After 30 seconds, the laughter stopped. And the brunette's face took on a serious look. Naruto. Do you want to see my power? I think we should put on a little show. Naruto made a concentration seal. Naruto. Transformation technique. The smoke from the technique slowly dissipated, and a tall shinobi with long black hair, a handsome face, and red armor appeared before everyone's eyes. Sharingan was shining in his eyes. Madara Uchiha himself was standing in the arena. Kiba and the other genin looked at him with confusion, and then turned the gaze to the senseis, whose eyes were filled with fear. Even the third involuntarily tensed up at the sight of the god of shinobi. Choji. Who is this? Asuma sensei. Asuma tensed, but answered. Asuma. This is the legend of the shinobi world, Madara Uchiha, one of the creators of Konoha. Friend and rival of the first Hokage. Kiba. And why all this masquerade? The fact that you reincarnated as someone there will not give you strength. Naruto grinned in an Uchiha-like manner. It looked too convincing, as if Madara himself had been resurrected. Naruto. You're right, but let me show you what the one called the god of shinobi was capable of. Having finished the sentence, Naruto in the form of Madara did 3 backflips, ending up at the end of the hall. Upon landing, he broke the floor, and the key level in the hall grew to indecent proportions. Calmly leaning on his knees, Naruto made a single seal, at the sight of which the Sandai was ready to rush to save Kiba, but did not have time. Naruto. Kaiten. Great fire destruction. A huge amount of flame burst out of Madara's mouth, completely engulfing the arena. But even the noise of such flames could not drown out the screams of Kiba, who was burning in this devilish fire. The flames burned for a long time, but then almost instantly went out. The entire hall was covered in soot, and in the middle lay the charred corpse of Inuzuka. At the sight of the dead comrade, many were speechless, and some already wanted to revenge such a brutal death. But suddenly the picture blurred before everyone's eyes, and everyone saw Inuzuka alive and unharmed, next to whom stood a brunette with red tips and holding a stiletto to the dog handler's neck. Kurenai. Ji Genjutsu. Asuma. Amazing. Everyone looked at the examiner, who had already recovered from the shock. Gecko. Winner. Motomo Subarashi. Kiba. What was that? Why am I alive? Naruto. This is a genjutsu I cast on everyone in the room. But if you really want it to become real, I can make it happen. At these words Naruto grinned bloodthirstily. Many genin's knees began to shake. Kiba shook his head furiously, admitting his defeat. Naruto turned his head towards Temari. She looked at him with a mixture of awe, respect and something else. Naruto couldn't figure out what with. Well, okay, that's not the point now. He put the stiletto back in its sheath and went up to the balcony, whistling happily. Commentary on Chunin exam. Preliminary fights or God of Shinobi few, finally finished. The next part will come out tomorrow. Leave comments and call the waiting ones. Enjoy reading. Chunin exam. End of selection. Commentary on Chunin exams. End of selection. Hi everyone, despite being a little tired, I wrote a chapter. It's short, but I decided that I'll do Sasuke's training and date with Temari separately, so that's it. I'm alive. Enjoy reading, leave comments and call the waiting ones. Tomorrow I'm going to write a new part. If I have time, it will be by evening, but I don't promise anything. Everyone was looking at him with shocked looks. Even the Konoha Jonin were surprised at how strong the Anbu leader was. Kiba looked bad. The moral attack had left its mark. After all, feeling your death was not the most pleasant feeling. Kurenai tried to calm him down as best she could, but only time would help here. Naruto was not at all worried about the Inuzuki's condition, because the genjutsu was, one might say, humane. Next came the final battle between Gaara and Lee, but Naruto preferred not to look at it, but to check the condition of Sakura, who must have woken up. Looking around the entire room, his gaze caught on Temari. Waving her goodbye for a short time, he disappeared into a whirlwind of leaves. Finding himself in the hospital, Naruto went to the ward where the 2 kunoichi were lying. Doctors and nurses were scurrying about in the corridors, restlessly rustling papers. Having reached the right ward, Naruto, pushing the door aside, entered. In a snow-white room, a blonde and a pink-haired woman were sitting on beds and were heatedly discussing something. Sakura. Who do you think won? Ino. I don't know. Listen, your new teammate, who is he anyway? I just haven't seen him before and he reminds me of someone. Sakura wanted to answer, but Naruto appeared right in front of them in the form of a brunette. Naruto. Ooh, girls, are you talking about me? Naruto grinned maliciously. Ino. And no, I'm just curious about who you are, that's all. Naruto burst into laughter, startling Ino and Sakura. After he finished laughing, he made a concentration seal. Clap. and an ash-haired shinobi stood before the kunoichi. Ino. Naruto-sensei. Naruto nodded moderately, looking from Ino to Sakura and vice versa. Ino looked at her friend. Noticing that Sakura was not at all surprised, the hime of the Yamanaka clan began to boil. Ino. You knew. Sakura just nodded quietly, not daring to say anything to her furious friend. Naruto, noticing the blonde's tension, hurried to calm her down. Naruto. Calm down, Ino. Only Sasuke and Sakura should know about this. It was the Hokage's order. Ino turned her head and was met with a piercing gaze from a sky-blue eye, swallowing hard. Ino. Yes, sorry. Naruto. Yeah, okay, you didn't know. Well, okay, I have to go back to the tower. The final battle should be over by now. Ino. And did you win your fight? Realizing that she had asked a really stupid question, she looked down. Naruto just smiled. Naruto. Of course. After which, using henge, he disappeared into the shunshin. Naruto appeared in the tower just in time. All the winners were asked to go down to the arena. Passing under the still surprised looks, he stood in a row with the other genin. In front of them stood the third, Hayate and Mitarashi. The third, releasing another portion of smoke, began to speak. Third. Well then, congratulations to all the winners of the preliminary round. The third round of the Chunin exams will begin in a month. Prepare yourselves, your opponents are strong and you have learned a lot about them, so use this information to your advantage. Now, let's move on to the drawing of lots. Each of you, pull out a piece of paper with a number on it. Anko handed each of them a box with numbers. The genin took turns taking a sheet. Anko walked back to the Hokage. Hayate, state your numbers. Ahum. Neji, 1. Naruto, 2. Dosu, 9. Temari, 6. Gaara, 3. Kankuro, 8. Shino, 7. Shikamaru, 5. Hayate, okay, so Sasuke has 4. So here are your sparring pairs for the third round. Neji Hyuga, Motomo Subarashi. Neji swallowed involuntarily. He understood perfectly well that he would not be able to do anything against such an opponent. Hayate, Gaara no Sobaku, Sasuke Uchiha. Shikamaru Nara, Temari no Sobaku. Shino Aburame, Kankuro no Sobaku. Dosu Kinuta will fight the winner of the first pair. Dosu also gulped. Memories of meeting Naruto in the forest and his sparring with Kiba came back to him. Hayate wanted to continue, but Hiruzen stopped him. Third. Wait, Hayate. Dosu Kinuta will fight against Neji Hyuga. Everyone except Naruto turned their surprised gaze to the old man. He only laughed a little and continued. Third. Naruto, come here please. Unexpectedly for all the genin, except Temari, and the foreign jonin, the brunette answered calmly. Naruto. Yes, Hokage-sama. Then the brunette calmly walked up to Sarutobi and stood on his right hand. Third. You can take it off already. There was a pop, and in the place of the brunette, an ash-haired guy in a mask appeared. It seemed that everyone's eyes in this room were about to fall out of their sockets. The Hokage chuckled at the reaction and hurried to explain everything to the foreigners. Third. Naruto followed my orders, becoming a member of the genin team, covering an important villager. During each, he reported everything he noticed, and also almost did not interfere with the exam process. The foreign jonin's eyes darted to the Anbu tattoo on his shoulder. It made his eyes water in horror. Bucky. G Chief Anbu. Naruto chuckled behind his mask at this reaction. The Hokage would have laughed, but he had to keep himself within the bounds of decency. The genin looked at the Hokage and then at Naruto with distrust. Naruto decided to speak up. Naruto. Hokage-sama, I understand everything, but why did you have to leave me for the selection round? After all, I could have appeared here as the sensei of my team, and not a false genin. Everyone started whispering in surprise. Third. Sorry Naruto, I had to. Naruto just nodded in agreement and then turned his head towards the sand jonin. He hesitated and didn't know what to ask. Naruto. Baki-san, you probably have a question for me. Baki flinched and looked at the Anbu with distrust. Baki. Yes, there is. Naruto-san, how old are you? Naruto hesitated a little and scratched the back of his head. Naruto. 13. Baki raised his eyebrows in surprise. The Hokage was laughing like crazy inside, but it was time to finish. Naruto calmly straightened up and winked at Temari, who was looking at him, causing her to blush. Many people watched this with their mouths open. Third. See you in a month. Naruto, come to me with a report. Naruto, hi. Everyone left, the foreigners went to the hotel, and the Konoha members went home, discussing the qualifying round. Chunin exams. Talking about the future. Commentary on Chunin exams. Talking about the future. Hi everyone. Some readers have already written that I have abandoned FF, but this is not true. It's just that I spend a lot of time at home now, so chapters will be published less frequently. Once every 2 to 3 days. Please forgive me for such a schedule, but it simply cannot be done any other way, and I'm sorry that I kept you in the dark. The chapter turned out to be not big, but the next chapter covers 2 notable events, which I led to in this chapter, and yes, write what Naruto will train Sasuke with, write comments, leave waiting, enjoy reading, thanks for your support. The next day. Naruto was heading to the Leaf Hospital. For the first time, he was not wearing an Anbu uniform, but rather civilian clothes. A regular black turtleneck, dark blue pants, and black shinobi boots. There was no mask or forehead protector. The eye with the Sharingan was open, but a blue lens was shining there. In this form, he strongly resembled the second and fourth. As he walked down the street, the ash-haired man thought about the pressing issues. Naruto, should I call her? What if she refuses? It's still worth a try, but I feel a little uneasy. I hope the residents don't ruin everything, or they might screw up the demon. Why am I having to do all this? Okay, now I need to go to Sasuke, he's probably awake, and then to her. Having reached the hospital, Naruto instantly found the right room. All the doctors looked at him with obvious disdain, but did not show hostility. He was the head of the special forces after all. But Naruto, while wearing a mask, had somewhat gotten out of the habit of it. Suppressing the desire to cast a couple of strong genjutsu, the shinobi walked to the right room. Sasuke looked out the window, enjoying the view of summer Konoha. The brunette did not react to the sound of the door sliding open, continuing to watch. Naruto calmly walked to the bed and put a small bag of fruit. Naruto, how are you? Sasuke slowly turned his head, pain visible in his eyes. Sasuke, not bad, Haku came recently. Naruto, Sasuke, I will really be looking for the seal to remove Orochimaru's mark, and that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. Sasuke looked at his sensei in confusion. Naruto, I have no right to force you, and you have the right to refuse me. I want you to leave the village after the exam, on my signal. Sasuke was in shock. He literally did not understand what his mentor and friend wanted from him. Sasuke, Naruto, but why? What about Haku? What am I going to tell her? Naruto looked at the brunette with a little regret. He himself didn't like this idea, but they didn't really have a choice. Naruto, sorry, but you're going to have to lie to her. Wait, don't get upset, I'll explain everything to you now. You have the cursed seal on you now. Orochimaru uses this sign to transfer his soul into the body of the bearer of that very seal. I read this in the scrolls of the third. So the problem is that one elder wants to, so to speak, recruit you. And believe me, the laws won't stop him, he'll drag you by force if necessary. That's why I want you to go to Orochimaru. His jutsu has one unpleasant feature for the bearer. The body weakens, and that's why I want you to kill him. He'll think that you're looking for strength to kill Itachi. Then you can return to the village. I'll try to do everything to find a way to remove the seal and not declare you a missing nin. And of course, I promise that not even a hair will fall on Haku. Sasuke sat and digested the information. How much had fallen on him? Sasuke, I agree. Naruto, okay, and yes, I was told you'll be discharged in 2 days, so get ready for training. You passed the 3rd stage, after all. Naruto smiled, and Sasuke's eyes lit up at the word training. Something hasn't changed. The ash-haired man headed for the exit. Naruto, get well soon. Sasuke just nodded absently, thinking about something. Naruto, closing the door behind him, went to another room. After walking a few meters, he stopped in indecision in front of the door. Pushing it aside with a decisive movement, he slipped into the room. The room was silent, broken only by the squeak of medical equipment. Another ash-haired shinobi was lying on the bed. The cloth mask did not cover his face, giving this role to an oxygen mask. The protector was still lowered over his left eye. Suddenly, a man in a cat mask appeared in front of Naruto. Cat. Naruto-sama, no one came into the room. Dog's condition has improved a little, but there are no significant changes. There is no news from Root, So far it's quiet. Naruto. Okay, cat, you're free to go. Cat. Hi. After that, the Anbu guy disappeared from sight, but Naruto knew that he remained on duty in the tree, watching every sneeze. Exhaling, Hatake approached the bed. Naruto. Hello, father. Sorry I haven't checked in for a while. The third stage is coming soon, Sasuke has passed, I'm happy for him. And yes, I'm going to ask a girl out on a date today. When you wake up, I'll definitely introduce you, she's wonderful. And you hurry up and get up, I miss you so much. Well, see you soon. Naruto shed a stingy tear, evaporating from the ward. Already walking down the street, he again noticed those hateful glances, but he didn't care. Now he was heading to the hotel with a very important matter for himself. Having asked the receptionist where the shinobi from Sand was staying, he went to the right room. Having found the door with the right number, he knocked. A few moments later the door opened, and Kankuro was peeking out through the crack. Kankuro. Who are you and what do you want? Naruto. Well, you could be more polite, and yes, Kankuro, it's not good to forget your friends. Kankuro looked at the face first, but when he saw the ash-colored hair, he swallowed. Kankuro. Sorry, Naruto-san, I'm just not used to seeing you without your mask. Naruto laughed, patting the puppeteer on the shoulder, which made him even more confused. Naruto. No san, I'm on business by the way. Call Temari, please. The ash-haired man smiled from ear to ear, and Kankuro noticed that Naruto didn't have a forehead protector. Kankuro nodded slightly and cautiously, disappearing from sight. A few seconds later, a surprised Temari approached the doorway. Kankuro told her that Naruto had arrived and was waiting for her at the door. Baki stared at the blonde in shock, Gaara simply chuckled, muttering something like, about time, and Temari blushed and trudged toward the exit. Temari stopped at the doorway, devouring Naruto with her eyes. In civilian clothes, without a mask and with both eyes, he looked damn attractive. Temari. Hello. Naruto also moved not far away from Temari, slowly undressing her with his gaze. After all, the creativity of the Toad Sannin was beneficial. Naruto. Hello, can I ask you something? Temari blushed, embarrassed, but nodded. Naruto caught his breath a little and continued. Naruto. Temari, will you go for a walk with me tomorrow? Temari froze in shock for a moment, thinking about everything that had been said above. Such a handsome guy, and also the head of Anbu, was inviting her for a walk, of course she agreed. Temari. Why yes. Is this a date? Both teenagers blushed deeply, but Naruto decided to answer. Naruto. Sure, if you want, let it be a date. After which he smiled the warmest and most sincere smile that he gave to almost no one. Temari, blushing, smiled too. Naruto. Well, I'm going, I'll pick you up tomorrow at 5. Temari. Yeah. Naruto was about to leave, but he was stopped by Temari's voice, who ran up to him, kissed him on the cheek, and then disappeared behind the door. Naruto froze in a stupor, processing and replaying this moment. His fingers touched his cheek, where her lips were, soft and sweet. Filled with joy, Naruto flew at breakneck speed to get ready for tomorrow's date. Now nothing touched him, neither the looks of passers-by, nor the fact that he was still hanging out with the third report. He told himself everything later. The Leaf Prince and the Sand Princess. Commentary on the Leaf Prince and the Sand Princess. Hi everyone, here is the new part. I hope it intrigued you. Write comments and gather those who are waiting. The next part is in 2 to 3 days. I am gathering inspiration and coming up with events and descriptions. Enjoy reading. The next morning. Naruto woke up early and did a light warm-up as usual. Well, not light. It was Guy who had put it together, so for a normal person it would have been the 7 circles of hell. After breakfast, he decided to drop by the residence, even though the third had given him the day off today. But he was a commander after all, so he needed to make sure that while he was on a date with Temari, Konoha wouldn't burn to hell. Especially since the third had said that today a whole team of newbies would be undergoing training at a training ground next to the residence. As a commander, he was obliged to be present. Quickly putting on his Anbu gear, Naruto flew out of the apartment like a bullet, pulling on his mask along the way. Meanwhile at the training ground, there were 5 people standing on the field. 4 of them were dressed in standard Anbu gear, and the 5th was none other than the Sandaime Hokage. 3 Anbu rookies, 16 years old, stood in front of the Hokage and a man of about 22 to 23 years old. All the operatives had their masks off. The three rookies, Snake, Puma, Eagle. I only indicated the masks for the sake of dialogue, they may not appear in the future plot. Author's note. Snake. Hokage-sama, what are we waiting for? Tiger. Calm down, Snake. We're waiting for an important person. Eagle. Did you warn him about this? Hokage. No, but he always drops by the residence in the morning, even if it's his day off. He doesn't trust anyone with his work. He'll be back soon. Literally finishing the sentence, Naruto appeared on the training ground. Naruto. Hello, Hokage-sama. Oh. Hello, Tenzo-senpai. Tenzo. Hello, Lee-san. Naruto. Ugh, how many times do I have to tell you, don't call me that. We're not on a mission. Are these newbies? The Hokage nodded and, after giving some orders, disappeared. Naruto took off his porcelain mask and looked at the newcomers. He wanted to look at them through the Sharingan, but he left that for later. Under his piercing gaze of cold ice, the trainees involuntarily shuddered. Naruto quickly identified everything he could and looked away, hearing a sigh of relief. Naruto. Senpai, I won't be long, I still have things planned for today. Tenzo. Okay. Naruto turned back to the newcomers. Naruto. So, I am Naruto Hatake, call sign Fox, currently the head of Anbu. All three of them stared at the ash-haired shinobi with bewildered eyes. He grinned, but the mask hid it. Puma. G-head. Naruto. What's wrong? 3. Nothing. Tenzo chuckled a little, he always liked Naruto. He could be intimidating with just one look, but if you were his friend, then you had a very strong ally. Naruto. So, your equipment is standard for our unit. Once you reach a certain level and experience, it can be slightly adjusted. For example, I am very good at using a katana, which is the standard weapon for any Anbu, but in addition to it, I also carry stilettos. Likewise, when you gain experience and fame, so to speak, you can choose a weapon to your liking. Now let's begin the internship itself. You will be trained by your captain, Tenzo, call sign Tiger. Tenzo nodded slightly, agreeing with the above. Naruto. After passing the Anbu Academy, you are under the command of an Anbu captain, who is under my command, therefore you also obey me. And of course, the Hokage. Now I will conduct a sparring match so that Tenzo and I can roughly assess your abilities, and understand what to develop further. First up is Snake. The operative winced, but without arguing, he walked out to the middle of the training ground. He stood opposite, waiting for his opponent. Snake. Who will be my opponent? He drew his katana, getting into a fighting stance. Naruto. Me. Naruto, under the surprised looks of the other two operatives, stood in front of Snake, taking out his stilettos from their sheaths. Tenzo called out to Naruto, to which he turned his head slightly. Tenzo, will you fight to the fullest? If so, maybe the boy should call a medic right away. Naruto. No, everything will be fine, I'll just look at him and that's all. Puma and Eagle looked at Naruto with fear, then at Tiger. Puma. How strong is Fox-sama, Captain? Tenzo. No one knows exactly how strong he is, but if he fought the third, I wouldn't be sure that the Hokage would win. The boys looked at the sparring in amazement. Naruto lifted his forehead protector, revealing his scar. Tenzo sighed loudly. Tenzo, just looking around, then. Eagle. What is he doing, senpai? Tenzo. You'll see. Naruto's eyes widened. Naruto. Sharingan. A red pupil with 3 tomo was spinning in the eye. The 3 newcomers forgot how to breathe in shock, because they saw the famous Sharingan, which is not in the Uchiha. Tenzo. Hajime. Naruto struck the stilettos at the neck at low speed, but the newcomer covered himself with a katana. Naruto grinned and began to strike from different sides, at about the same speed. The snake defended itself as best it could, but still received a couple of scratches. In close combat, the size of the katana acted more as a minus than an advantage, but the convenient stilettos were ideal for this. A couple of times the snake tried to counterattack, but the Sharingan noticed everything. All the slightest changes in muscles and tendons. The 3 observers admired the precision with which Naruto attacked. Tenzo knew what Naruto could do, but he never ceased to be amazed at his genius. The young man realized that he was inferior in close combat and abruptly broke the distance. Naruto stopped, waiting for his next move. He needed to know what he was capable of. He folded several seals. Snake. Kato. Great fireball. A large fireball flew out of the operative's mouth and flew at a fairly high speed towards the ash-haired ninja. Naruto, having made only one seal, placed his palms on the ground. Naruto. Doton. Wall of mud. A wall of dog heads emerged from the ground, completely blocking Naruto from the ball. The techniques met and a colorful explosion was heard, and a moment later a stiletto was placed at the snake's throat. Snake. How? Naruto. The fight is over. I'll tell you everything now. The opponents sheathed their weapons and approached the others. Tenzo looked a little surprised. The other newcomers looked at their superior with fear and great respect. Snake was the best in the Anbu Academy, and he defeated him so easily. Tenzo, this is the first time I can remember you using Doton. I'm pleasantly surprised. Naruto. Yeah, my father taught me a couple of techniques. You know that this is the only element where I have little success. Puma. You have 5 elements. Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and lowered his forehead protector. Naruto. Well, yes, but my main elements are Suton, Fuyuton, Raten. Tenzo. You forgot about Kato. Naruto. You know very well why I can do powerful Katen jutsu. Eagle. Why? Naruto. It's strange that you haven't heard. I am the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed demon fox. The 3 operatives stared at their commander in shock. He quickly explained. Naruto. My elements are Raten, Suton, Futon. I've been strong in them since I started training. After receiving the Sharingan, I also gained access to 2 more elements, but they were weak. But the Kyuubi chakra, which is now slightly mixed with mine, has a predisposition to Katen, which is why I'm capable of complex fire jutsu. I hope I explained it clearly. All 3 nodded their heads. They were a little uneasy being around the Jinchuriki, but they gradually calmed down as they looked at Tiger. Naruto. Okay, I'm going. I have an important event today that I need to prepare for. Naruto slowly headed towards the exit. But Tenzo called out to him. Tenzo. Are you going on a date? Naruto turned around slowly, still walking. Naruto. There's nothing I can hide from you. Tenzo laughed. Tenzo. Well, go, Prince of the Leaf and Princess of the Sand. Naruto blushed and smiled. Naruto. You know that too. Tenzo. Of course, I'm senpai. Ahaha. Come on, we have training. Naruto. Haha. Naruto turned around and ran home to prepare for such an important event. The 3 newcomers looked at the place where Naruto had just been. Puma. Tenzo-sensei, what did you mean when you said the Leaf Prince and the Sand Princess? Tenzo. Well, since you're Anbu, I think you should know. Naruto isn't actually Hatake, that's his adoptive father's last name. His real last name is Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto is the son of the Yondaime Hokage. Snake. What? Tenzo. It's common for the caged children to be called princes and princesses, just like the clans. Well, Naruto is the Prince of the Leaf, and also the head of the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans in Konoha. And the Princess of the Sand is the one he's taking on a date today. Temari no Sobaku, daughter of the Yondaime Kazekage. Well, we've gotten too chatty, time to train. 3. Hi. Naruto flew into the apartment like the wind. He needed to wash, have lunch, get dressed, and also needed to agree on a restaurant, and go get flowers. There was a lot to do. Pulling off his gear on the go, Naruto jumped into a cold shower, which calmed his nerves and mind. Coming out of the shower, he went to the kitchen. After grabbing a bite of yesterday's rice with meat, he began to get dressed. A dark blue shirt and black tapered trousers quickly fell on his body. Naruto decided to leave the mask on so that passersby wouldn't bother him and Temari. Taking off the protector, he put on a blue lens on his left eye. After combing his hair a little, he looked at himself in the mirror and saw the 4th there. Naruto shook his head, throwing off the vision. He looked no less, no more, luxurious. The dark clothes contrasted with his bright eyes and light hair. Pulling on his black shoes, he left the apartment, locking the door. Now he was heading to a restaurant near the residence. There was always a table prepared for him there. All that was left was to discuss some details. When he reached the restaurant, he spoke with the receptionist, who instantly recognized him. Now his way lay to the flower shop. For some reason, he remembered Ino and their flower shop. When he reached the Yamanaka boutique, he went inside. The room smelled of flowers and earth, and behind the counter stood an adult dark-haired woman. She turned at the sound of the bell. Ino's mother. Oh, Naruto-san, hello, is it the usual? Naruto. No, today is a different occasion. I need a bouquet of white lilies, beautifully packaged. Ino's mother. Wow, going on a date. The woman quickly began to assemble the bouquet. The Yamanaka were professionals at this. They could hack your brain and sell you a gorgeous bouquet. Naruto nodded in response to the question. Having finished her work, the woman handed the bouquet to the young man and smiled kindly. Mother Ino, here is a bouquet of white lilies. Someone will be very lucky today. Naruto smiled with his eyes and paid for the flowers. Having said goodbye to Ino's mother, the shinobi left the store. It was almost 5 and all that was left was to get to the hotel. Fortunately it was not far away. Having gone up to the right room, he slowly knocked, hiding the bouquet behind his back. The door opened slightly, and Kankuro's head without makeup appeared there. Noticing Naruto, he disappeared behind the door, after which the door opened and she came out. The Sand Princess and the Leaf Prince. Commentary on the Sand Princess and the Leaf Prince. Hi everyone, here comes the new part. Write comments and call the waiting ones. Enjoy reading. Temari's day had started terribly. After sleeping almost 2 hours too long, she ran into the bathroom screaming, knocking Kankuro down before she did. Kankuro, crazy. Temari, I hear everything. The puppeteer hurried out of the room to avoid being run over by the blonde, who was hot with nerves. Temari was already enjoying a cool shower, which calmed her down a little. She had one more thing to do before the date. Coming out of the shower, she went to the kitchen, where breakfast was already ready. After the meal, the girl dressed in a light purple kimono, and putting the Suna protector on her neck, hurried out into the street. Walking along the streets of the already awakened Konoha, Temari often noticed the predatory looks of some shinobi. One even tried to approach the beast of the sand, for which he received a punch in the nose for not respecting personal space. Temari, not for you, Bloom. After this incident, there were fewer people wanting to hit on the blonde. A little before reaching the right building, she noticed a couple of brunettes, a guy and a girl. They were calmly walking down the middle of the street, holding hands. Temari looked at the brunette, surprised to recognize him as one of Naruto's team. Temari, what's his name? And Sasuke, for sure. Then she looked at the Uchiha's companion. A beautiful girl with long dark hair and marble skin. But Temari was attracted not only by this. The brunette was wearing a light green vest, which was given to Chunin. Temari, that's weird. I'll have to ask Naruto. Turning around, she finally reached her destination. The sign read, Konoha's Great Library. Entering the cool room, she approached the desk where a man of about 50 years old stood. Aiko, welcome to the library. Allow me to introduce myself, Aiko, librarian. Temari smiled pleasantly. She liked this man, he was kind and not grumpy like the old librarian from Suna. Oh, how she hated that old woman. Temari, hello, Aiko-san. My name is Temari. I would like to read the book, History of the Konoha Clans, if there is one. Aiko leaned over the notebook, turning over one sheet after another. After finding all the information, he put the notebook aside and turned to the blonde. Aiko, sorry, Temari-chan, the last copy was taken away recently. This book is quite popular at the academy. Temari hung her head. The man looked at her with regret, but then decided to do something. Aiko, I see you're from the sand. Ask, which clan do you want to know about? It's probably not just for nothing that you wanted to read about the Leaf clans. I'll be happy to answer. I've read this book many times myself. The green eyes sparkled with hope and happiness. Temari smiled. She was pleased that a person from another village was helping her like this. Temari, thank you, Aiko-san. I would like to know about the Hatake clan, if such a thing exists. Aiko thought, putting his hand to his chin. Remembering everything he had heard and read about this small and unpopular clan among the youth, he looked at Temari, who was waiting for his answer like manna from heaven. Aiko, of course it exists, but there is little information, since the clan is small and not nearly as famous as, for example, the Uchiha or Hyuga. I think you are not too interested in the ancient history of this clan, so I will start closer to our time. Temari listened with bated breath and absorbed every bit of information about Naruto and his clan. Aiko continued. Aiko, during the Second Shinobi World War, there was one member of the clan who was famous in many parts of our world. Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang of the Hidden Leaf. This shinobi was equal in strength and fame to the 3 legendary Sannin. He had a distinctive feature, his ash-white hair. But soon, tragedy struck. Tsukumo failed to complete an important task, saving his comrades. Later, because of his failure, he began to be despised in the village and respect disappeared. Unable to withstand the stress, He committed suicide. His only son, Kakashi Hatake, lost his father at an early age. He was one of the geniuses of Konoha. He earned the title of Genin at 5 years old, took Chunin already at 6, and was given Jonin at 13. He was a student of the 4th Hokage. Having found himself in the fields of the Third World, he quickly established himself as a very strong shinobi. The 13-year-old boy was already a head taller than many adult Jonin. As far as I know, it was there, in the war, that he received his famous Sharingan, the Kekkei Genkai of the Uchiha clan. After the war, Kakashi was recognized throughout the world and received the nickname Copy Ninja or Sharingan Kakashi. It is believed that he copied over 1,000 jutsu, and he is also the owner of the most powerful rasen in the village. Much personal information is hidden, since he served in Anbu for some of his life, being a captain. At the moment, the clan has only 2 members, Kakashi Hatake and his son, Naruto. At the mention of the guy's name, Temari became eager to know more about him. Aiko. So, the last member of the Naruto Hatake clan. He is now 13 years old, he has not taken Genin and Chunin, he was appointed Jonin at 8, at 9 he received the title of Elite Jonin. There is too much secret information associated with him, since he is the head of Anbu, and not only for this reason. By the way, he always comes to me. Previously, however, until about 8 years old, he was blonde, but then his hair turned white. He explained this by a mistake in jutsu. Temari absorbed every bit of information about Naruto, and then decided to ask a little more questions. Temari. And his scar on his eye. Aiko. And what about the scar? It's a sad story. On his 5th birthday he was beaten by our shinobi, and that's how he got that memorable scar. He always jokes that he's like his father in everything. But it's true, it's hard to confuse them. Temari listened to the story with bated breath, once again realizing what bastards people were. Aiko. True, there are rumors that he was adopted by Hatake Sr., and not his biological son, but this fact has not been confirmed by anyone. Visually, they're difficult to distinguish from each other, but anything can happen. Well, basically, that's all the available information and even a little more. Temari. Thank you very much, Aiko-san. Temari bowed and left the library. Aiko looked after her and went back to work. Walking down the street, Temari compared everything she knew about the blue-eyed blonde before going to the library and the information Aiko told her. She already knew that Naruto was a very strong shinobi, somewhere on the cage level, and this scared her and at the same time captivated her. She had heard a little about Kakashi and was surprised that he was Naruto's father. Looking at the sun, she realized that it was time to start preparing for the date. She really wanted to impress Naruto. She remembered how he looked at her then at the room. She wanted it to last forever, and she also really wanted a continuation of what Naruto was hiding behind that look. Having gone up to the room, she rinsed herself off and, running out of the bath in one towel under the surprised look of Baki and the indifferent Gaara, went to her room. Having opened the closet, she began to look for what to wear. In the end, she chose a light purple dress. She decided to change her hair a little, making 2 tails instead of 4. Putting on her sandals, she ran into the room and looked at the clock. It was almost 5. Naruto was supposed to arrive soon. To somehow calm her raging nerves, she hit Kankuro, who had just come out of the shower. The puppeteer gasped and grabbed his head. Kankuro. For what? Temari. For the morning. There was a knock at the door. Kankuro hurried to open the door to avoid another reprisal from his sister. Returning to the room, he nodded towards the exit, and Temari scurried to the door. Opening the door, she froze. Standing in front of her was he. First date. Comment on first date. Oops, you weren't expecting it. But it's me, I decided to release another part. Since I wrote it, so I decided not to drag it out, especially since the 2 previous parts, you could say, were filler, so here you go. Leave comments and waiters, enjoy reading. Naruto and Temari. You are beautiful. In an instant, both were already the color of Kushina's hair, and Kankuro was quietly laughing around the corner, not daring to stick his head out, so as not to get hit by both. Naruto froze in mute amazement, and if it weren't for the mask, his jaw could have been searched for several kilometers under the village. Temari had already given into the impulse with all her might and was undressing the ash-haired shinobi with her eyes, blushing at the same time from her own thoughts visiting her far from childish head. Naruto was the first to recover from the shock. The control of emotions in Anbu made itself felt. Naruto. Well, shall we go? Temari blinked a couple of times, as if she couldn't believe that all this was really happening to her. But no, the blonde hadn't disappeared. She was slowly coming to her senses. Temari. Oh, yes, of course. Naruto. Take them, put them in a vase so you don't have to carry them around on walks. He handed her the bouquet, his hand shaking slightly. The blonde, seeing such beauty, opened her mouth in amazement, but took the bouquet, inhaling the scent of lilies along the way. Temari. Thank you so much, they are so beautiful. Wait a minute, please. Naruto nodded, letting her go to the room. Entering the room, Temari ran into Baki's uncomprehending gaze, but when he saw the bouquet, his eyes widened to the limits of what was possible. Temari giggled, quickly found a vase and put the flowers in it, after which she ran out under the still shocked gaze of the Sand Jonin. Temari. Well, let's go. Naruto. Haha. Taking her hand, they headed for the exit of the hotel. Walking along the busy street, many people paid attention to them. Girls stared at the guy whose face was hidden by a mask, but his shirt did not hide his pumped-up body. The guys were assessing Temari's interesting places in their opinion, to which they received a murderous look from cold blue eyes. The female audience was already trying to hide from Temari. Naruto. I suggest we go to a less crowded place. Temari. I agree, but where to? Naruto leaned right up to Temari's ear and lightly bit her earlobe, switching to a whisper. Temari melted into bliss, his actions, his voice turned her on more than anything. Naruto. Surprise. Raten. Flight of the Thunder God. There was a clap of thunder and the pair disappeared in a white flash. They appeared on the bank of the river. Temari looked around in surprise. Naruto stood nearby, pleased with the effect. Temari. Wow, was that Yondaim's technique? Naruto nodded, confirming her words. Temari. Where are we exactly? Naruto laughed weakly. Temari looked at the boy in surprise, trying to figure out what made him so happy. Naruto. It's strange that you didn't recognize the famous 44th training ground. Temari. Are we in the Forest of Death? Naruto nodded again, to which Temari looked at him a little scared. She had enough of being in this place during the second stage of the Chunin exams, and he brought her here on a date. Naruto, seeing the girl's state, hurried to calm her down. Naruto. Don't be afraid, you're with me, especially since I know my way around this forest very well, since I spent a lot of time in it as a child. This is the most beautiful forest in Konoha. Temari looked back and saw a beautiful view. A wide river with a couple of islands visible in the distance. The sun was already slowly setting, giving the landscape its own special touch. The blonde looked at the beach and the pond with admiration, and Naruto admired the girl. Her mouth was slightly open, her lips glistened in the sun, her slightly tanned skin shimmered in the light, and her eyes sparkled with malachite colors. Naruto hugged the girl, putting his hand on her waist. Naruto. Do you like it? Temari looked into his eyes and drowned in their endless blue. She pressed herself against him, continuing to drown in the blue pools. Temari. Very. They stood there enjoying the silence and each other's company, but the idyll was broken by a rustling in the nearby bushes. Naruto's sense of danger howled. Temari was instantly covered by her back, and the well-hidden stiletto appeared in the palm of her hand in the blink of an eye. Naruto. Come out. Naruto prepared to attack, but felt a familiar chakra. A small fox jumped out of the bushes. Without saying anything, he put away the stiletto, descending into the subconscious for a second. Naruto. Kurama, Juubi is under your nose, what are you doing here? Kurama. You let me out for a walk yourself, why are you yelling? Naruto. You ruined such a moment, Rikido damn you, you knew perfectly well that I would be here with her. So why did you show up? Kurama. Okay, I'm leaving now. Naruto. No way, you flea-bitten fur coat, you'll work it off to me in full, my beloved pet fox. Kurama. Ah, can't I show you my bald head? I won't be your puppy. Naruto. Nope, come on, oh great and terrible Kyubi no Yoko, or do you want to feel the taste of the rasengan on your own skin? Kurama. Ah, well okay, first and last time. Naruto. Thanks for that. Naruto emerged from his subconscious and beckoned the fox with his hand. He, baring his teeth a little, approached the couple. Temari looked at the animal with distrust, which did not escape the gaze of blue eyes. Naruto. Don't be afraid, we've been friends for a long time, he won't touch you, right Ku? Temari watched in disbelief as Naruto walked up to the fox and began scratching him behind the ear, to which he responded with a grateful purr. Naruto, go pet him. Temari nodded and cautiously approached the fox. Seeing that he was not showing any hostility, the girl calmed down and began to slowly stroke his muzzle, sometimes moving to his ear. At the first touch, the fox moved away a little, baring his teeth, but eventually succumbed to the caress and purred happily. Naruto watched this picture with a smile under his mask. Naruto, he liked you. Temari smiled tenderly, continuing to pet Kurama. Temari, I liked him too. Naruto smiled with his eyes and looked at his watch. His eyes widened in surprise, but he controlled himself. Naruto, well, it's time for you to go to the forest, and it's time for us to return to the village. The fox nodded slightly, as if in agreement, and trudged back into the forest, disappearing into the bushes. Temari, smart. Naruto, sometimes it's too. Temari didn't pay attention to the last phrase. Naruto, coming out of his peculiar trance, picked up the blonde in his arms, causing her to scream. Temari, what's wrong? Naruto, are you hungry? He was more than calm on the outside, but inside he was a seething volcano. Temari nodded, embarrassed. Naruto smiled again with his eyes, after which there was a clap of thunder, and a white flash lit up the forest for a moment. The couple appeared right in front of the restaurant where the table was reserved. Naruto put Temari down, who with some regret tore her hands away from his neck. Taking her hand, the guy hurried inside, leading the girl behind him. Temari, Naruto, it's probably expensive here, the residence is right next door. Naruto laughed, making the girl feel a little stupid. Naruto, have you forgotten what I do for a living? Temari smiled shyly, to which Naruto only hugged the girl. Leaning towards her, he whispered. Naruto, for you, I wouldn't mind giving up half the world. He bit her earlobe. Temari blushed and bit her lip, barely holding back the blissful moan that was bursting from her chest. Naruto grinned. Suddenly, the receptionist approached them. Admiral, hello, Naruto-san, Temari-san, please follow me. Naruto nodded, leading the embarrassed blonde behind him. Having reached the right place, Temari sighed in admiration. The table was located away from the main hall on the veranda, opening up a good view of the evening Konoha. Other visitors were unlikely to be able to interfere with the enjoyment of privacy. On the table there were candles, a bottle of, probably, expensive wine, cutlery and a couple of skillfully made glasses. Naruto gallantly pulled out a chair, inviting Temari to sit down. She happily sat down on the chair, looking around. It was clear from her that she was a little nervous. Naruto, on the contrary, was calm. Having sat down, he gave her the menu and took his own. A few minutes later, a waiter came up to them and, having taken the order, left, leaving the couple alone. Temari, Naruto, who had been looking at the view until then, turned his head. Temari blushed, but exhaled and continued. Temari, thank you so much, I had such a good time, I really appreciate it. Naruto, you're welcome, but the evening isn't over yet, I have one more thing on my agenda that needs to be completed. After which he winked conspiratorially. Temari blushed and smiled the sweetest smile she could. She enjoyed spending time with the ash-haired ninja so much that she already wanted this date to never end. They quietly talked about various abstract topics. Temari told her what her childhood was like in Suna, how she entered the local academy, how boys ran after her. Then food was brought and the conversation died down for a couple of minutes. Naruto took off his mask, showing his handsome face. The blonde really wanted to know why such a handsome guy wore a mask and what those stripes on his cheeks were that gave his face a fox-like expression. For a while, she even forgot about food, peering into every feature, cheekbone, muscle of his face. Naruto grinned and quietly brought Temari back to reality. After finishing dinner, Naruto paid and, putting on his mask, pulled Temari to the exit. They chatted about everything again. Temari even remembered to ask about Sasuke and told him what she saw today at the library. Naruto laughed and, in a rather playful manner, threatened Sasuke with reprisal for running away from the hospital before being discharged. He also told him about the mission in the land of waves and Haku, how they met, etc. Having already reached the residence, he stopped. Temari froze and looked at him with incomprehension. Naruto smiled with his eyes. Naruto, I have one more surprise left. After which he abruptly picked up the surprised girl and galloped at great speed to the Hokage rock. Having arrived, they climbed onto the head of the fourth Hokage. Temari pressed herself against the blonde's chest, inhaling his scent, flying away into oblivion. Naruto gently put Temari on the ground and, taking her hand, led her to the edge. The girl looked at the view that opened up and was stunned. Konoha at night was beautiful. The lights of the houses shone brightly like stars in the night sky against the background of the night forest. Temari. Naruto, this is wonderful. Naruto put his arm around her waist and she laid her head on his shoulder, enjoying the picture. Naruto. I know, everything is for you. Temari smiled blissfully, absorbing his warmth that penetrated her mind, soul and heart. Naruto, for the first time in his life, felt that he was needed by someone other than his father. The silence was pleasant for both. The wind only occasionally disturbed the blissful peace of two lovers. But the moment is not eternal and it was time to end this beautiful date. Naruto. I think it's time. Temari looked at him with regret, but nodded. Naruto picked up the girl and headed towards the hotel. When they reached the room, they stopped. Temari. Naruto, it was just a wonderful date, thank you so much. Naruto. I'm glad you enjoyed it, I enjoyed spending time with you too. I would invite you again, but I'm leaving the village before the exam to train with Sasuke. Temari smiled sadly. Temari. Promise me this isn't our last date. Naruto. I promise. Temari. Well, if so. She slowly removed the mask, revealing the blonde's face. A second later, his lips covered hers. It was a gentle, sensual kiss. The couple kissed for another 5 minutes until Kankuro came out of the room. Kankuro. Oh, I'm sorry. He instantly flew back into the room, fearing his sister's wrath. Temari, giving Naruto another barely perceptible kiss, watched as he, waving his hand at her, disappeared into the whirlpool. Entering the room, the entire hotel heard. Temari. Kankuro. Well hello, Godfather. Comment to well hello, Godfather. Hi, here I am, I'm getting carried away, write comments and leave a weight, and like if you like it, of course, enjoy reading. The next day. Naruto woke up in a good mood. His date with Temari yesterday charged him with positive emotions for the whole day. Getting out of bed and going to the bathroom, the blonde thought about work in the residence and Sasuke's training. Standing under the cool water, he finally woke up and already cheerful and ready, changed his clothes and went to the Hokage. Entering the office through the window, he stood in the usual pose for Anbu, kneeling, waiting for orders. The third exhaled a cloud of smoke and looked up. Third. Ah, Fox, it's you. I think your task as sensei is clear. Naruto. Hey, Hokage-sama. Third. Also try to come back a few days earlier than planned. I have a feeling that your help may be needed, and don't take your eyes off the Uchiha. Naruto. Accepted, Hokage-sama. Am I free to go? Third. Yes, you can go. Naruto. Hi. Naruto disappeared in the blink of an eye, finding himself near the house of the head of the Uchiha clan. He approached the door and knocked measuredly. Active digging was heard behind the door, and a few seconds later Sasuke appeared in the doorway with a hastily put on robe. On his neck, Naruto could count 3 red hickeys off the top of his head, apparently recently put. Naruto tactfully coughed and turned away while Sasuke adjusted his robe. You could read from Sasuke's face that he was now angry as never before. Naruto turned around, just in time to see Haku appear from behind Sasuke, dressed in his t-shirt, which was too big for her. Naruto, with all his self-control, tried not to look at the girl, and the temptation was, oh how great. Sasuke grinned and looked at him with a look that said, if you didn't come with important information, then you're finished. Naruto, realizing the seriousness of his intentions, hastened to explain. Naruto, good morning, sorry to disturb you from your, important matters. Sasuke, get ready, we're leaving tonight. The third has changed the dates of our expedition, we'll have to return earlier. Sasuke, got it, I'll be ready by evening. Naruto, great, then at 9 p.m., at the main gate. Sasuke nodded. Haku looked at him with a little regret, she hoped to spend one more day with him before he left with Naruto. Naruto disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves, leaving the couple alone. Naruto appeared at his house, he hadn't even had breakfast, and he had a lot of work to do. After a quick bite, the blonde headed back to the residence at full speed. Unfortunately, no one was going to fill out the reports for him. Naruto fiddled with the paperwork until 5, taking a short break for lunch. Finally finished, he decided to give himself a little slack, heading to the local hot springs. He had been driving himself too hard lately. He needed to rest, That was how he soothed his conscience, plunging into the hot water. Naruto. Oh, how good. It's been a while since I've been to the springs, just missions and missions, and then that damn snake. Cough. I'm so sick of it. Having completely relaxed, Naruto did not notice the presence of another shinobi. But an unexpected splash of water made him open his eyes and look at his neighbor. It turned out to be a middle-aged man with long white hair, dressed in a red haori. There was a huge scroll hanging on the stranger's back. Naruto blinked a couple of times, driving away the sleep that had come over him. Getting out of the bath, the ash-haired man wrapped himself in a towel and slowly approached the shinobi. Naruto was without a protector and mask, but the lower part of his face was covered with a towel. His left eye simply remained closed. Hatake quietly touched the white-haired man on the shoulder, to which he slightly jumped in surprise and turned to Naruto. Naruto. Hello, Jiraiya-san. Are you collecting material for a new book? I'm really looking forward to it. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with disbelief and rubbed his eyes a couple of times. Jiraiya. Kakashi. Naruto laughed softly, which made the Toad-san even more confused. Naruto. No, of course I knew that my father and I were very similar, but you should have been able to tell the difference. Jiraiya was stunned by this statement, but quickly came to his senses and moved away from Naruto a little, tensing up. Jiraiya. Kakashi doesn't have a son. Tell me who you are, or you'll regret it. Naruto. Are you sure you want to fight me? Turning his body slightly, Naruto showed off the tattoo that proved his rank. Jiraiya, seeing the tattoo, almost let out a few affectionate words. Jiraiya. Are you the head of Anbu? Naruto. That's right, and I'm also Kakashi Hatake's adopted son. I might as well recognize my godson. Jiraiya. Naruto. Naruto bowed pompously. Then he looked at Jiraiya, who was whiter than chalk. Naruto. Naruto Hatake, former Uzumaki Namikaze, nice to meet you, godfather. Jiraiya shed a tear, and a moment later Naruto found himself in a bear hug from his godfather. Jiraiya. Oh Kami, is it really you? Naruto hugged the man back, patting him on the back. Naruto. Yes, I do, of course. Jiraiya. Forgive me, I had no choice. The elders ordered me, Tsunade, and Mikoto not to take a step towards you. Naruto. I am well informed about everything. I am the head of the special forces after all. Naruto smiled through the towel. Jiraiya released his hands and took a few steps back, examining the boy. Jiraiya. You should be around 13 right now, but you look like you're 16 to 18. Naruto. The summoning world is quite an interesting thing. Jiraiya. You have a summon. Naruto. Of course, Ninken, like dad's. Jiraiya. But your father's summoning was toads. Naruto. I was talking about Kakashi. He became a father to me when I was 5. Before that, I lived in an orphanage. Incidentally, I lost my eye around the same time, and that's when my dad found me. Jiraiya. Can you show me your eye? Naruto. Of course I can. He opened his left eye, looking at Jiraiya. The latter, seeing the 3-volume Sharingan, involuntarily tensed up. Naruto closed his eye, slightly happy about this effect. Jiraiya. But from where? Naruto. From a friend. Sorry, I don't like to remember this. Jiraiya. Of course. Naruto. Wait for me at the entrance, I'll just change. Naruto went to the locker room and Jiraiya went to the entrance of the hot springs. Jiraiya. He's so much like you, Minato. He looked at the sky. Then someone touched his shoulder. He turned around and saw the ash-haired man in an Anbu uniform. Jiraiya still couldn't believe that his godson had risen to the rank of head of Anbu. He was only 13. He was very impatient to find out Naruto's level of strength, but something told him that the ash-haired man was about the same level as his father. They set off along the main street of Konoha, discussing all the important matters that had accumulated over 13 years. The sun was setting and Naruto had to get ready to leave the village, but suddenly he felt a surge of chakra. Having warned his godfather to go to the Hokage, Naruto ran at high speed to the source. Having reached it, he saw how the sand Jonin struck Hayate, and he fell on the roof. The Jonin disappeared, and Naruto ran to Gekko. He had a wound in the liver area. Naruto, gathering maximum concentration, made seals. Naruto, Suiten, healing. The water, taken straight from the air, began to glow blue and landed directly on the operative's wound. Gekko, sand, cough, betrayed, cough, sound with, cough cough, in alliance. Naruto, hold on, Hayat, Yuga will rip my head off if something happens to you. Naruto made a concentration seal, bringing his hand to the tattoo. Naruto. Attention everyone, medical team to the roof of building 45 on Hokage Street. Lev is injured, preliminary data suggests liver damage. First aid provided. I will personally inform the Hokage about the incident, do nothing without my knowledge. A couple of minutes later, a couple of medics arrived on the roof accompanied by a group of Anbu. The medics immediately began treating the wounded man, and Naruto retreated from Hayat, heading towards the Hokage, giving orders along the way. A clap of thunder was heard and the Jinchuriki disappeared in a white flash. The third was filling out paperwork at that moment and, hearing a clap of thunder, raised his head. Third. Did you want something, Fox? Naruto. Jonan Sand, according to Baki's preliminary data, fought on the roof with Gecko Hayat. Lev is wounded, but he will live. All he managed to tell me was, Sand betrayed, Sand is in alliance with him. As far as I remember, Hayat had a mission to keep an eye on Kabuto Yakushi. The third looked at Naruto carefully, thinking about what was said. Third. I think we should wait until Lev recovers. He will tell us everything. Naruto. I agree, I also think we should hold off on investigating until I get back. I think Orochimaru is involved in this. Third. Okay, I won't take any overt action until you return. Naruto. Hey, Hokage-sama. Naruto disappeared into the Shunshin, appearing at his home, where a scroll with all the necessary things was already lying. Quickly throwing the scroll into a travel bag, the ash-haired man went to the village gate. Two brunettes were standing at the gate and were chatting pleasantly about something. Naruto jumped down next to them. Naruto. Sorry for being late, an unexpected situation, actually too. Alright, are you ready? Sasuke nodded and turned back to Haku, who immediately grabbed his lips with hers, as if kissing her beloved in reserve. Haku. Don't look at other girls, do you understand me? Sasuke. Got it loud and clear. Naruto. It's okay, I'll keep an eye on him, Haku. See you in 3 weeks. Naruto walked over to Izumo and Kotetsu, giving them orders. Sasuke blew a kiss and went after Naruto. The two shinobi left the village and headed towards the nearby mountains. Haku watched them for a long time, wiping away a single tear. On different sides of the barricades. Commentary on different sides of the barricades. Here's a little snack before the main event. I tried to write the moment in the alley quite well, but I have zero experience in this, so decide, comments, waiting, likes, waiting, enjoy reading. There were two guys standing at the gate. One with ash blonde hair and the other with black. Naruto. Sasuke, now you're going home quietly. You're only leaving when you need something, like buying groceries. Try not to be seen by anyone and tell Haku everything. Sasuke. Got it, Ni-san. Naruto. Go. Sasuke disappeared into the Shunshin. And Naruto looked at the Hokage rock. He had to do something for which he reproached himself and would reproach himself. There was a clap of thunder, and the Jinchuriki disappeared in a white flash. Naruto appeared at his home, looked at the calendar and sighed. No matter how hard they tried to arrive earlier, they only had 1 day left. Tomorrow everything would be decided. Naruto also needed to visit the third and get information from Hayat. But first, he needed to find one person. Sitting in the lotus position, the operative tuned into the chakra and began to search for its source throughout the village. Naruto found it. Having disappeared from the apartment, he found himself near the residence. Looking in the approximate direction, he found the target. Naruto. The main thing is to calm down. First comes the service, then feelings. Naruto, jumping from roof to roof, got closer. Taking out a seal from his pouch, he attached it to his left foot. He looked sadly at the girl, who had just entered a deserted alley. Naruto. Forgive me. A minute before that, Temari decided to take a walk before the exam and calm her nerves. Baki said that they might have already been spotted, but the Anbu hadn't caught them yet, and that was alarming. Entering the alley, the blonde felt someone's presence. She had already pulled out her fan, when it flew to the side, being knocked out of her hands. Suddenly, someone's hand twisted her wrists and a moment later Temari was pressed against the wall. Everything happened too fast. Temari opened her eyes and saw a shock of ash-colored hair and a burning blue eye. Temari. Naruto. Naruto made a grab, pressing the girl against the wall and spread her legs, reducing the resistance. He carefully tried to suppress all emotions, because first of all he was a Konoha ninja. Temari looked into his blue eye, but did not see what she wanted there. In the icy gaze of the blue pool there was no warmth and care with which he looked at her before. Naruto leaned closer to her face, saturating the seal on her leg with chakra. A second later, black symbols began to creep from the leg, creating a transparent barrier around the couple. Temari, what are you doing? She felt betrayed, some unpleasant feeling was spreading in her chest, poisoning every cell of her soul. Naruto waited until the barrier was fully installed. Naruto, what is Suna planning? Temari. What? Temari couldn't help but shrink under Naruto's gaze. She was shaking a little, she didn't want to think that this was real. Naruto. I don't like to repeat myself. But I'll repeat myself anyway. What is Sand planning? Temari flinched at the cold tone of his tenor and looked down. Naruto continued to glare at the girl, and had already apologized to her 1,000 times for doing this. Temari. Orochimaru recently came to our village. Naruto tensed at the name of the legendary Sannin. Temari continued, trembling. Temari. We wanted to attack him, but he requested an audience with the Kazekage. After their conversation, father began preparing an army to invade the leaf. We should have Sound's support. There are several spies from Oto in the village. She lowered her head, still shaking slightly. Naruto digested the information. Naruto. And Gaara was brought here to destroy the leaf with his Bayu. Temari. Yes. Naruto. Exo. He turned away a little, he didn't like what he heard, and now his brain was trying to find an option where casualties would be minimized. Temari. Now answer my question. Why you? Why you? Naruto's heart skipped a beat. But he pulled himself together. Naruto. Would you like to be interrogated by Morino Ibiki? Temari shook her head once and raised her malachite eyes to him, meeting the eye of the color of sky and ice. She so wanted all this not to happen, for someone to come up and say that it was just an illusion, but unfortunately for both of them, it was reality. A reality where two loving people remained on different sides of the barricades. Their faces were separated by only a pitiful couple of centimeters. Temari. Naruto. And he broke away, her hands instantly pulled down the mask and a second later they merged in a hot kiss, necessary for both of them. Temari put her hands on his neck, enticing him further and further. Naruto lowered his hands to her thin waist, running them along her back, which caused her a herd of goosebumps. They both gave in to their feelings and did not care at all that tomorrow they would be enemies. Only this moment was important for them. Temari's fingers dug into his hair. Naruto lowered his hands lower and squeezed the girl's elastic buttocks, which caused a blissful moan. He immediately took advantage of this, seizing the initiative in the kiss. His tongue penetrated the girl's mouth, running along the palate, teeth, massaging her tongue. His hands needed the lower 90, and the girl responded to his touch with sweet moans. Naruto suddenly felt that Temari was a bit low, so he easily lifted her by the hips, and she, without missing a beat, wrapped her legs around his back. Some part of his brain was telling him to stop, but neither he nor she listened to the voice of reason. The hem of Temari's kimono rose above her hips, revealing a view of the blonde's beautiful slender legs, which Naruto took advantage of by putting his hands there. Temari was floating in pleasure from his touch. His fingers burned, turned on, calmed and shocked. Naruto squeezed, stroked, tearing moans and sighs from Temari's lips, while silencing her in the only possible way, with a kiss. But the rational part of his brain was already screaming at him to stop, and Naruto reluctantly, with a huge hole in his heart, broke the kiss. Temari looked into his eyes with confusion and disappointment and understood everything. He lowered her to the ground and took a couple of steps away. The girl approached the exit from the alley. There were tears in her eyes, ready to flow at any second. Naruto stared at the sand with an unseeing gaze. He sent a huge amount of chakra into his left leg, the seal, unable to withstand it, burned out. The shinobi raised his gaze full of guilt and sadness to the girl, meeting exactly the same one. Temari. Good night. She ran out of the alley, brushing away the tears that had spilled. Naruto stood alone and whispered into the void, as if he knew he would be heard. Naruto. Goodbye, Sobu no Temari. He punched the wall in frustration. Cracks appeared on the cement, creating a decent dent. Naruto pulled the mask over his face. It hurt a lot. Naruto. Just get me, you damn snake, I'll twist you into a rasengan. There was a clap of thunder and the ash-haired man disappeared in a white flash. Chunin exams. Third stage and the Yondaim's legacy. Commentary on Chunin exams. Third stage and the Yondaim's legacy. Here comes the sale. Everything is as usual. Comments, waiters, type in, enjoy reading. The next day. Naruto woke up early and went to the bathroom with a stony face. He hadn't slept well. All night he had been tormented by nightmares of all sorts. Kurama was silent, realizing that his friend was feeling very bad. Yesterday's meeting with Temari had left its mark. He was mentally exhausted, but there was nothing he could do. Today was the finals, and he was the examiner, so he needed to get all unnecessary thoughts out of his head. A cold shower helped a little. Naruto left the bathroom and went to the mirror in the hallway. He looked at his reflection, throwing off the small henge that had been placed on his hair. His hair was disheveled, two tails framed his face, and the rest of his hair stuck out in different directions. Naruto grinned. Now his hair almost repeated the Yondaim's hair. The guy got dressed quickly. A black shinobi jacket, over which lay a Tokubutsu Jonin vest, black pants and shinobi sandals. Tying the forehead protector on his forehead, he straightened the two ponytails on the sides of his face. Covering his left eye with the protector, Naruto opened the closet and began rummaging through it. Finally, after half an hour of searching, he found a dusty box. Opening it, Naruto froze. On top of the other things was a photograph. It depicted a blonde man hugging a red-haired woman who was holding her stomach. Naruto. Mom, Dad. The guy carefully pulled out the photo and put it aside. After rummaging around in the box for a bit, he pulled out a white package. Putting all the things back into the box, Naruto put it back in the closet. With a careful movement, he unwrapped the package, pulling out a white cloak with a red flame on the hem. After quickly examining it, he read the kanji on the back of the cloak. Naruto. 4th generation fire shadow. You will be proud of me, father. Naruto threw his cloak over himself and went to the mirror one last time, examining his appearance. A single tear rolled down his stripes, but he quickly brushed it away and disappeared in a white flash of lightning. The arena was noisy. Sakura looked around, looking for familiar faces. There was Sasuke standing in the waiting room. But Naruto was nowhere to be seen. The third looked around the entire arena and the spectators with a calm gaze. All the shinobi of Chunin rank and above were tense and examining every inch of land. The third grinned and looked at the Kazekage sitting next to him. He was waiting for the start of the third stage with universal calm. The spectators were talking among themselves, arguing which of the newcomers would pass the exam. Most were betting on Neji Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha, since both were known as geniuses of their generation. The Jonins stood tensely nearby, also talking. Asuma, Shikamaru, Sasuke, and Neji might pass. They look more respectable than the others. Kurenai. Well, Sasuke and Neji are understandable. Both are from legendary clans. The first was trained by Naruto himself, and the second has long been known as a genius of the Hyuga clan. But what does Shikamaru have to do with it? He didn't show any real strength in the qualifying round, unlike his opponent, who already knows Fuyuton ninjutsu, and is also the daughter of the Kazekage. Asuma. Don't underestimate Shiku. He may be lazy and not very strong, but his intelligence is something. I decided to test him, saying that this is just another game. The boy has an IQ of over 200. Kurenai raised her eyebrows in surprise. In her memory only 6 people had such intelligence. Shisui and Itachi Uchiha, Minato and Naruto Namikaze, Orochimaru, Kakashi Hatake. She remained silent and looked at Guy, who was suspiciously silent today. Apparently he wasn't kidding, since he still hadn't been heard screaming about the power of youth. The third one rose from his chair and gestured for silence. The arena gradually fell silent, waiting for the Hokage's words. Third. Welcome everyone to the third and final stage of the Chunin exam. Please report to the arena for briefing. All 10 genin entered the arena to cheers and support from the crowd. A lone figure looked down on him from the roof of the arena. The third one exhaled a cloud of smoke and continued. Third. I would also like to introduce the examiner of the third stage. Suddenly, the crowd's attention was drawn to the glint of a falling kunai. The kunai pierced the genin. The crowd looked at the weapon in bewilderment at first. A 3-petal kunai with 4 kanji on the handle was sticking out of the ground. The spectators began to make noise in surprise. Audience. Yondaime Hokage. The third one chuckled. Third. Namikaze Naruto. A clap of thunder sounded and in a white flash Naruto appeared in a white cloak with a fire pattern. He looked around the entire arena with his cold blue eye. Many recognized the gaze of the legend of the shinobi world. With a slow movement, He pulled out a kunai, putting it in his pouch. Naruto. Am I late? Sasuke chuckled. Sasuke. No, you're just in time, Ni-san. Spectators. Namikaze. It can't be. All the genin were in shock. Sakura and Ino looked at the sensei in surprise, who turned out to be the son of the fourth Hokage. Temari looked at him in surprise with a bit of sadness. Only Sasuke wasn't surprised, which was evident from his slightly bored but tense face. Naruto just made a half smirk, turning his back to the audience, showing off his father's cloak. He approached the 10. Naruto. Well, since you already know my name, let's get started. The rules are the same as during the qualifying fights. Fight until exhaustion or death. In case of obvious superiority, I will stop the fight. I hope everyone understands. All 10 nodded. Naruto looked at each of them, stopping at Temari literally a second too long, but it was enough for her to notice how hard it was for him right now. Naruto. So, let's begin. The first match is Dosu Kinuta vs. Neji Hyuga. The rest of you, please proceed to the waiting area. The named genin remained in the arena and stood opposite each other. The rest went up to the balcony, watching the battlefield. All the attention of the spectators was riveted to the new son of the Yellow Lightning. Naruto took out 2 kunai with marks from his pouch and sent wind chakra through them. A whisper ran through the arena. Naruto. Ready. Both nodded. Naruto. Then. Naruto threw 2 kunai at the wall, right under the cage's box. The 2 kunai easily gnawed through the rock thanks to the wind chakra. The ash-haired man chuckled. Naruto. Hajime. After finishing his sentence, he disappeared in a white flash, appearing on the thrown kunai. He leaned against the wall with titanic calm, watching the genin. Neji activated his Byakugan and took the classic Hyuga clan taijutsu stance. Naruto remembered how he talked to the genius of the white-eyed clan after the qualifying matches. Flashback. Naruto was returning from the third, who had made him write a report on all stages of the exam. Naruto, having cursed all the paperwork in the world 1,000 times, handed in the report and was now heading to the Hyuga clan quarter. Having reached the right house, he heard shouts coming from the courtyard. Hiding his chakra, Naruto jumped up a tree, examining the area. In the courtyard was Neji Hyuga, the genius of the Hyuga clan, a student of Might Guy. He was practicing his strikes, delivering them to a wooden target, carving out splinters with each touch. Naruto grinned and jumped into the courtyard, which, of course, did not go unnoticed by Neji. He turned sharply, and a kunai was flying at the ash-haired man. Naruto caught the kunai with his fingers a centimeter from his eye with a chuckle. Naruto. Not bad, Neji-kun. You really are hard to catch off guard. Neji. What do you want here? You have no right to enter our clan's territory. Naruto. That's where you're wrong. As the head of Anbu, I have access to the territory of any clan in Konoha. Within reasonable limits, of course. Neji frowned and deactivated his Byakugan. Neji. So what do you want? If you want Hiashi-san, he's not in the village right now. Naruto spun the kunai and threw it at Hyuga's feet. Naruto. No, Neji-kun, I wanted to talk to you specifically. Neji raised his eyebrows in surprise. Neji. And about what? Naruto walked closer and stood just a step away from Hyuga. Naruto. About you and Hinata. You treat her badly, and during your fight you almost killed her. I know there's a bloodless war going on between the main and side branches of the clan, but Hinata doesn't deserve to be treated like that. Neji frowned even more. Neji. This is none of your business, you don't understand anything. Naruto. What am I supposed to understand? In my memory, Hinata has never given any reason for hostility with anyone. She calls you Ni-san, and you treat her like that. Yes, you're right, it's none of my business, but I want to warn you against a mistake that you'll blame yourself for the rest of your life. Neji looked at him with an angry look filled with pain. Neji. Because of her, because of the main branch, my father died. You probably don't know what it's like to lose people close to you, to constantly live in fear. As the head of Anbu, you should know what kind of mark is placed on people from the branch. Naruto frowned a little, but quickly calmed down. Naruto. Your father died of his own free will. When Kumo kidnapped Hinata, Hiashi dealt with the kidnapper, but it turned out to be one of the Cloud ambassadors. Cloud blamed the Leaf for the death of their commander and asked to hand over Hiashi, as retribution. Hiashi had already agreed, but Hisashi, your father, knocked out his brother and surrendered to Kumogakuo himself. They were twins, so no one noticed the substitution. And believe me, I know what it's like to lose people close to you. I lost my parents at birth, my two best friends, almost brothers, left me. One died, and the other left the village. My adoptive father, who had long since become my own, has been in a coma for 2 months. And believe me, I know very well what it's like to live in fear. This scar. Naruto lifted his forehead protector, showing the white-eyed man a long vertical scar on his eye. Naruto. I got it on my 5th birthday. I am hated by almost every citizen of Konoha. Only a few people see me not as a monster, but as a human being. Your cursed mark is just a tattoo compared to mine. But did I allow myself to become bitter? No. In my position I am easily capable of making anyone suffer, but I do not do it. Because you need to be able to forgive, Neji. Naruto poked 2 fingers into Hyuga's forehead protector, causing him to stare at his friend, now friend, in surprise. Neji realized this. He realized that he had allowed anger and rage to build up inside him. He realized that Hinata was trying to help him, not hurt him. A tear rolled down his cheek. Neji. God, what have I done? Naruto. It's not too late to fix everything. Help her with her training so that her father will finally acknowledge his daughter. You are the genius of the Hyuga clan. Neji smiled sadly and Naruto patted him on the shoulder. Naruto. And I'll think of something about the cursed mark. I think I can persuade the clan to make some small reforms in this matter. Neji wiped his cheek with his sleeve and smiled gratefully. Neji. Thank you, Naruto-san. Naruto took a few steps away from Neji. Naruto. And remember, you become strong when you fight for others, not for yourself. Having said this, Naruto disappeared into a whirlwind of leaves. Neji stared at the place where Naruto had just stood for a long time. End flashback. Kurama. Naruto, they're done. Hyuga has won. Naruto. Thank you Kurama, what would I do without you? Kurama. He would have died somewhere. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Neji standing over the defeated Sound Man. Judging by the white-eyed man's stance, he used the 8 trigrams, 64 palms of heaven. Naruto grinned and jumped down onto the arena, making a small crater. The spectators gasped. They still couldn't believe that the demon was the son of the beloved Yondaime. Guilt began to creep into their heads. Naruto calmly walked up to Dosu and checked his pulse. There was one, but it was weak. Naruto. The winner is Neji Hyuga. Well done, I knew you would win, now go. Neji nodded and headed to the waiting area. Naruto waited for the medics to carry the poor genin away. After the Hyuga clan's techniques it was hard to stay on his feet, let alone fight. Naruto. Next fight. Shikamaru Nara vs. Temari no Sobaku. I request those named to come down to the arena. No one except the Hokage and the Jonin noticed how Naruto's voice wavered at the girl's name. Temari waved her fan and flew down to the arena on it. Naruto tried not to look at her. He found a senbon in his teeth, which he had been gnawing on out of nerves. Shikamaru yawned and did not move from his place. Shikamaru. Problematic. Naruto couldn't help but smile. A moment later, Shikamaru stood in front of Temari. Only the Jonin noticed the 3 white flashes. Nara looked around in surprise, because a second ago he was standing on the balcony. Naruto walked away from him, and the spectators exclaimed in surprise, because they had just seen the Hiraishin no Jutsu in action. The Jonins couldn't help but be surprised either, because Naruto hadn't thrown kunai. After all, no one except Naruto himself knew that Sasuke and Temari had his seals, with which he teleported to the balcony and back to the arena. Sasuke's is on his shoulder. But Temari's mark is in a more interesting place. It can only be seen if you lift the hem of her kimono and examine her left thigh. Naruto was able to take advantage of this situation. Naruto. Good luck, Hajime. And he found himself again on the kunai under the cage's bed. Chunin exams. 3rd stage or 2 Jinchuriki for 1 village is too much. Commentary on Chunin exams. 3rd stage or 2 Jinchuriki are too much for 1 village. Here I am, sorry it's late. I just had a ton of things to do today, but some of it still came out. Comments. We are waiting, enjoy reading. Kurama was tracking the fight and everyone's chakra levels, so Naruto was taken back to his memories again. Flashback. Naruto walked down the dark corridor. The 4th Kazekage was walking next to him, and somewhere behind him walked a blonde with 4 ponytails, stealing glances at the ash-haired man. Something about this shinobi attracted her. Age. Definitely. Judging by his height, the girl determined that the guy was about her age. And that was surprising. After all, as her father said, this was an S+ rank mission, and the fox wasn't even nervous. Ash white hair. Yes. Temari remembered 2 other famous shinobi with the same hair color. She was so lost in thought that she didn't notice how they had already reached the room. Everyone stopped. Race. Fox, you can rest in this room. If you need anything, call Temari. Naruto bowed respectfully. Naruto, thank you for your hospitality, Kazekage-sama. The Kazekage nodded and went back into the office. Temari remained standing. Naruto looked at the girl with interest, trying to memorize every feature of her. Naruto. Temari flinched and looked at the operative. Temari, sorry, I must have been lost in thought. Naruto. It's okay, I understand, especially since most people I've encountered start to think too much about me. If you want, I'll answer a couple of your questions, but not about classified information. Temari looked at Naruto, trying to think of a question. Temari. How old are you? Naruto. 11. Temari. Wow, the same as me. Can you show me your tattoo? I was told how to determine an Anbu rank by it. Naruto turned slightly, showing off his tattoo. Temari. Are you the captain? Naruto. Not really. My father, my team captain, and my designation is personal. Temari. I see. Naruto. Sorry, Temari-san, but I need to rest from the road. Temari smiled and nodded, leaving for her room. Naruto sighed and entered the room. He lay down on the bed without undressing, falling asleep instantly. A couple of hours later, a frightened Temari flew into the room, causing Naruto to instantly jump up with his katana drawn. Naruto. What happened? Temari. GGG Gaara, he tried to kill me. Naruto calmly put his katana back in its sheath and walked towards the door. Naruto. Come on, take me out. Temari nodded and hurried to show the way. Having reached the place, Hatake whistled in surprise. Jonan and Chunin of the sand were lying everywhere, but strangely, there was no blood. Temari. Lee-san. Naruto. Temari-san, call the medics, and it's time for me to complete the mission. Temari ran towards the hospital, and Naruto took out a seal and a strangely shaped kunai. In the middle of all this bacchanalia stood Gaara, part of whom was covered in sand. Naruto cursed foully and threw a kunai in his direction. The Jinchuriki dodged, which was what the shinobi needed. Thunder rumbled, and the Anbu appeared behind Gaara, catching the kunai in the air and placing a seal on the part of his body that was not yet absorbed by the sand. The red-haired man growled furiously, after which all the sand fell off, and the guy himself lost consciousness. Naruto approached him holding one hand on the katana and removing the kunai with the other. Seeing that he was no longer dangerous, the ash-haired man approached him, exposing his stomach. Having made a huge number of seals, Naruto placed his hands on his stomach. Naruto. 8 trigram sealing technique, 5 elements seal. The approaching medics and Temari looked at the boy in surprise. One of the medics put his hand to his mouth. Medic. Unbelievable, this is one of the most powerful sealing techniques. This boy is a genius. Temari looked at the guy in surprise. The medics, whispering in surprise, began to treat the wounded. Temari was about to thank the ANBU, when Naruto, having used up all his chakra on this technique, fell to the ground. Temari screamed quietly and ran up to the shinobi. Temari. Someone help. One of the medics quickly ran up to the couple and then examined the boy. Medic. It's okay, he's just chakra depleted. Apparently all his strength went into sealing. But if he managed to seal the Bayu, then Gaara-san will be fine. Temari nodded slightly, still looking at Naruto. Suddenly Naruto stood up abruptly and looked around with a look full of rage. But after a few seconds he calmed down and rose to his feet. The medic and Temari stared at the ash-haired shinobi in shock. Medic. How? You have severe chakra depletion, you should have spent at least 3 days in the hospital. Naruto didn't answer, he just looked at Temari, who opened her mouth in shock. Naruto. Tell the Kazekage that the mission is complete. Gaara-san will now have full control of his mind. But he will need a little psychiatric help. Until then, having said everything he wanted, Naruto dissolved into Shunshin. Temari smiled dreamily. She wanted to know more about this amazing boy. Temari. Thank you. End flashback. Kurama. Hey Naruto, there's your little fox, I caught the pineapple in the shade, looks like that's it. Naruto. Kurama, first of all, stop calling Temari a fox, And secondly, tell me how much chakra Shikamaru has. Kurama. Almost empty. Naruto. Knowing Naru, he would rather give up than continue the exam without chakra. Especially since it's too problematic for him. Naruto broke the connection just as Shikamaru, and Temari along with him, raised his hand. Shikamaru. I give up. Naruto chuckled knowingly. Temari. What? Shikamaru. I'm empty, and the technique will wear off in a few seconds, so I don't see any point in me continuing the exam. Naruto. You're having trouble with everything as usual, huh, Shika? Shikamaru and Temari turned around at the examiner's voice. Naruto slowly walked up to them both and put his hands on their shoulders. Temari blushed and tried to hide her blush with her hair. Naruto. Winner of Dog no Temari. The spectators began to whisper in surprise. Thunder rumbled and both sparring fighters found themselves on the observer's balcony. Choji. I told you, Ino, that Shika would lose. Ino. But why did he give in? Especially to her. Sakura. By the way, did you notice how that Kunoichi blushed as soon as Naruto touched her? There was a spark of jealousy in both Kunoichi's eyes. Choji didn't notice it at all. Choji. By the way, Shikamaru told me how he saw them in some expensive restaurant near the residence. They were on a date, I think. Sakura and Ino. What? Kiba, who was sitting next to him, covered his ears, raising his eyes to the sky. A Chunin girl in a standard shinobi uniform stood next to the boys. Sakura. Oh, hi, Haku. Ino. Yeah, hi. Haku waved her hand in greeting. Haku. Hello, Sakura-chan, Ino-chan, long time no see. Ino. Of course, you're like Sasuke-kun came back from training, you're always with him. Haku blushed and looked away. Sakura and Ino giggled quietly. The others looked at the three Kunoichi in confusion. Naruto was standing in the arena at that moment, waiting for the next pair of genin. But suddenly Kankuro, who was standing on the balcony, raised his hand. Kankuro. I give up. Naruto looked at the Sandman suspiciously, causing him to shrink under his cold gaze. Naruto. Well, alright. The winner is Shino Aburame. The crowd began to shout in discontent, demanding bread and circuses. Naruto. I request the next participants to come down to the arena. Spectators. Uchiha. 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 Sasuke just chuckled and disappeared into Shunshin, appearing in the arena. Gaara disappeared into a storm of sand and appeared 5 steps away from Sasuke. They looked at each other. There was a slight tension. Naruto chuckled. Naruto. Good luck to you. Sasuke. Haha, Ni-san. Gaara. Thank you, friend. Naruto. Hajime. And he disappeared in a flash of lightning. Chunin exams. Third stage or brothers in spirit. Commentary on Chunin exams. Third stage or brothers in spirit. Here I am, I honestly admit, I'm worried as hell about this part, what if it doesn't work, and so the comments, we're waiting, enjoy reading. Sasuke did not waste time, instantly turning on his Sharingan. Bright red eyes burned through the sandstone with their insight. Gaara released a small amount of sand from the pumpkin behind his back and decided to attack. The sand, with a wave of his hands, began to pursue Sasuke, who dodged everything the red-haired tried to hit him with. Suddenly, the brunette disappeared, accelerating greatly. Sasuke tried to hit the enemy in the back, but Gaara's absolute defense did not allow him to do this, although the Suna genin had a hard time. Still, Sasuke was incredibly fast. His attacks almost passed through the sand, which barely kept up with him. Realizing that although he almost reached him, but still only almost, Sasuke decided to use his trump card. He quickly ran up the wall, wanting to get a running start. He began to fold the seals. Having finished, he held his left hand with his right hand, in which a huge amount of chakra began to accumulate. Naruto only grinned, remembering how he taught him this technique. Flashback. Naruto almost climbed the high rocky hill. The climb was not easy for him, after all, it is hard to climb without using chakra. Having overcome the last couple of meters, he finally stood on a flat surface. Next to him stood a brunette, who, unlike Sensei, was not out of breath at all. It is understandable, he walked calmly with chakra. Naruto. Well, here we are. I think we'll take a little rest now and then we can start training. Sasuke. Okay, Naruto-sensei. They walked further and stopped at the entrance to a small cave. Naruto glanced around and went in, creating clones to collect firewood and food. Sasuke walked next to him, also laying out the necessary things. He was tormented by one question, and now, when they were far from the village, it needed to be resolved. The brunette approached Naruto, who was sitting on a log that his clones had dragged in time and was looking at the flaring fire. It was already evening outside and the sun was already setting behind the horizon. Sasuke sat down quietly next to him and looked into the fire. Sasuke, Naruto, is it true that you knew my brother? Hatake was a little embarrassed by this question, but deciding for himself that he didn't need to hide anything from Sasuke, he nodded. Sasuke, how close were you to each other? Naruto, we were best friends, almost brothers, although why were we, and still are. Our trio of guys always laughing in the face of danger. Me, Itachi and Shisui. But after Shisui's death, a lot changed. Naruto looked down at the cave floor, pained. Sasuke looked at his friend with confusion. Sasuke, but why do you say that you are friends now? He betrayed the village, he betrayed the clan, he killed his parents. After what he did, do you consider him a friend? Naruto looked at Sasuke, surprised to see that there was no malice or hatred on his face, which was there just a few weeks ago, only a grimace of incomprehension. Naruto, I shouldn't tell you this, but I will because you have the right to know the truth. Sasuke, the truth. Naruto, Sasuke, your brother loves the village very much and would never betray it. But he loves you even more than the village. You were little and didn't suspect anything, but the Uchiha clan started a coup d'etat in Konoha. Your father became the leader of the coup, but not by his own will. He had to do it in order to minimize casualties among the civilians and shinobi if the coup did happen. The fire crackled softly, throwing off flames that were reflected in the Uchiha's tear-filled onyx eyes. Naruto sighed heavily and continued. Naruto, Fugaku was a calculating man and sent your brother, who was a captain in Anbu at the time, to spy on the higher-ups. But he didn't know that Itachi had become a double agent. A month before the coup, Itachi and I were training at a training ground near your neighborhood. We both knew about the coup and tried to resolve it peacefully. Shisui knew too. During training, someone slipped through the bushes, and we, thinking it was an enemy, hurried after him. When we ran up, we saw Shisui in an Anbu mask. After removing the mask, Itachi and I were speechless. His right eye was missing. His right eye was taken by one of the village elders, Danzo Shimura, but we never found any evidence. Shisui was the only one who could stop the coup, but it didn't work. After giving me and Itachi parting gifts, he threw himself off a cliff. Naruto paused for a second, a tear rolling down his cheek. Sasuke didn't rush him. It was hard for him to listen to this, and he understood how hard it was for Naruto to remember the death of his best friend. Naruto took a couple of sips of water from the flask and handed it to the brunette. He, having also taken a sip, returned the flask to its owner. Naruto. A month after Shisui's suicide, Itachi received an order from the Hokage and the elders to commit genocide against the Uchiha clan. The third tried to delay the decision and make it more peaceful, but neither the civil council nor the elders agreed to it. Itachi agreed to personally slaughter his clan, only on one condition: if you live. Everyone agreed. Sasuke looked at his sensei in shock. He no longer tried to resist the tears that were continuously flowing down his cheeks. Naruto. He also asked for a small favor. The Uchiha clan's honor remains clear, and in exchange, he leaves the village, taking full responsibility for what he did. The third also sent him as a secret spy for one of the missing nin organizations. That's all. Now you understand that your brother is just a victim of circumstances. We all lost something that night. For example, I lost my godmother. And my brother. Sasuke. What? He didn't understand what Naruto meant, and Naruto remained silent, adding fuel to the fire of misunderstanding and curiosity. Sasuke. Your godmother was one of the Uchiha. Naruto. Not just anyone. My godmother's name is Mikoto Uchiha. This is your mother Sasuke. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback by the blonde's words, but pulled himself together and hugged Naruto by the shoulder. Sasuke. So we're brothers in a sense. Naruto smiled sadly, remembering how he came to the Uchiha house. Naruto. Haha, Ni-san. The corners of Sasuke's lips twitched in a slight smile. He was no longer alone. He now had a brother, maybe not by blood, but by spirit. Sasuke. That's good, and you know, I understand Itachi, and I understand how much pain it was for him. After all, he killed his mom and dad. He probably still blames himself for it. Naruto. Of course, he's sorry that everything happened this way, but it's important to him that you become strong, so that you can protect yourself and what's dear to you. Naruto poked the brunette in the forehead with 2 fingers. Such a familiar gesture for the Uchiha caused warmth in his soul. His heart began to beat faster. Naruto, your father was my father's best friend. And our mothers were sworn sisters. Sasuke, what were your parents like? Naruto, I never knew them until I became an Anbu captain. Kakashi is my adoptive father, his is the name I bear. My real parents died during the Kyuubi's attack on Konoha. They were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Sasuke raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth. Sasuke, wait, Minato Namikaze. But that's Naruto. Yes, my father is the 4th Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. Sasuke looked at his newly acquired brother in shock. Naruto. And my mother was a Hime of the Uzumaki clan. Until I was 5, I lived in an orphanage, then after another beating, my dad took me away. That's how I live. No one in the village knows that I'm the son of the Yondaime, and for now, no one will find out. It was your father and Itachi who taught me how to use the Sharingan that Shisui gave me. Sasuke thought for a moment, digesting the simply gigantic flow of information that had come in over the past hour. Naruto, well, I think you've had enough rest, but if you want to sleep or are not in a condition to train now, after what I told you, then we'll postpone training until tomorrow. I need you in good condition. Sasuke, it's okay, Nii-san, really. Naruto smiled warmly, but it was not visible behind the mask. Naruto, well then, let's go outside. The boys went outside and walked a little away from the cave. Naruto, I want to teach you a technique that my dad created. Since he is the shinobi with the strongest Raten affinity in the village, he tried to combine his lightning chakra with the Yondaime's technique, but it didn't work, but he created this jutsu. Naruto made several seals and a clot of lightning appeared in his hand. Sparks flew in all directions. Sasuke looked at the bright ball of lightning in his brother's hand, fascinated. This technique made a strange sound, which was similar to the chirping of 1,000 birds. Naruto. Raten. Chidori. Naruto hit the boulder with the technique, and it shattered into dust. The brunette's mouth dropped open, surprised by the destructiveness of the technique. Naruto turned to his student. Naruto, the technique is quite complex, requires good chakra control, and the effectiveness of this technique directly depends on a person's reaction. To use it you need to be fast and have excellent reaction. The first can be trained, and for the second, you have the Sharingan. That's why my father and I often use this technique together with the Sharingan. The technique is not finished and there is a more advanced version, Reikiri, but first you need to master at least Chidori. I'm sure you can handle it. Naruto began to explain the principle of the technique, how everything worked. Sasuke listened attentively and sometimes asked questions. After several days of hard training, Sasuke finally managed to create Chidori, but he could not maintain it for long. Naruto was not upset and said that he was quickly mastering it. In addition to training with jutsu, they devoted time to increasing Sasuke's speed. The training was difficult and the brunette, each time entering the cave, plopped down on his bed and fell asleep. Almost by the end of the month, Sasuke could hold Chidori, almost as long as Naruto, but his limit for use was half as much. End flashback. Sasuke finished the jutsu, and the audience was deafened by the chirping of 1,000 birds. The Jonins looked at the brunette with the ball lightning in his hand in surprise. Asuma's cigarette almost fell out of his mouth, and Guy and Lee were already screaming about the power of youth. Kurenai. Did he really teach him this jutsu? The genin looked at Sasuke first, then at the senseis. Kiba. Kurenai-sensei, what kind of technique is this? Kurenai. This technique was created by Naruto's adoptive father. One of the few jutsu that Kakashi did not copy. Chidori, the 1,000 birds technique. Asuma. Rumor has it that Kakashi used this technique to cut real lightning in half. That's why it has another name, lightning cutting Reikiri. The genin looked at the clot of chakra in the brunette's hand, fascinated. Sasuke, having finished the jutsu, raised his hand, destroying the wall. Sasuke. Chidori. Gaara looked at the Uchiha with some surprise and fear. Gaara, if this technique hits me, this fight is over. The red-haired genin created a dome of sand around himself, hoping that the technique would not be able to penetrate it. Inside the ball, Gaara created a third eye from the sand to monitor the surroundings. Sasuke rushed towards the dome at great speed, activating the Sharingan. When there were just over 2 meters left to the sand, Sand spikes appeared from the dome, which would have pierced Sasuke if not for the Sharingan. A second later, the brunette's jutsu entered the sand, gnawing its way to the enemy. A cry of pain filled the arena. Chunin exams. Third stage or the return of the One Tail. Commentary on Chunin exams. Third stage or return of the One Tail. Hi everyone, I hope you still read me. Hey, here's a new chapter. Leave comments so I roughly understand the course of further actions. Those who are waiting are welcome. Enjoy reading. Sasuke's hand was stuck in the sand dome. Naruto tensed up a bit. The brunette cast Chidori again, pulling his hand out of the ball. The Sharingan deactivated and Sasuke bounced tiredly off the dome. The sand fell to the ground, and Gaara appeared before the spectators, holding his bloody shoulder. Naruto was about to stop the fight so that there would be no casualties, but then he noticed petals appearing in the arena. Genjutsu. Naruto took off heading towards Gaara, but the sound shinobi got ahead of him, putting some kind of seal on the red-haired man. A deafening, mad roar swept across the arena. Gaara began to slowly become covered in sand. At that moment, Temari and Kankuro covered him from enemy techniques. Naruto ran up to the Konoha people, who were showering jutsu on the Sound and Suna people. The fight was taking place throughout the arena. As if in slow motion, the blonde saw a kunai flying towards Temari, which she would not be able to block. Having reached maximum speed, Naruto blocked the kunai with a stiletto, which so quickly appeared in his palm. Naruto, don't touch her. Konokovitz. But, Naruto, that's an order. The shinobi looked into the eyes of the Anbu leader and were dumbfounded. The right eye was red with a vertical pupil. It exuded anger that seemed like it could be cut with a knife. The left eye made everyone shudder. The spinning four-pointed shuriken reminded everyone very well of the eye's previous owner. Naruto slowly turned to Temari and Kankuro, who were shuddering at the thought of having to fight this shinobi. Baki appeared next to them. Gaara took off running like a madman, fleeing the arena. Baki. After him. Temari and Kankuro ran, trying to catch up with the fleeing red-haired man. Naruto watched them without doing anything. It was to his advantage that Gaara was leaving the village. Pulling out a second stiletto, he sent wind chakra at them. The eyes had already returned to normal. But even this was enough to instill fear in his enemies. Baki quickly disappeared, not wanting to fight the ash-haired man. But in his place came a whole squad of sound shinobi. Other Jonin mentors appeared next to Naruto. Asuma. What are we going to do? Naruto. Sasuke. The brunette, who was standing nearby and knocking out the fourth shinobi, turned around. Naruto. Go catch up with Gaara. I'll join you soon. Sasuke nodded and headed in the direction where the wounded red-haired genin had run off to. Naruto, baring his teeth, looked at his opponents. All shinobi of the Chunin rank. The Sounders apparently didn't know who they would have to face, so they looked calm, but that was for now. Asuma and Kurenai stood, waiting for orders. Naruto, go to Guy, I can handle this on my own. No one argued, and a moment later the blonde was left alone. The sound guys looked at him with some kind of laughter, preparing for a quick victory. Naruto reached his hand to the senbon that was in his teeth, leaving the seal of the flight of the thunder god on it. After that, he got into a fighting stance, setting the enemy in motion. The ninja, without thinking for long, rushed at him, which was their main mistake. Naruto spat out the senbon, which flew at great speed into the group of shinobi, and folded the seal. Naruto. Senbon Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The senbon multiplied rapidly, showering the enemies with a hail of needles. Some managed to cover themselves, getting away with just injections, while others died from being hit in a vital point. Naruto clenched the stilettos until his knuckles turned white and disappeared in a flash, appearing between the shinobi. Flash. And the stiletto enters the throat. Flash. The blade cuts the artery like butter. Flash. The wind chakra cuts the airways. A few seconds later, all those who had been hit by at least one senbon were lying with their throats cut open. Naruto tensed, trying to feel the marks of Temari and Sasuke. A few seconds later, he felt them and went to them, disappearing in a flash of lightning. Sasuke stood there, out of breath. The red-haired one had attacked him and his family, completely mad. His chakra was running low, and Naruto hadn't even arrived. The brunette cursed foully, cursing the current situation. Gaara hesitated for a second and headed towards the blonde, who was now looking at him with great fear, realizing that she would end up dead. Temari closed her eyes, pressing herself against the tree and waiting for the blow. Dying at the hands of her younger brother was torture for her. After all, Gaara was not guilty of anything, he was simply used, like her. But she would not have time to get out of the line of attack. The last thought that flashed through her mind was about the ash-haired blonde. Temari. I'm sorry, Naruto. But there was no blow. Temari's eyes widened as she looked at the man who had saved her life. It was Naruto. Temari was surprised to see that they were inside a translucent green skeleton, which was what stopped Gaara's sandpaw strike, which had already been half covered in sand. Naruto. Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. The skeleton pushed the red-haired man away, sending him to meet a tree. Naruto turned around. Temari looked first into his blue eye, full of warmth and worry. And then she looked at his left eye, which was no longer covered by a protector. There was a black four-pointed shuriken with a dot in the middle burning there. A trickle of blood was flowing from the eye. Temari. Hey, are you okay? The voice was shaking. Naruto closed his left eye, dropping to one knee. The skeleton dissolved into thin air like a mirage. The Mangekyo technique had eaten up a decent chunk of his chakra, but he didn't regret it, because now Temari was alive and well. The kunoichi jumped up, running towards the blonde. Sasuke watched them in shock, not knowing what to be surprised about. That Naruto had helped the enemy or that he had used Susanoo with one eye. Flashback. Sasuke lowered his hand tiredly. The technique stopped crackling and dissipated a second later. He looked at the horizon. The sun had almost set, casting pink and orange rays onto the dark blue sky. Entering the cave, the brunette came across a scene that had become familiar over the past 3 weeks. Naruto was sitting on a log, occasionally throwing sticks into the burning fire. His sky blue pupils reflected the lights, creating the illusion of a starry night sky. Sasuke sat down quietly next to him and decided to ask this question for the first time. Sasuke, Ni-san, do you know a lot about the Sharingan? Naruto winced, snapping out of his thoughts and tossing the branch in again. The fire happily accepted the treat, crackling merrily. Naruto, well, yeah, quite a lot. What? Do you want to know about anything? Sasuke nodded. Sasuke, I heard that the 3-volume version of the Sharingan isn't the latest. That there's another Mangekyo. Do you know about it? Naruto, yes, after 3 tomo, an Uchiha can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. It is stronger than the 3-volume version and has its own characteristics. Each person has a special pattern. For example, mine and of course Shisui have a pattern of a 4-pointed shuriken with a dot in the center. Your brother has a 3-bladed shuriken, and my father has a funnel-shaped 3-pointed shuriken. Not only does the Mangekyo differ in pattern, each owner has different eye abilities. Except for one. Susanoo is the absolute protection of the Uchiha clan. But to activate it, you need to have both eyes. But for power, as you know, you need to pay. And the user of these eyes pays. To obtain the Mangekyo, you need to experience a strong emotional shock, such as the death of a loved one. But that's not all. With frequent use of these eyes, you risk going blind forever. That's why Mangekyo was banned in the clan. Sasuke was silent and processed the information. Naruto continued to stare into the fire, remembering how Itachi received the damn gift. End flashback. Naruto rose from his kneeling position with difficulty, lowering his forehead protector. Temari looked at him worriedly for any other wounds. The blonde did not sit still for long and beckoned to Sasuke with his hand. He landed next to them, holding a kunai at the ready to attack the Suna kunoichi in case of danger. Naruto. Sasuke, it's okay, now before he comes to his senses, take Temari and get out of here. Temari. What? No. Naruto, why? She tried to hold him back, knowing that he would go against Gaara alone. Sasuke. Got it, Ni-san. The blonde turned to the girl, pulling her towards him. She gave in, and they merged in a kiss. Naruto. Go away, I'll handle it. Temari. Please, come back yourself and bring Gaara back. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Sasuke tactfully turned away, looking into the depths of the forest. Naruto pressed his forehead to hers and whispered. Naruto, I promise, we haven't had a second date yet. Temari smiled sadly and kissed him, putting all her pent-up feelings into the kiss. After which Sasuke suddenly picked her up in his arms and they rushed towards the village. Temari only managed to whisper with her lips, I love you. Naruto smiled and turned to Gaara, who at that moment climbed out of the fallen trees. Gaara, I'll kill you. His voice was inhuman. Naruto made hand seals. Naruto, FUNFICTION, breakthrough. The blonde pushed out a stream of air, knocking the red-haired man off his feet. His body was almost completely covered in sand. Naruto moved at great speed, looking for the seal, but did not find it. Apparently it was already hidden by the sand. The blonde cursed foully. It would not work to reseal it. He did not have enough chakra for such a seal. He needed to find another way. Naruto moved with the help of Shimmer Step between the trees, trying to come up with a plan, but nothing came to mind yet. Gaara sent a bunch of sand shuriken in his direction, which the shinobi dodged. But at one point everything went quiet. Naruto stopped, examining the forest. The silence was unnerving the head of Anbu, but it did not last long. There was a deafening bang, and a stream of wind sent Naruto into the nearest tree. The running Sasuke and Temari turned around. The brunette opened his mouth in shock, and the blonde closed her eyes in fear, sinking to the ground. A huge sand raccoon towered over the forest, waving its tail. Shukaku. I'm back. Chunin exam. The last journey. Commentary on Chunin exams. The last journey. Hi everyone, here is the chapter. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Write comments. Your reaction is very important to me now, because this is the most controversial chapter in my opinion. The waiters are waiting. Enjoy reading. Naruto was lying on a branch, unconscious. Right behind the shinobi's back was a large dent, sprinkled with scarlet drops. A trickle of blood was running down the blonde's temple. The drops outlined his cheekbones, falling onto the moss-covered branch, soaking centimeter by centimeter. Kurama. Naruto, wake up. Rikido grabbed your leg. Naruto. The ash-haired man opened his eyes and, quietly groaning, rose to his feet. This action was difficult for him. Dizziness, pain in his temple, echoing in his head. The Jinchuriki, staggering, leaned against a tree. Naruto. Kurama, any ideas? I'd appreciate any of them. Kurama. There is one, but you need to get yourself together, because there is a high risk of not holding my chakra. Summon, and then you need to wake up the boy who is now on this tanuki's head. Naruto. Got it. Naruto made seals and put his hand on the branch. Black symbols started to crawl out from his palm. Naruto. Summoning technique. Kurama. There was a deafening bang and a giant red fox towered over the treetops, waving its 9 tails. Temari and Sasuke, who were watching this scene, opened their mouths in disbelief. Sasuke. No way, that's Sasuke and Temari. 9 tails. Naruto was struggling with another bout of rage at this moment. You can't do anything, you won't succeed, you're just a pathetic demon. Who are you to compete with us? You're just a pathetic boy who imagines himself to be the savior of the world. A pathetic sight. Pathetic, ownerless, disgusting, insane. Spawn. Naruto. Ah. The blonde grabbed his head in a fit of uncontrollable anger. Now, due to the strong influx of Kyuubi chakra, he remembered all the most terrible moments of his life. All those looks of hatred looking at the little boy, all those beatings during which he wanted to die and never return to this mortal earth, all those fears that came to Naruto in nightmares, forcing him to wake up in a cold sweat. He remembered the death of Shisui and the departure of Itachi. He remembered the news about his father. He remembered the graves of Minato and Kushina, and the final chord was an illusion. Naruto was in front of some house. A blonde with 4 ponytails came out of it. Hatake, breaking loose, ran up to her along the way, waving his hand. Naruto. Temari. Temari turned slowly and her gaze flashed with surprise and disgust. Naruto was taken aback for a second, but gathered himself and approached. Temari. What did you want? Her voice was distant and cold, like the North Pole. Naruto was confused. He was shocked by such a tone from his, I'm not afraid of this word, love. Naruto. Well, it's Temari. Say what you want and get lost. Temari frowned for added effect. Naruto was completely lost and was about to throw himself off the cliff. Naruto. What's wrong with you? I don't recognize you at all. Don't you love me? Temari, to the blonde's surprise, laughed. This cold, mocking laugh went through his mind like a wound. Temari. Me. You think too much of yourself, smartass. Now get out of here. I don't love you. Naruto slowly sank to the asphalt, tears continuously flowing from his eyes. A roar full of pain and despair was heard throughout the street. Through it, the blonde began to hear fragments of phrases. Kurama. Wake up already. Illusion. She loves you. Wake up. Naruto's eye snapped open. The red vertical pupil slowly faded, giving way to an aquamarine one. Naruto. What was that? Kurama. These were your worst memories and your deepest, most terrible nightmares. Everything you fear and everything you hate. Now it's time to save the village. It all happened in literally 30 seconds. Naruto started looking around and only now noticed that the fox was holding the sand demon in the grip of his clawed paws. Kurama. Ugh. Naruto, wake the guy up. I'm running out of time. Shukaku. Ahaha, well, flea bitten, now we'll have some fun. Naruto, who was lying on the Kyuubi's head, jumped to his feet, feeling a burning sensation all over his body. He focused his gaze on the head and finally saw Gaara. The red-haired man looked strange. His eyes were wide open, but there was no pupil, it was covered by a white veil. His body went limp, but stayed on the sand, pinning the Jinchuriki to Shukaku's head. Naruto jumped onto the raccoon's head with a running start and approached the genin with all the speed he could muster. The blow, filled with a small particle of chakra, landed on Sobakuno's cheekbone. The sand around his feet crumbled, and its owner flew a respectful distance away. Shukaku. No, I just went out for a walk. The sand began to fall, and Kurama, grunting in satisfaction, disappeared in a cloud of smoke. A few seconds later, all the sand fell through, forming an avalanche in which Naruto miraculously managed to grab Gaara, pressing him to himself. Finding himself on the ground, Naruto pushed Gaara, not before tearing off the seal placed on the poor boy by one of the sounders. Naruto. Gaara. The red-haired man opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at Naruto. Gaara. Thank you. Naruto sighed in relief and used his last strength to check the integrity of the seal. Sasuke and Temari landed nearby and immediately ran up to their comrades. Temari. You're okay. Sasuke chuckled, looking at Naruto, who smiled happily, but with a forced smile. Naruto hissed, rising to his feet and walking over to Temari. Naruto. Take him and get out of here, I sense Kankuro's chakra, he'll be here soon. If you get caught, I won't forgive myself. Temari only smiled, swallowing such inappropriate tears, because perhaps this was their last meeting. She slowly approached the heavily breathing Naruto and pulled him to her. He gave in, slowly, tenderly, tremblingly kissing the sweet and soft lips of his beloved girl. Warmth spread inside, mixing with poison, with a feeling of separation. Slowly pushing the girl away from himself, the guy only whispered to her. Naruto. I hope to meet you. I love you. Temari. Me too. Kankuro appeared, quickly jumping up to Gaara, taking him on his shoulder. Temari helped him from the other side. Gaara smiled gratefully and let one tear escape. Naruto smiled, but somehow sadly. Sasuke stood silently, watching the action. Naruto. It's time for you to go. Kankuro. Thank you. Sasuke and Naruto nodded and the sandman disappeared from view. Naruto sank to the ground. Naruto. See you later, Temari. After which the blonde's consciousness left him, sending him on a journey through the land of Morpheus. Naruto opened his eyes and looked around at the white walls, the smell of medicine and alcohol, the beeping of the machines. Hospital. Again. The shinobi slowly stood up. Suddenly the door swung open and Ino, Sakura and Sasuke entered the room. Everyone looked sad and tired. Red streaks, clearly left by tears, could be clearly seen under the girl's eyes. Naruto frowned. The weather outside did not improve everyone's mood at all. Naruto. What happened? Sakura. Naruto, Lord Third, he died. Naruto slowly lowered his gaze, realizing the bitter truth. Hiruzen Sarutobi had died. Naruto tiredly sank down onto the pillow, holding back his tears, but one had managed to slip through, and now it was rolling down the stripes on his cheek. Why do good people die? Naruto didn't know the answer. He didn't notice how the guys left, leaving him alone. He was alone again. When would this nightmare end? How many relatives did he have to lose to find happiness? Naruto didn't know the answer, and it hurt. Overcoming the pain in his whole body, the ninja got dressed, disappearing in a white flash. Appearing at the cemetery, Hatake headed to the grave with the largest number of flowers. Approaching the stone, he read the inscription. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Loving father, grandfather, and beloved Hokage. Naruto leaned over the grave, brushing away the dirt. Tears were already rolling down his cheeks uncontrollably, but there was not a single sound. Naruto smiled sadly, remembering all the hours he spent with the Sandime. Naruto. Thank you for everything, Grandpa. Meeting old friends. Commentary on meeting old friends. Oh. I haven't posted chapters for a long time. Please forgive me, chapters will be released more often. In any case, I will try. Leave comments. I'm waiting. Everyone have a nice reading. The next day at the residence. The small hall was well lit, with a crescent-shaped table in the center. In front of it was a smaller table, but unlike the first, it was empty. Only a chair with a hat with kanji on it reminded of its owner. The people sitting at the semicircular table were talking loudly, waiting for one important person to arrive. The clan's council had gathered to discuss the candidacy of the new Hokage, who would appear before the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The door swung open and two people entered the hall. Naruto and Jiraiya. Both walked to the chairs with the designations. Naruto took off his traveling cloak, remaining in the uniform of the head of Anbu, and hung it on the chair. He was the only person in the entire village who could take one of the 3 chairs in this hall. He chose the chair with the inscription Hatake, which surprised everyone in the hall, because he could have taken the places of Uzumaki and Namikaze. Shikaku. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. As everyone knows, we are gathered here to discuss the candidate for the post of 5th Hokage. As the head of the Jonin Council, I propose Naruto Hatake for the post. A whisper of doubt ran through the room. No wonder, since the blonde was young, but his merits as the head of Anbu did not go unnoticed. Naruto was not at all surprised by this turn of events, continuing to drill the elders with his blue eye. The mask hid the young Jonin's grin when Koharu and Homura tensed up, but Danzo remained unperturbed. Hiashi. I think many would agree that he is too young for such an important position. Yes, his father took the position early, but at that time he was already an adult, unlike Naruto-san. Koharu. Moreover, since when has it been seen that a Jinchuriki holds the position of Kage? Naruto remained silent, wanting to listen to everyone before making his decision. Inoiki. Naruto has already proven himself as the strongest ninja in the village. He defeated the One-Tail, saving Konoha from mass destruction. The third trusted him like he trusted no one else. His lineage is unique. In a year of work as the head of Anbu there was not a single misfire, and before that he was a captain for 4 whole years. I think these arguments are enough. Some of the clan heads frowned, but they couldn't help but agree. They all knew Naruto had done more for the village than anyone else at his age. Naruto raised his hand, calling for silence. The temporary head of the Hatake clan cleared his throat. Naruto, I, the head of the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans and the temporary head of the Hatake clan, withdraw my candidacy for the post of 5th Hokage. Silence fell in the hall. The elders breathed a sigh of relief, and Danzo looked at Hatake with suspicion, suspecting that he was up to something. Naruto did indeed have something up his mind, but only Jiraiya knew about his plan. Shikaku. Naruto-san, why are you refusing? Naruto. Even though I'm young, I'm well aware of the implications of being Hokage. Naruto leaned forward, giving everyone an icy glare. Some shuddered, and some let out a ragged breath. Naruto. And I don't mind spending the rest of my youth dying under a pile of papers. So I refuse. I will remain as head of Anbu and will help the new Hokage as best I can. The shinobi looked at each other. Shikaku. Then I'm waiting for other proposals. Chooser. Jiraiya-sama, why don't you become Hokage? You are the legendary Sannin, your merits have long been recognized, and you have no problems with age. Jiraiya looked at Naruto who was giving him an, I told you so, look and sighed, shaking his head. Jiraiya. I refuse. I'm a hermit and this job is not for me. But I have a counter offer. True, I can only get it after I break my ribs. He added the last part to himself, but so that Naruto could hear it. The blonde chuckled nervously, remembering Jiraiya's stories about the blonde's tough temper. Jiraiya. I propose that we make Tsunade send you the Godime Hokage. Inoiki. I second that. Since Naruto-san and Jiraiya-sama declined, then one of the legendary Sannin, the granddaughter of the Shodime Hokage himself, could also be suitable for the role of Hokage. Homura. But no one has seen her for a long time. Naruto. Don't worry, my godfather and I can handle this. We've already gotten some information on this matter. Everyone looked at the white-haired couple. Naruto grinned triumphantly. Koharu. That's all great, but what made you think she'd agree? Naruto looked at them with a look of, what kind of madhouse have I ended up in? Naruto. Firstly, she is the 3rd student. Secondly, Jiraiya is her close friend, and I am a distant relative, so we'll persuade her. Hatake glanced at everyone with an eloquent look, then stood up and threw on his cloak, heading for the exit. Jiraiya followed him. Naruto. Moreover, I have already sent a message to the daimyo with the best Anbu squad. They left the room, accompanied by shocked looks. The brunette with the ponytail thoughtfully scratched his beard. Shikaku. Naruto had it all figured out. He knew we would offer him and Jiraiya to become Hokage, and they prepared an alternative. Incredible. Anoiki. He's Minato's son, that says it all. The two white-haired men grinned and hurried out of the residence. Jiraiya. You were absolutely right about everything. Naruto shrugged and brushed against the Sannin's shoulder. He stared at his godson in confusion, but a moment later they were both in the Hatake couple's apartment. Jiraiya froze in place, looking around the apartment in shock. Jiraiya. Isn't that Haration? It's been so long since I was moved. Naruto chuckled at his godfather's reaction and hurried to his room to pack his things for the expedition to find the legendary loser. Half an hour later, he was ready to set out, but an Anbu found him. Cat. Fox-sama, we saw him. Naruto. What? You saw him? The Anbu nodded, and Naruto rushed out of the apartment, knocking Jiraiya off his feet. As soon as the ash-haired man was outside, he tuned into the Thunder God's mark. There was a roar, and the Hatake disappeared in a white flash. 10 minutes before, Asuma and Kurenai were walking along the road. Sarutobi was melancholically puffing tobacco from his cigarette, to which Kurenai sometimes waved her hand, clearing her throat. Asuma. Sorry, Kurenai. Kurenai. It's okay, Asuma, I understand, it's a habit. Asuma smiled gently, but suddenly tensed up. He felt the chakra. It was heavy and very strong. His hands slowly reached for the brass knuckles. Kurenai, noticing the man's movement, pulled out a kunai. In front of them stood two individuals dressed in black cloaks with red clouds. On their heads, the strangers wore straw hats. Asuma took out knives, releasing wind chakra. One threw off his hat. Itachi. Oh, come on, Asuma-san, is this how you greet guests? Asuma. What are you doing here, Itachi Uchiha? Kurenai flinched at the guy's name, because she didn't know him personally, but she had heard a lot about his genius. Kisame. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Kisame Hoshigaki. The shark-like guy threw off his hat, revealing his face to the world. He was tall, and on his back hung a huge sword wrapped in bandages. Kurenai. Kisame, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Kisame bowed exaggeratedly, and then placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Kisame. Itachi-san, may I play with them? Itachi. Go ahead. The swordsman smiled bloodthirstily, so much so that a chill ran down the Jonin's spine. Asuma covered Kurenai, just in time to shield her from the blow of Samehada, Kisame's sword. Sarutobi bent slightly, barely holding the blow and the weight of this giant. Kisame grinned and yanked the sword, exposing its spikes, thereby tearing Asuma's shoulder. The Jonin jumped back, hissing in pain. Kurenai instantly made hand seals. Kurenai. Ninpo. Embracing trees. For a moment the space blurs, and Itachi and Kisame find themselves in an illusion. Their bodies are entwined with trees, and Kurenai with a kunai appears from the tree trunk above the Uchiha. In a moment, the girl herself finds herself tied up. Itachi. I won't be defeated by such an illusion, Kurenai. He raised his kunai, but the brunette managed to bite her lip, thereby breaking the genjutsu. Dodging Itachi's attack, she jumped into the water. The brunette appeared behind her. At that moment, Kisame folded the seals. Kisame. Suiten. Water Dragon Bullet. Naruto. Suiten. Water Dragon Bullet. The two water dragons collided and the techniques dissipated, dousing everyone with water. Kisame looked in surprise at the ash-haired shinobi who had arrived. A stiletto blade appeared at Itachi's throat, pressing on his Adam's apple. A thin stream of blood rolled down the brunette's neck. Naruto. Long time no see, Itachi. What? 5 years. Why did you come back to Konoha? Itachi chuckled and Naruto tensed up, feeling the technique being performed. The clone standing next to Asuma dissipated and Naruto jumped away from Itachi. Water jets flew towards him, but a wall of water appeared around the blonde. Hatake's Sharingan was already spinning in his eye, and his forehead protector was raised. Itachi. Suiten in perfect condition, always knew you were on par with Tobirama. Kisame looked at the blonde, admiring his work with water techniques, which even the shinobi of the mist could not demonstrate, and they are natural Suitinists. Naruto instantly changed places with the brunette, Kisame ran to Itachi, and Asuma and Kurenai stood on either side of the blonde. Naruto. So why are you here? Itachi. We need the Kyuubi, and you know very well where it is. Naruto tensed up, and Kurama subconsciously bared his teeth, showing off his sharp teeth. The Jonin looked at Naruto and the pair of renegades in surprise. A three-bladed shuriken appeared in Itachi's eyes. Naruto closed his normal eye. Naruto, don't look him in the eyes. Sarutobi and Yuhi closed their eyes at the same moment. Naruto activated his Mangekyo and looked straight into Itachi's eyes. Kisame was surprised to see that the Uchiha had not yet used his abilities. Something was bothering the missing nin, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Kisame, Itachi-san, it's time to finish, use Tsukuyomi. Itachi, I can't use my genjutsu on him, his eye will easily reflect them. Kisame, but is that possible? Itachi, he has Shisui Uchiha's eye. Kisame swallowed and looked at the blonde. A four-pointed shuriken with a dot was burning in his left eye. Kisame swallowed again. Naruto smirked through his mask. Naruto, let's chat, Itachi. Tsukuyomi. This is Itachi's copied ability. Naruto can't use it at full power. A strong Chunin level shinobi and above can easily get out. Author's note, everything around Itachi and Naruto changed color. Naruto. Now let's talk. It's good to see you, Ni-san. Itachi smiled. Even after 5 years, they still remained best friends and sworn brothers. Itachi. Nice to see you too, Naruto-kun. How's Sasuke? Naruto. Sorry, Itachi, but Sasuke found out about the Uchiha clan massacre and doesn't blame you anymore. I told him everything. Itachi. I see, you already realized that Akatsuki needs the 9 tails. Naruto nodded. There was no doubt now. The organization was indeed collecting Beiyu. Naruto. Do you know what they are for? Itachi. No, but we seal them in the Gedo statue. The leader is very strong and has the Rinnegan. The other Akatsuki members are also very dangerous opponents. Naruto. Rinnegan. Those are the eyes of the Rikudo Sennin. Where did he get them? Itachi. I don't know, but they're dangerous, Ni-san, so be careful. Naruto nodded and thought about the situation. Naruto. Accepted. Now I will dispel the illusion, and you leave. We will pretend that you lost to me in Genjutsu. Itachi laughed infectiously. Itachi. You're still the same. But to be honest, you could easily beat me at my own game. Naruto just nodded and dispelled Tsukuyomi. In the real world, only a second passed. Everyone remained in their places, but Itachi staggered tiredly, turning off his eyes. Itachi. Kisame, let's go. Kisame looked in surprise at the legendary Uchiha, who was famous for his genjutsu all over the world, and now lost to a Quasi Uchiha with a stolen Sharingan. But knowing the capabilities of Shisui's Sharingan made up for this surprise. The missing nin disappeared, and Naruto tiredly lowered his forehead protector. The chakra was gone a little, but noticeably. Naruto. Open your eyes, they're gone. The Jonins standing behind opened their eyes and looked around. Naruto. No one is to know about this meeting. Understood. Asuma and Kurenai just nodded, not arguing, as it was fraught with consequences. The guy disappeared in a white flash, appearing at the main gate. Jiraiya and Sasuke were standing there, talking about something. Naruto approached the couple, reading a book. Jiraiya. Naruto, this is a book from my new Aika collection. Your mother will get me from the other side. Naruto. Don't worry, I'm reading it purely for the plot. Kurama. Yeah, of course. Jiraiya looked at the guy suspiciously, but nodded, and Sasuke chuckled, knowing how sensei reads this book. Naruto. Ni-san, I saw Itachi. Sasuke tensed up. After all, there had been no news of him for 5 years. Sasuke. And Naruto. He came to Konoha for me, but I know he was also checking to see if the village's leaders were keeping their promise about you. We talked for a bit, but then he left. Don't look for him yet, Sasuke, it's too early. Sasuke nodded, but was upset. He really wanted to see his brother. Naruto. Well, shall we go? Jiraiya. Let's go. Both white-haired men, having said goodbye to Sasuke, disappeared behind the hill, leaving the village. Old porridge. God I'm Hokage Sama. Commentary on old porridge. God I'm Hokage Sama. Oh, you hedgehogs, well, there is only one part left for the so-called equator of the work, but those who know the original can guess what will be described there. Leave comments. I beg you, enjoy reading. The weather in the city was hot. 2 travelers in strange clothes were wiping sweat from their foreheads. One was wearing a red haori, with a large scroll hanging behind him. His wooden sandals clicked loudly on the stone road. His forehead was covered by an armband with the kanji for oil. Next to him walked a young man of 16, in a gray and black uniform. His face was covered by a black mask, his left eye was covered by a Konoha forehead protector, but the metal and fabric were black, and the symbol was painted red. His ash-white hair gently swayed in the wind. Naruto. Maybe we should go to a bar. Jiraiya. Aren't you a bit small for bars? Naruto waved his hand, turning towards the nearest bar, not wanting to explain to his godfather that he only wanted to quench his thirst, not drink. The Sannin followed his student's son. Entering the well-lit room, a pleasant coolness blew over them. Naruto looked around for an empty seat, but then his gaze was drawn to a shock of blonde hair. He nudged Jiraiya with his elbow, forcing him to tear himself away from looking at the pretty waitress. Jiraiya. If it doesn't matter, then even if you were Rikudo himself, I'd beat you. Naruto. You can thank me later, I found our godime. Jiraiya also looked around and also froze, looking at the light hair. Naruto calmly moved to the table where the blonde and some brunette were sitting, having given the Sannin a light slap on the back of the head before that. He looked at his godson with an offended expression, but he ordered a couple of bottles of sake, and the white-haired man's mood improved a couple of points. The shinobi, with a Cheshire cat smile, trudged after Naruto. Having reached the table, they found a busty blonde with two low ponytails in a grey kimono. She, with the titanic calm of an inveterate alcoholic, was sending another glass of sake into the firebox. The brunette with a bob haircut sitting next to her looked at her with concern, but noticing the guests, she looked at them with distrust, pushing her neighbor. Jiraiya. Hello, Suna. Naruto, who was standing next to him, just chuckled under his mask, sitting down next to Jiraiya. Tsunade raised her alcohol-clouded brown eyes to the pair, draining another glass. Tsunade. Jiraiya. Is today a meeting of old friends? Naruto. From this point on, more details. Tsunade just now noticed the ash-haired man and looked at him with disdain. However, she quickly corrected herself, and her look changed to one of surprise. Tsunade. Kakashi. Naruto. No. Tsunade. Then who are you? Naruto stretched, taking the order from the hands of the waitress who came over, and then ordered an orange juice for himself. The ninja placed the bottles on the table, and Jiraiya quickly uncorked one of them. Naruto. Naruto Hatake. Tsunade. As far as I know, Kakashi didn't have any brothers. Naruto. No, I'm his son. The women looked in surprise at the guy who had just emptied a glass of juice with astonishing speed, slightly lowering his mask. Naruto. Well then, maybe you could answer why Orochimaru-san came to you. Tsunade. How are you? Naruto. It's very simple. I read the report of the fight between Third Sama and his disciple. It said that he sealed Orochimaru's arms with the Death God seal. My Anbu who were on the other side of the barrier remembered the entire fight very well. If the Sannin's arms were sealed, then I suppose he could have asked you for help, but I'm more interested in what price he offered you for help. All three swallowed, and the Sannins also drained their full glasses. Shizune. Why your Anbu? Jiraiya, with the air of an expert, decided to take the floor. Jiraiya. Yes, Naruto is currently the current head of Anbu. The women sucked in a breath, glancing at the boy who was talking to the waitress while ordering. The blonde had lowered her voice to a low whisper, so that only Jiraiya and Shizune could hear her. Tsunade. How old is he? Jiraiya. Jiraiya. 13. The Sannin's voice was completely indifferent, as if they were talking about the weather, and not about the age of the commander of a top-secret unit. The women looked at the one-eyed man in surprise again, and emptied a glass of alcohol. Even such a teetotaler as Shizune could not resist. Naruto. Okay, we'll talk about Orochimaru later. We're here on other business. Tsunade-sama, the council has decided to appoint you as the 5th Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. The brunette choked on her tea, but Tsunade didn't even bat an eyelid. Tsunade. No. Naruto. Tsunade-sama, this is not a request, but an order, so you have no choice. Jiraiya pulled his head into his shoulders, moving away from Senju. Shizune pressed herself into the chair, and Naruto didn't even move when the monstrous power of the ki of the strongest kunoichi in the world fell on him. Tsunade. Who are you, brat, to order me around? The blonde's face was filled with anger and fury, and Naruto slowly reached for his forehead protector. He dramatically lifted it up, showing off the scar. Shizune looked at him in horror, feeling sympathy, because in fact he was only a child. The previously closed eye opened, showing off Shisui's mangekyo. This quickly cooled the temper of the hot-tempered Tsunade, and she slowly sank down onto the couch. Genuine interest and fear were visible in her eyes. Naruto, I could use Koto Amatsukami, but I don't want to waste it on such a trifle. Tsunade, where did you get it? Naruto just smirked as he deactivated his mangekyo, but his eye remained open. Both Jiraiya and Shizune also watched the ash-haired man with their mouths open. Naruto, the famous Team Ro, Kakashi's Sharingan, Shisui's Shimmer, Itachi's Genjutsu King, and the Fox Cub. A lot has happened since then. Like Shisui's death, Itachi's departure, and my father's coma. Shizune, Naruto, is your father in a coma? Naruto, yes, 2 months already. Answer I repeat, Tsunade-sama. You need to return to the village and become Hokage. The third one has died. My father has been in the grave for 13 years. It's time for the goddamn Hokage. Tsunade, but Kakashi is in a coma, not in the afterlife. Naruto, I was talking about my biological father. My real father is Minato Namikaze. Having finished speaking, Naruto stood up and went outside. The three of them were expressionless, each thinking about something of their own. Tsunade, I agree. Jiraiya, really? Tsunade, yes, Naruto is right, the time has come for the fifth Hokage. The trio, together with the pink Ninten that sat unnoticed on Kato's lap, went outside. There they found a very interesting picture. Naruto was standing in front of some shinobi from the stone, and he seemed to be completely drunk. They were talking about something, but then the Konoha man threw a kunai, which flew past the shoulder of the shinobi from a Wagakure. Shinobi, missed. Naruto, no. There was a roar and a flash of white light illuminated the street. Naruto appeared behind the man, and a blue sphere was spinning in Hatake's hand. Naruto, rasengan. The blue sphere collided with the back of the rock shinobi, sending him crashing into the fence. The drunkard's comrades standing nearby looked on in fear at the younger version of the man who was the stuff of nightmares in their villages. The memory of the Yondaime Hokage's power was still alive, and the boy who used his 2 signature techniques in an instant was recognized as a fearsome enemy. Naruto gave them a cold look and walked up to the Sannin. Naruto, sorry, I needed to let off some steam. Tsunade, it's okay, I agree. But we need to do something about Orochimaru. Naruto, I'll send a couple of Anbu to keep an eye on him, but now it's time to go home. He put his hands on the women's shoulders, and Jiraiya touched him behind him. There was a roar and the whole group disappeared in lightning. They appeared already in the Hokage's office. Having agreed on everything, Naruto left the office, going about his business. He needed to do one thing for one Sharingan comrade. Goodbye, Konoha, or rather until we meet again. Commentary on Goodbye, Konoha, or rather until we meet again. Here is the last part of the first season. Thank you to everyone who read this fanfic. I didn't expect to find any popularity. Leave comments both on the chapter and on the season as a whole. Enjoy reading. Naruto appeared at the Uchiha mansion. Knocking on the door, he leaned against the door frame, waiting for the brunette, but Haku opened the door. Haku. Naruto. Naruto smiled sweetly from under his mask, but didn't allow himself more. Naruto. Yeah, hi, Haku-chan. Can you call Sasuke? The brunette nodded and disappeared behind the door. A few seconds later, a yawning guy appeared. Sasuke. Nii-san. Did you want something? Naruto nodded and pointed his single eye at Yuki. Sasuke followed him and asked Haku to leave them. The girl, childishly pouting, went into the kitchen, muttering something about secrets from loved ones. Sasuke made a guilty look. Naruto scanned the area, but it was clear. Kurama didn't feel anything either. The blonde pulled a paper seal out of his pouch and placed it on the wall nearby. The seal lit up, and a transparent barrier appeared around the friends. Naruto. Sasuke, it's time. I will also leave the village once I have proven your innocence, at least for a while until I return. Sasuke. Are you leaving too? Naruto. Yes, I'll travel with Jiraiya first, and then alone. I'm being hunted and I don't want to endanger the villagers and my friends. Sasuke. But who will look after her then? The brunette looked back, casting a look full of tenderness and love towards the kitchen. Naruto chuckled knowingly, which was familiar to him. The Uchiha returned his gaze to his brother. Naruto. The fifth herself. Don't worry, the legendary Sannin won't let anyone hurt your untouchable, and she herself is an excellent kunoichi. There was a nod. Sasuke. When should we move out? Naruto focused on the chakra in a 50 kilometers radius. Not feeling any other chakra, he relaxed. Naruto. One squad of Anbu spotted a group of 4 people heading to Konoha. They are Snake's men. They will be here by evening, so prepare and settle all your affairs before they arrive. The Anbu left him alone on my orders. Sasuke. Got it, so in the evening. Okay, Ni-san. See you later. The guys hugged, and Naruto, wishing them luck in this difficult mission, disappeared from the porch of the Uchiha house. Sasuke, with a stone in his heart, went into the kitchen, where Haku was sipping tea and cookies with a curious look. Looking at his beloved, the brunette smiled the warmest smile, already mentally asking her for forgiveness. The brunette was embarrassed. Haku. Sasuke, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Sasuke. No, it's okay. I just love you very much. Haku. And I you. Uchiha's cheeks blushed, and Haku was already like Uchiha's favorite tomatoes. He approached the girl and slowly kissed her, hugging her around the waist. The kunoichi boldly responded to the kiss, and now let's return to the blonde and leave the couple alone. He, having reached the residence, silently made his way into the Hokage's office. Having knocked out his own Anbu, he quickly found himself right in front of the table. Tsunade looked at him with some apprehension. Tsunade, what do you want, Fox? Naruto walked up to the table and placed the item on the table with a metallic clang. Senju slowly looked down at the item. His leaf forehead protector. Naruto. I'm leaving Konoha for a while. I only have 2 requests. Heal my father and protect the leaf. Tsunade. But why? Naruto. Never mind, I can't tell you the reason. Sasuke Uchiha will also be leaving the village, but under no circumstances should you make him a missing nin. He is following my last order. But no one should know about this. Farewell, Hokage-sama. Naruto bowed and disappeared from the office, finding himself at the gate. The blonde sitting in the office bit her lip. A few minutes later, 3 elders burst into the room shouting about the missing Jinchuriki. And the white-haired ones walking a kilometer away from the settlement laughed at another joke. That evening, at the exit from Konoha, a brunette with a backpack on his back stood. Haku. W.Y. Sasuke slowly turned around. The first thing he saw was the girl's tears falling to the ground. His heart sank painfully. He needed to lie to the person he loved most. Sasuke. I need the power to kill Itachi and only Orochimaru can give it to me. His voice didn't waver, but it was close to it. With each word, the brunette's soul was cut into pieces, seeing Haku's torment. The girl lowered her gaze. Haku. Why you love me? Sasuke. It doesn't matter. I need to take revenge on Itachi for the clan, and no one can stop me. Not even you. Haku. Then I'll go with you. I won't let you go alone. The brunette's voice trembled, and her sobs prevented her from speaking normally. Tears burned her cheeks and heart with pain. Red pupils flashed in the darkness. Sasuke. No. The girl staggered and fell. The genjutsu worked perfectly. The Uchiha carried her back to the house, leaving a farewell kiss on her lips. Sasuke. Forgive me if you can. I love you. He disappeared from sight, heading towards the nearest hill to meet the Sound 4. Time hardens. Commentary on time tempers. Hi, a bit of a passing part, but I promise the next one tomorrow. Enjoy reading. 3 years later. A white-haired man stood at the gate, stretching happily. Jiraiya. I'm home again. He slowly walked towards the checkpoint, greeting Izumo and Kotetsu as he went. Kotetsu. Jiraiya-sama. Sanan nodded and headed towards the residence, looking at the changed, but so familiar village along the way. There weren't many changes, but they were noticeable, and the same stone head of Tsunade Senju on the Hokage rock. Having reached his destination, the man deftly jumped into the open window, finding himself on the windowsill of the village head's office. The blonde sitting at the table looked at him in shock. The white-haired man smiled dazzlingly. Jiraiya. Hello, Suna. He was cut off from finishing by a powerful blow to the jaw, sending him kissing the wall. Tsunade was approaching the victim, rolling up the sleeves of her green haori. The woman's jaws were clenching, and sparks seemed to be pouring out of her eyes, setting everything around ablaze. Tsunade. Where is he? Jiraiya stood up with difficulty, rubbing the bruised area. The 5th blow was delivered magnificently. Jiraiya. Who? Tsunade. Naruto. Naturally, I was informed that you left the village together. So where is Naruto? The Sannin raised his hands in a conciliatory gesture and pointed to the chairs, taking out a bottle of sake. Tsunade, having calmed down a bit, stared at the vessel with lust. Shizune had done a good job of taking the drink from the godime, and Senju had no choice but to ask his new students, namely Ino and Sakura, to at least sneak a bottle of the magical drink into the office, which was an S-rank task, given Kato's instinct for such things. Sitting down, the blonde gave the order for the Anbu to leave the room, and then activated the security and concealment seals set by the fourth and his wife. Sunad. So what? The pair quickly knocked back a glass, and Sunad looked expectantly at her friend. He looked completely calm, as if he hadn't been the one who had almost been killed a minute ago. Jiraiya. We haven't seen each other for 2.5 years. We parted ways in the village hidden in the sand, and then went our separate ways. I've been sending you reports on Akatsuki's activities, and I think you understand why Naruto left Konoha. Sunad nodded tiredly, digesting the information. There was a knock on the door. After making seals, the woman removed the FUNN from the office, allowing the visitor to enter. It was Kakashi Hatake. Jiraiya. Oh, Kakashi, long time no see, I see you're in perfect health. Kakashi. Jiraiya-san, nice to meet you, do you know where Naruto is? Jiraiya and Sunad shook their heads. Kakashi became noticeably sad, he missed his adopted son, who had become like family to him. He came closer, and the white-haired one patted him on the shoulder encouragingly. Jiraiya. Don't worry, Naruto is an excellent fighter, I'm sure he's fine. Kakashi. Haha, Sunad-sama, the mission was a success. The border was cleared, but we met up with the Suna team, so the Kazekage is aware of the situation. Jonan handed over a thick folder with a detailed report. 5, sighing, began to study the document. Jiraiya, remembering something, hit himself on the forehead. Jiraiya. I almost forgot. He reached into his bag and pulled out a book wrapped in paper. He unwrapped it and handed it to the ash-haired man. Jiraiya. Here, my new book from the Come Paradise series. Naruto asked me to give it to you. It hasn't even been published yet. Hatake opened the cover with trembling fingers. The new book crackled and a pleasant smell came from the pages. Kakashi stared at the gift in mute amazement. Kakashi. Jiraiya-san, I don't even know what to say. Jiraiya. Don't say anything, he knew you'd like it. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by a shinobi who flew into the office. Shinobi. Hokage-sama, an urgent message has been received from the sand. The Kazekage has been kidnapped. Silence fell in the office. The eyes of the 3 legendary ninjas almost fell out of their sockets. Sunad was the first to come to her senses. Sunad. What? How kidnapped? By whom? Shinobi. It is said that some missing nin, dressed in black cloaks with red clouds, have infiltrated the village. Kazekage fought them, but was defeated and captured. The village was not damaged. Kazekage's brother went in pursuit, but failed, he is now in the hospital with poisoning, they have requested combat and medical assistance. Jiraiya. It's Akatsuki, they want Gaara because of the one tail. Sunad. Damn it. Kakashi. Jonan turned, awaiting orders. Sunad. You, Sakura and Team Guy are heading to Suna. Kakashi. Hi. The man disappeared, and Jiraiya sat down tiredly in a chair, pouring himself and his friend a shot. Sunad smiled gratefully and drained the glass in one gulp. After just a couple of hours, a group of 6 shinobi was moving away from the village. Kakashi. We need to hurry, Kankuro has been poisoned by a strong unknown poison. He only has about 3 or 4 days left, so when we get there he'll be on you, Sakura. Also, Jiraiya-san said that the tailed beasts are sealed. It takes a long time to seal that much chakra, but if we're late, the Kazekage will die. Kakashi glanced at everyone. Everyone was focused to the limit. 3 days later, they arrived in Sand. The land of wind greeted the Konoha people with a scorching sun and wild winds that raised sand grains into the air. But a ninja shouldn't complain about the weather, and so our team didn't complain either. There was a deafening din in the Suna hospital. Doctors and nurses were scurrying around everywhere. The Kazekage's brother was dying. Haruno, who flew into the ward, scared the staff a lot, but they managed to calm everyone down, not without Temari's help of course. The pink-haired girl immediately harnessed everyone, skillfully working with the components of the poison and the future antidote. The girl's mental abilities were as enormous as her chakra control. The second Sunad Senju, that's what they called her in the leaf. The Suna doctors resisted a little at first, but under Sobaku's stern gaze they quickly got to work. Soon the poison was extracted, and the remains were dealt with by a freshly prepared antidote. Hatake, who entered the room, smiled happily, proud of his student. She really had become one of the strongest kunoichi in the leaf. But then the thought process was interrupted by the scream of some old woman. Chi. White Fang of Konoha, you will pay for everything. The old woman attacked the stunned Kakashi, but he managed to react. After all, this kunoichi's age was taking its toll. Of course, she was stopped right away. Kakashi. Excuse me, but what does my father have to do with this? Chi. So you're not White Fang? Kakashi. No, I am his son. Kakashi Hatake, copy ninja. The sooner elder laughed hoarsely. Chi. I was just kidding. Everyone in the room was overcome with sadness. Temari looked at the entire leaf group, noting with annoyance that the person she needed was not there. She knew Naruto had left the village hidden in the leaves, but she had hoped that he would return. Kankuro, who was lying on the operating table, sat up with difficulty. Kankuro. Ahem. Kakashi-san, here's a piece of cloth from one of the kidnappers, Sasori of the Red Sand. Ahem. Kakashi walked up to the table and took the cloth that was handed to him. He made the seals and placed his hand on the floor. Kakashi. Summoning technique. There was a pop and the room was filled with smoke. When the smoke cleared, everyone could see a small pug in ninja clothes. Pakken. Yo, Kakashi, what can I help with? Kakashi. Pakken, track the scent, here's a sample. The Jonin handed the cloth to the Ninken, who began to sniff it. Pakken. I've picked up the scent. Kakashi. Okay, lead the way. The entire Konoha group turned around, leaving the room. Temari. I'm coming with you. At that moment, a Jonin from Sand entered the room. Bucky. Out of the question. You are currently the acting commander-in-chief of our army, which means you cannot leave the village. Chi. I'll go. Baki. But Chi-sama. But the old woman had already left the room, heading after the Konoha members. Temari ground her teeth in frustration. Kankuro laughed hoarsely but cheerfully. The group of Kakashi, Sakura, Granny Chi, Guy, Neji, Lee and Tenten were now running as fast as they could after Hatake's summons. Every minute counted. They had almost reached the destination, according to Pakken, but two Akatsuki members blocked their way. Kakashi. Itachi Uchiha. Late, or not? Comment to late, or not. New part, new Naruto, leave comments and wait, enjoy reading. A blow, another blow, and another. The screech of steel and the shower of sparks. Kakashi jumped away from his opponent, trying to look at his feet. At that moment, Guy knocked Kisame off his feet, forcing him to use a giant water technique. The sixth gate was putting a lot of strain on the swordsman, but the fight did not last long. Itachi. We've delayed them long enough, Kisame. Let's leave. The man nodded and the space around their bodies began to blur. The two missing nin fell to the ground, and soon a vest peeked out from under their cloaks. Kakashi checked a couple of times to see if it was a genjutsu and came closer. The enemies were not the same shinobi they had been fighting. Cursing, the group hurried to the missing nin's hideout again. Arriving at the place Pakken had indicated, they saw a cave, the entrance to which was blocked by a huge boulder. There was a seal stuck on the stone. Kakashi. This is a barrier, and judging by the seal, there should be 4 more like it. Neji. Find them. Neji. Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged and Hyuga concentrated. Neji. Found them. One is on a tree, 100 meters to the north. The second is to the east, 320 meters on a rock. The third is in a field to the south, and the fourth is by the river directly to the west. Kakashi. Okay, go ahead, we need to remove the seals at the same time, then the barrier will dissipate. Team Guy. Yes sir. Guy. Okay, Kakashi, you will remove this seal. The Jonin nodded, and the 4 of them disappeared in the directions indicated. Sakura had already begun to gather chakra in her fist for a punch. Kakashi jumped onto the boulder, walking up to the seal and pressing the call button on the radio. Kakashi. Found everything. Okay, count to 3. 1, 2, 3. The shinobi removed the seals, but copies of those who removed them appeared near the other 4 indicated. 10-10, some clones have appeared here. It looks like we'll have to fight them. Kakashi. Got it, be careful. Sakura. Come on. Sakura. Shanaru. The pink-haired girl swung her fist and slammed it into the stone, releasing chakra. Cracks appeared from the impact point, and a moment later the boulder crumbled into rubble. Chi. Incredible power. Sakura chuckled contentedly. The trio entered the room and found the following scene. In the middle of the hall lay the Godime Kazekage himself, and on him sat a blond man with long hair tied in a ponytail. The Eva forehead protector was crossed out. Next to him stood a hunched old man in the same black robe with red clouds. The crossed-out Suna forehead protector hung around his neck. Sakura opened her mouth in disbelief, and her lip trembled traitorously. Kakashi tried to remain calm. They were too late. Sobu no Gara, the fifth Kazekage of the village hidden in the sand, was dead. The blond man clapped his hands joyfully, running his hands into the pouches at his sides. Deodara. Look, Sasori-san, there's reinforcements from Konoha, can I have some fun? Sasori. Yes, but not for long, I don't like waiting. Deodara. Of course. Now they will learn my art. Taking his hands out, he released a small bird, which instantly grew in size, swallowing the corpse of the head of the sand. Skiri jumped on his creation and flew out through the entrance recently made by Haruno. Kakashi, without a second's hesitation, headed after him, secretly hoping that Chi and Sakura would be able to at least hold out until Teen Guy or himself arrived. After all, they were up against Akasuna Sasori himself, the famous puppeteer and no less famous missing nin. The fight between the two puppeteers lasted a long time. She really justified her title of a legendary puppeteer, and her grandson was not inferior to her either. Sakura, with her monstrous blows, first destroyed Hirako, the puppet of the third Kazekage, and then many more masterpieces of sandstone. But the kunoiki missed several blows and was on the verge of death, but was saved by the old woman, who spent her dose of antidote on her, pouring in a whole bunch of her chakra. The elder herself was also injured and poisoned, but she didn't think much of it. Her last attack landed on Sasori's real body, which he had modified into a puppet. But neither she nor Haruno had any idea that the section containing the puppeteer's heart had been transplanted into another puppet. Sasori had already swung his poisoned katana at the kunoiki. Sasori, you need to watch your rear. The katana was inevitably approaching Sakura, but a clang, and the katana flies in the other direction. The puppet's doll-like face expressed extreme surprise. Sasori. What the? The next second, the only living part of his body was pierced by someone else's katana. Sasori. How? Sakura and Chi looked at the protruding blade with the same surprise. A cold voice sounded from behind the puppeteer. Naruto. You need to watch your rear. The blade disappeared and the missing nin fell forward with a crash, revealing his killer. A tall guy of 19 years old stood before the kunoiki. His ash-colored hair had grown out and was tied in a short, messy high ponytail. Two ponytails framed his face, and his bangs barely covered his left eye. A scar crossed the stripes on his cheeks. A blue eye sparkled in the dark room like a sapphire at an exhibition. His lips were raised in a slight smirk. The guy was dressed in a black yukata, belted with a white and purple belt, and wide sleeves reached only halfway up his forearm. The katana was simple, its handle was made of dark wood, on which a white seal was applied, and there was no tsuba, the scabbard was located behind his back. Sakura was even more surprised when she found out who was in front of her. Sakura's sensei. Naruto grinned and with a slight movement of his hand sent the katana back into its sheath. Naruto. Long time no see, Sakura-chan. Naruto quickly approached the pair, helping cheer up. She still looked at him with distrust, but did not have the strength to object. After leaving the cave, the three of them moved closer to the field, where Teen Guy and Kakashi immediately arrived with Gaara's body. Naruto tensed up at the sight of his best friend's corpse. The Konoha members looked at the former Anbu head in shock, and Hatake Sr. fell out of reality. Kakashi. Naruto. Naruto. Hello, Two-san. A second later, he was caught in the manly embrace of his adoptive father, and everyone was extremely surprised by such a vivid display of emotions from the copy ninja. Kakashi. I missed you so much. The ash-haired man let go of his son and took a step away from him. He was about to say something when he became interested in the actions of the Suna elder, who approached the Kazekage and formed unknown seals. Chi tensed up greatly as she placed her hands on the village ruler's chest. Naruto silently approached her and placed his palms on hers. Naruto. Are you sure? Chi. My time has passed, now everything is in your hands. Naruto nodded and began to transfer his chakra, adding a little of the fox's chakra. With each passing second, the old woman's face became more painful, foreshadowing her death. Naruto only continued to supply chakra, hoping that such a complex technique would work as it should. The rest of the Konoha members watched the duo's actions. A couple of minutes later, Chi fell to the ground, and Naruto, sighing, put his hand on the Godime's heart. It was beating. Naruto exhaled joyfully, rising from his knees. Sakura, who checked Chi's pulse, quietly cried, pressing the granny's body to herself. Sobakuno's eyelids fluttered, and then completely opened. Guy. What kind of technique is this? Naruto. Life transfusion. Chi sacrificed her life force to revive Gaara. I only added my chakra. Gaara stood up and looked around. He looked very surprised. Of course, it's not every time you rise from the dead. Gaara. Where am I? Naruto. Among the living. Outcast. Commentary on Outcast. Oh. I apologize for everything. The chapter size, the wait time, and also for the lack of chapters on Cold. I'm having a bit of a creative crisis right now, so the release of the Cold chapters is postponed indefinitely. The fanfic won't be frozen, but for now there will only be chapters on Hatake, with, I hope, the same periodicity. Leave comments, and yes, you can throw slippers and whatever else they throw at me. Well, and enjoy reading. Gaara. Naruto. The corners of the Jinchuriki's lips lifted slightly. He was about to offer his hand, when in a second he found himself on the grass. Naruto. Ha. It turned out that he had been knocked down by two young girls of about 14 to 15 years old who had flown up to the red-haired man. He, in turn, had not yet recovered from the shock, and was now completely lost in reality. Naruto stood up and felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Kankuro's unpainted face. Naruto. Hey Kan, long time no see. Kankuro. You're right, it's been a long time. Hey, Matsuri, do you even know who you shot down? The girls turned around, looking at their friends in bewilderment. Naruto moved away from the puppeteer a little, waving his arms. Matsuri. And who? Kankuro made a facepalm, shaking his head. The girls became even more lost in reality. Kankuro. This is Naruto Hatake, son of the Four. He didn't have time to finish speaking, as his mouth was covered by Naruto's hand, who laughed nervously. Naruto. It's okay girls, I understand everything. Ah. Kankuro will shut up now if he wants to keep his tongue. Kankuro swallowed and fell silent, and the girls returned to running around the Kazekage. Naruto let out a tired sigh and turned to leave, but was stopped by the Sandman's hand. Kankuro. Don't you want to see her? Naruto didn't turn around, but Kankuro felt him tense up. Naruto. I want to, but you know that will only make things worse. I'm in danger, and if our relationship comes out, she could get hurt. Akatsuki is no joke, they are the most dangerous shinobi in the world. I don't want her to get hurt. The puppeteer let go of his hand and looked down. The Sonites standing nearby looked at the couple in surprise. Someone was whispering, pointing a finger at Naruto. He didn't pay attention, and a single tear rolled down his cheek. Sakura, who had already handed Chi's body to the Sandman, approached him. Naruto. Well, see you later, Kan. Kankuro. See you later, take care. Naruto. And you. He was about to teleport, but the pink-haired girl's voice stopped him. She stood there nervously clenching her fists, and the Konoha members standing nearby looked at her in surprise. Sakura. Leaving again. How's Sasuke? Naruto shuddered and raised his heavy blue gaze to Haruno. She looked enchanted into the so familiar, yet so unfamiliar dark blue pupil. Naruto. Yes, because it's necessary, because it will help me take my mind off you for a little while. Now, farewell, maybe we'll see each other again. Bye, Dad. Kakashi looked at his son with one eye, filled with worry and pride. Naruto disappeared in a white flash, leaving the shocked Suna people listening to the aftershocks of the thunderclap. Sakura dropped to her knees and slammed her fist into the ground. Without chakra, of course. Sakura. Damn it. Why? Hatake came up, hugged his student and helped her up. She was already crying non-stop. Kakashi, putting his hand on his teammate's shoulder, went to the others. Soon, a group from Leaf was heading back from Suna to Konoha, and in Suna, a funeral was held for one of the elders. In the Hokage's office, Suna slowly digested the information, resting her head on her crossed wrists. Her face expressed extreme concentration. Kakashi, standing at the table, nervously clenched his fists, and Jiraiya, sitting next to him on the couch, completely lost it. Tsunade. So he's alive after all. Well, that's good news. What about the Kazekage? Kakashi. The Kazekage was resurrected by a technique unknown to me. The technique was used by Elder Chi, and Naruto helped her with chakra. Tsunade. Okay. When does Naruto plan to return? Jiraiya. Judging from Kakashi's report, it's safe to say as late as possible. Let's hope he knows what he's doing. The room was silent, except for the rain. A white flash flashed on Yondaim's head for a second. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Commentary on revenge is a dish best served cold. Here is the new part. By the way, I'm waiting in the comments. Naruto's nickname in this world. After his departure, enjoy reading. It was pouring rain outside. The weather seemed to be mourning the loss suffered by Konoha, the land of fire, and the entire shinobi world. A young man with ash blonde hair was kneeling by a stone slab. His ponytail was wet, as was his black yukata, which was sticking unpleasantly to the body of the young Nukanon. Naruto. Asuma-san, I'm sorry I couldn't come to your aid. Damn Akatsuki. Hatake Jr. stood up and placed his hand on the wet hilt of his katana. A red light burned in the dark gray. To his right, an aquamarine pupil shone like an icy breath. Naruto. They will pay for this. There was a double clap of thunder and Naruto disappeared into lightning. A few days later, Hokage's office. Senju was looking through the scout's report and thinking about something. Team 10 and Team 7, which currently consisted of Sakura, Haku, Sai from Root, Kakashi and Tenzo, Yamato, were standing in front of the table. Everyone was looking intently at the Hokage, waiting for the order to act. Team 10 had lost their sensei and wanted revenge, and the Sannin understood this, so she sent Kakashi's team to help them. The chances were quite high even against such strong missing nin. After all, the squad included Kakashi Hatake, the strongest Jonin of the Leaf, Yamato with his Mokuton and Shikamaru, who had already come up with a brilliant plan. Tsunade. So, Kakazu and Hiden were spotted on the road near the Nara forests. Your task is to capture them or destroy them. All. Hi. The office was empty, and Tsunade tiredly sank into a chair, taking out the sake she had hidden. She had already sent a bird to Jiraiya, asking her old friend to help with this difficult task. The beginning of the battle was fierce. Akatsuki were not going to give up so easily, and killing them was not possible at all. The immortal duo turned out to be a very dangerous target. Shikamaru was lucky to capture Hiden and take him deep into the forest of his clan, but Kakazu was much more difficult. The shinobi who fought with the Shodaime Hokage himself owned all 5 elements and 5 hearts, which went beyond any logic. Haku's ice walls could not withstand the pressure of the combined futon and kaiten techniques. Kakashi managed to destroy Raiten's heart, and Hiden, deceived by Nara, destroyed Suten's heart. But the renegade from the waterfall was monstrously strong. The shinobi, now considerably weakened and battered, were now bound by the hair of Kakazu's final form. The kaiten and futon masks were ready to attack. Kakazu. This is your end, Konoha people. Kaiten, futon, flame release. A huge stream of fire, accelerated and strengthened by futoninjutsu, rushed towards Kakashi and the others. Everyone had already said goodbye to their loved ones and closed their eyes, expecting excruciating pain. But it did not come. Hatake suddenly opened his eyes. The residual glare of someone's blade appeared between the squad, cutting the threads. In an instant, everyone was free. The copy ninja turned his gaze to the place where the enemy technique should be, but instead of a wall of flame, he found a wall of water, literally out of nowhere. There was an explosion of clashing techniques and the battlefield was covered in steam. Ino. What the? Yamato. Kakashi-senpai, did you see the one who used the technique? Kakashi. No, I don't understand where he is either. Kakazu stared blankly into the cloud of steam, trying to spot the mysterious savior. Naruto, standing inside, grinned nastily and swung his katana. The steam was blown away by a powerful gust of wind, revealing to everyone the man who had stopped the monstrous technique. Sakura. Naruto. Kakazu. Who are you, puppy? Naruto raised his cold Sharingan gaze to Kakazu, who gulped when he saw the 3 tomo in his eye. Kakazu. Sharingan. It doesn't matter, I'll deal with you anyway. I fought Hashirama Senju himself, and I can handle someone like you. Naruto smirked again, causing Akatsuki to start doubting his words. Naruto. So you fought the first. Well, I guess you'll meet him again soon. He gripped the katana until his knuckles turned white, and the shinobi standing behind him flinched at such a cold and detached tone. Naruto made a dash, leaving behind streams of wind and crackling lightning. Kakazu tried to block the katana's strike with his hand, using the Doton jutsu, but the blade, imbued with Raiten chakra, like a hot knife through butter, cut through his hand and part of the body. Hatake disappeared in a shimmer, appearing from behind. A blow, and the blade pierces the Kaiten mask. A small feint with a turn, and the sword cuts through the futon mask. At great speed, the ash-haired one dodges the counterattack of his hair, stopping in front of Kakazu. Naruto. I wonder how you managed to hold out against the Shodaime. Your speed is insignificant, Kakazu. Compared to normal shinobi, you are fast, I admit, but you are no match for me. The apostate stepped back, every cell of his body feeling the incredible strength emanating from the guy. Naruto. It's time to finish. After making the seals, the ash-haired man pulled his hand back, getting into a fighting stance. A three-bladed kunai appeared from the FUNN on his wrist. Naruto. I will show you the difference in our strength before I die. He threw a kunai straight at Kakazu, who had to dodge it. Naruto moved towards the kunai, his palm enveloped in Raten chakra. Naruto. Reikiri. The palm cracked and pierced the last heart of the missing nin, and his shocked eyes were frozen in this world forever. Pulling out his hand, Hatake Jr. only chuckled, and then approached his equally shocked comrades. Kakashi tiredly sank to the ground, wiping sweat from his forehead. Tenzo followed the example of the Jonin. Haku. Where is Shikamaru? Naruto. He's fine. He'll be here soon, and I think it's time for me to go. Ino. You won't stay. Naruto shook his head, walking away from the group. Naruto. And yeah, don't look for Sasuke. He'll be back soon. He disappeared in a flash, leaving a shocked Haku with tears in her eyes. Everyone slowly returned to normal, and a little later, just like Naruto said, Shika came, telling them that Hidden was finished. And none of them know that they were very lucky that Naruto intercepted the birds sent by Jiraiya. The emergence of the problem called Uchiha Lords. Commentary on the emergence of the problem called Uchiha Lords. Another part. Leave your royal comments. I will read them, I promise. Enjoy reading. The trees in the forest swayed in time with the sharp gusts of warm air. His white hair, though tied in a ponytail, followed the example of the leaves trembling in the wind. The blonde, leaning against the trunk of a 100-year-old oak, melancholically examined the sky, as if wanting to find at least one flaw in such a perfect blue sky, like his eye. The crackling of the neighboring bushes did not even disturb Naruto, although any self-respecting shinobi would at least tense up, expecting any trick. But the sensory abilities of the guy and the demon sitting in him more than made up for this omission. It was unrealistic to get close to Hatake unnoticed, unless you had chakra and you could move absolutely silently, which was difficult, if not impossible, in the forest. Two dark tops appeared from the bush, and Naruto smiled, for the first time in a long time, a warm and blinding smile. Naruto. You're making us wait, Uchiha Lords. Where is your vaunted punctuality? Itachi. Did you pick up these jokes from Shisui? A sad smile just flashed across the guy's handsome face, but was immediately replaced by a light laugh. Naruto. You're always such a witty guy, Itachi. Glad you're still here. Itachi. As you see. The eldest of the Uchihas really didn't look so great now. The illness that had been haunting him for a long time was making itself known, despite the pills he was taking. Naruto. How's your neck, Nii-san? Does it hurt or is it okay? The second dark-haired man quickly felt the left side of his shoulder, where until recently the cursed seal had stood. Sasuke. It's fine, Nii-san. Although there is a slight burning sensation in the back of my head, it's better than walking around with a time bomb on my body. Naruto. You're right. So, are you going home? The brunettes nodded reservedly, coming closer. Both were dressed in light shirts and pants. Itachi's katana was slung over his shoulder, and Sasuke's sword was sharpened in a sheath on his back. Naruto remained in his comfortable yukata. Itachi. It's time to go back. Are you with us? Naruto. I won't go back there yet. Akatsuki is still too active, so I'll put the village and everyone living in it in danger. Sasuke. Naruto, you'll have to go back there sooner or later, you understand that, right? Naruto. Yeah, but this Danzo. Itachi gnashed his teeth at the mention of the hated name. This old man had driven Shisui to suicide, and now he was terrorizing Naruto. The elder Uchiha was filled with hatred, which was unlike him. But apparently even the most peace-loving have their limits. And the Konoha elders had clearly exceeded them. Naruto noticed the changes in his older brother's face, and was very surprised, because Itachi was famous for his pacifism as much as Minato Namikaze was famous for his speed. Naruto. Calm down, Itachi. In the leaf, Try not to let root get within an inch of you. Especially you, Sasuke. Your mangekyo is strong, which means the old man might start itching in one place. Although you all know perfectly well that I'm just groveling in front of you here. The blonde walked away from the oak to the edge of the clearing, turning his back to his interlocutors. The brunettes only looked at the young man with a sympathetic glance. Naruto. See you later, brothers. In an instant, only 2 Uchiha remained in the clearing. Itachi patted his brother on the shoulder, turning in the direction of Konoha. Sasuke sighed and gripped the small travel bag tighter. Itachi. It's time to go back. You said you have a girlfriend, and will your nieces be here soon? Sasuke. Don't start, Nii-san. Itachi burst out laughing and, with a rather cheerful step considering his condition, moved towards the village. In Konoha. Tsunade. You're not going anywhere. Jiraiya just sighed, stopping next to the bench where the legendary loser sat down. Jiraiya. Even though you are the Hokage, I am not a Konoha shinobi, I haven't been for a long time, and you can't stop me from doing anything. Don't you understand that this is an opportunity? I have learned that the Akatsuki leader is hiding in the village hidden in the rain. If we deal with him, there is a chance that Naruto will return to Konoha. Tsunade sobbed, and the white-haired Sannin almost died, because as he knew, the last time Tsunade cried was when Dan died. Although this amused his male pride, as if they were caring and worrying about him, he still felt uneasy. Tsunade. What if you die? What will I do then? Have you thought about Naruto? About me? Jiraiya. Sooner. I have to go, because the information I get could change the future. Let's make a bet. I'll bet that I won't die. Tsunade. Why? The fifth's red cheeks shone brightly against the sunset, giving him a more intimate tone. Jiraiya, who had drunk less and was more resistant to alcohol, felt absolutely nothing associated with intoxication. Tsunade. Oh okay, I bet you'll die. Another tear rolled down her cheek, outlining her cheekbone and chin, and then falling onto the blonde's already damp kimono. Jiraiya. I'll be back, I promise. He began to move away, waving his huge palm in farewell. Senju pressed her hands to her chest, clearly feeling each burning, booming beat of her hot heart. Tsunade. I'll wait. Several hours later, the main gates of Konoha. In front of the post stood 2 brunettes, looking with laughter at the 2 guards, who were now in a state of complete shock. Itachi. Sorry, but I guess I have to repeat myself. We need to the Hokage. Izumo. Why yes. Follow me. The brothers jumped after the Chunin onto the roof, quickly reaching the village head's office, but here's the problem. As soon as they got into the office, they were surrounded by about 10 Anbu, and the guys' katanas flew out of their sheaths with the same speed as Naruto makes hand seals. Tsunade blinked several times, still not believing what was happening. Tsunade. Stop it. The Anbu glanced at each other, but put their weapons away, returning to their previous positions. Both Uchihas chuckled in the Uchiha way, putting away their swords. Sasuke was greatly amused by the Anbu's attempt to attack. He was able to keep track of them even without the Sharingan, which meant that the operatives had little chance against the 2 geniuses of the Red-Eyed clan. Itachi was serious, as shown by the white-knuckled expression on his face. Itachi. Hello, Hokage-sama. I believe my name and my brother's name are known to you. Tsunade. Yes, I know very well about you, Itachi-san. Itachi nodded and then handed over the envelope. After opening the document, the Hokage began to study it. Dear Ba-chan, this is Naruto. If you have this letter, make sure that the people standing in front of you are still alive and conscious. Now in order. Itachi Uchiha, Case 3397, Mission Rank S+, the folder with the cases in the Anbu department, top secret, access only to Hokage. Sasuke Uchiha, Case 7833, Mission Rank S+, is in the same department. These documents are enough to completely exonerate the guys. I also have a personal request. Heal Itachi, he will explain everything to you. I hope we meet. Say hello to Erasenin and Dad. Naruto Hatake. Tsunade smiled after reading the message. Tsunade. What a bastard. She gave the order to bring the necessary documents, and after asking the younger Uchiha to leave the office, she began to discuss the elder's illness. And no one knows that several hundred kilometers from the leaf, a huge explosion thundered, raising 10 kilometers in diameter to the ground. Only the heavily breathing blonde sat by the tree, wiping away the streaming sweat. Naruto. Damn Deidara. But you have to admit, His explosions are really spectacular. First wounds. Commentary on first wounds. Well, leave your comments, and enjoy reading. Tsunade slowly sank into the chair, swallowing back the tears that were pouring down her face. Tsunade, summon Uchiha Sasuke to me. 5 minutes later, the one named entered the office and stood peacefully at the table, trying to guess what could have upset the godime so much. Senju wiped away her tears and raised a look full of bitterness, from which Sasuke's heart sank. Tsunade, do you know how to contact Naruto? The brunette nodded, waiting for what needed to be conveyed. Tsunade, tell him that Jiraiya is dead. Sasuke swallowed, already imagining the rage that would overwhelm the blonde as soon as he learned of this tragic news. Tsunade turned to the window, not wanting him to see her tears, and it hurt even more because she had beaten Shizune at cards just before. Now she was cursing everything the world stood for such cruel injustice. Sasuke bowed and left the office, creating a special summoned eagle, which was just trained to deliver messages to Naruto. The eagle flew away with the message, and the brunette went to Itachi to tell him everything. After all, most likely, they would have to stop the raging ash-haired man. A pop was heard in the Hokage's office and an old toad in a cloak appeared from a cloud of smoke. Tsunade did not pay attention to the guest, and Fukasaku understood her perfectly. The eagle caught up with Hatake on the border of the land of fire and earth. Naruto immediately recognized Sasuke's messenger, and the eagle landed on his hand without hesitation. He took the small scroll and unrolled it. Go back to Konoha. Jiraiya is dead. The scroll fell from his hands, and his breath disappeared. The eagle disappeared with a pop. Naruto fell to his knees, and his blue eye expressed so much negativity that if you looked at it even for a moment, depression for life is guaranteed. Naruto. No. His godfather was gone. The thought of losing someone so close always made Naruto shudder. And now it had happened, inevitably and very painfully. He was overcome by a momentary rage, but he did not allow himself to break down, and Kurama blocked access to his chakra just in case. The fox wanted to support the blonde, but did not know how. Therefore, he decided to remain silent, leaving his Jinchuriki alone with his thoughts. Standing up from his knees, Naruto turned towards the leaf, and his face hardened and became absolutely impenetrable. He took one step and disappeared, leaving behind clouds of dust. Hatake's physical speed was higher than anyone else's. Looking at the running blonde, one could only notice the white glare of his ash blonde hair. Teams 7, 8, 9 and 10 gathered in the Hokage's office. They humbly awaited orders from the godime, who sat with her head resting on her wrists. Itachi and Sasuke stood nearby, ready for anything. Fukasaku was also sitting by the table, thoughtfully sipping the offered green tea. A thunderstorm broke out outside the window, and the rain poured mercilessly. With another flash of lightning and thunder, the window swung open, revealing a blonde with a very calm face and a very angry look. The key in the office jumped to incredible heights even for a cage. He jumped off the windowsill, and his katana swung dangerously, as if saying that one careless word could cost the speaker his life. Fukasaku looked with undisguised interest at the guy who, according to Tsunade, was his student's godson. Teammate, who saw Naruto like this for the first time, was in great shock. Naruto, I'm listening to you, Tsunade-sama. He stopped in the middle of the office, placing his right palm on the hilt, making all the adult Jonin and Uchiha nervous. Each of them understood that he was no match for Hatake Jr. Tsunade, Naruto, I think you should listen to Mr. Fukasaku. He was Jiraiya's teacher on Mount Myoboku, and he fought alongside him in that battle. Naruto slowly turned his gaze to the toad. Everyone tensed up, expecting the atomic bomb called Naruto's self-control to explode. But to the surprise of many, the blonde bowed his head, greeting such a respected figure. Naruto. Yes, Fukasaku-sama. Fukasaku. Jiraiya-chan was in the capital of the Land of Rain, a ninja village. He was trying to find out about the leader of Akatsuki, but he was attacked by his former students. At least that's what he said. He recognized 2 of them. One of the attackers was a girl who had the ability to do ninjutsu using origami. The other 6 shinobi had the Rinnegan. All the Jonin held their breath. Tsunade stared blankly at the table. Naruto. 6 exactly. Fukasaku. Right, we also found out that their vision is linked, and that each of them only uses one of their abilities. Naruto. Did Rasengan leave any message? Fukasaku. Rasengan. Yeah, that suits him. Yeah, I left it. The toad turned its back and threw off its cloak. There were numbers burned into its back. Tsunade. What could this code mean? Kakashi. I don't know, Konoha doesn't use that. It's Jiraiya-san's personal code. Naruto thought about it, looked at the first number 9 again, and suddenly slapped his forehead. He opened the book, Flirting Tactics, and started flipping through the pages. Kakashi. Son, what are you doing? Naruto. It's simple, San. The first symbol isn't the number 9, it's ta. The Godfather had a slight handwriting defect. The only book he had that starts with ta is in my hands. So, that's it. There is no real one. Mr. Fukasaku, did the Godfather say anything else? Fukasaku. Yeah, he said one of his students had the Rinnegan, but he didn't see it. Also, each of the attackers had some kind of black rods on their faces like piercings. Naruto. So, all the attackers were puppets, except for the origami girl. The real owner of the Rinnegan controlled them through those black rods, so the puppets had common vision and only used one ability. But even so, this is too dangerous an opponent. Well, I have to go, I haven't been to my apartment for a long time. Naruto bowed and left the office, and the key level dropped to 0. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the Uchihas wiped away the sweat that had appeared. They also very strongly warned to leave Naruto alone, otherwise there would be no stone left of Konoha. Everyone agreed with this prudent decision and went about their business. And Fukasaku remained to retell all the abilities of the Rinnegan to Kakashi, Shizune and Tsunade. Itachi, having fenced himself off with important matters, left, as did Sasuke, who ran away with Haku. They had a lot to catch up on. Naruto teleported into the apartment and immediately fell onto the bed, shedding tears of resentment and bitterness. But there was no sound from his bedroom. Kurama prayed to the Rikudo Sennin himself that Naruto would not start getting angry, otherwise the fox would no longer be able to hold on to his chakra, and then there would be trouble, big trouble. I hate this job. Comment on I hate this job. Question. Do we need separate chapters to describe previous events? 2 weeks have passed since Jiraiya's death. Do we need to describe them? Or should they be revealed separately in conversations and other chapters? I'm waiting for comments. Enjoy reading. Flash forward. Naruto was sitting on the bed, gently stroking the family photo. There was a knock on the door, and the ash-haired man put the photo back on the nightstand. He walked up to the doorway and opened it. Itachi was standing in the doorway, having just handed over the letter and disappeared. Naruto locked the apartment and went back to the room. Having opened the letter, he only glanced over it, nodding every time his fears came true. He threw the letter on the bed and went to the closet. He took out bandages soaked in a special solution. His gaze fell on his left hand, which was completely covered in a horrific burn. Having wrapped his hand in a bandage, he pulled on a black turtleneck with the right sleeve missing. A mask was sewn onto the turtleneck. The guy was already wearing black shinobi pants with many pockets. Next, the lightest and most durable bulletproof vest was placed on his torso. It was thin and did not restrict his movements at all. Having adjusted the armor plate in his vest, Naruto pulled a full-fingered glove with plates sewn into the back of his hand and phalanges onto his left hand. The forearm and shoulder of the damaged hand were also soon covered with armor plates made of chakra-conducting metal, and in the wrist area it was also extended in the shape of a triangle and well sharpened. The right hand remained untouched. Afterwards, Namikaze pulled a black coat cloak out of the closet, which had no sleeves, and the high collar was tucked up to the level of the chin. The hems of the cloak were framed with a pattern of white flames, and white kanji were adorned on the back. Having put on the coat, Naruto fastened the already prepared belt with 2 pouches and a pair of sheaths. Some were short, and others were long. Having adjusted all the equipment, the shinobi tied up his ponytail and went to the table. Taking the short tanto sword, he examined the professionally made blade once more. In the rays of the sun, it cast a white light, contrasting brightly with the black tsuba and hilt. With a chuckle, Naruto sent the tanto into the short sheath that was located crosswise with the long ones on his left hip. After checking how quickly he could pull the blade out, Namikaze took the next sword. It was a long, completely black katana with a beautiful tsuba. The black blade shone with a purple glow, glaring in the sun's rays. The tsuba had an inscription engraved on the blade: "Without darkness, there will be no light." Naruto, looking at the blade that he had worked hard to obtain, sent Raten chakra through it. The katana sparkled with a very bright blue color. The metal from which the blade was forged perfectly conducted the element of lightning. Satisfied, the ninja sheathed the sword, noticing how purple sparks ran along the tsuba as it snapped shut. Pulling on his mask, Naruto walked out into the hallway, approaching the exit. On the hanger hung the last piece of his equipment. A large red hat with the kanji for fire in the center. Hanging the headdress on his right hip, Naruto disappeared from the apartment, leaving behind only sparks on the floor. Appearing in a specially equipped hall, he silenced everyone present with his appearance alone. Naruto sat in his place of honor in front of all the clan heads and Jonin. Everyone was surprised by Namikaze's strange style of clothing. Naruto, so, we have gathered here because a letter has arrived from the Raikage. He has initiated a meeting of the 5 Kage. I am planning to leave for the Land of Iron today, but the letter says that I can take 2 bodyguards with me. It is also safe to say that not a single village is aware of what has happened, because the letter was addressed to Tsunade-sama. Shikaku, what about bodyguards, Hokage-sama? Naruto, I've already decided everything. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke are coming with me. The 2 brunettes just nodded and disappeared, heading home to pack. An indignant murmur swept through the hall. Naruto, declaring that the meeting was over, vanished. Naruto, I hate this job. Appearing in front of the Uchiha mansion, he caught a sense of deja vu, but shook off the delusion and knocked. Haku opened the door, dressed in a house kimono. She was still arguing with Sasuke, who was apparently in their room. Haku, and just try to get into trouble again, I'll shake the life out of you. Turning around, she noticed Naruto giggling nervously. Haku, Hokage-sama. Naruto shuddered for the 100th time at this address. Naruto, don't, Haku-chan, you know I don't like being called that. Haku, sorry, Naruto-kun. Are you for Sasuke and Itachi? A restrained nod followed in response. Haku, they're coming now. I have a favor to ask. Naruto, anything. Haku became embarrassed and nodded, then cast a worried glance towards the room. Haku, I don't want to lose him again, Naruto, I'm really scared. Naruto, I understand, everything will be fine. We are a great team, we will cope. Naruto gave her a thumbs up with his left hand. Haku looked at her with pity. Haku, does it hurt? Naruto, a little, but the pain will subside, but the burns will remain. Even my super strong regeneration can't heal the burn from the Kyuubi's chakra and the rocket explosion. It's good that my arm stayed intact. Naruto chuckled and leaned against the doorway, crossing his arms over his chest. Naruto, oh, I wish Ba-chan would come out of her coma soon, I really don't want to be Hokage. Haku laughed sweetly and disappeared. A few minutes later she appeared with a mug of steaming tea. Naruto thanked him and took off his mask. The hot drink pleasantly burned his throat and kindled a warming fire inside. Having finished his tea, the ash-haired man handed the mug to the girl, who went into the kitchen, and a second later the elder Uchiha appeared. Itachi, you must be waiting a long time. Naruto, no, it's okay. A minute later, the sweet couple appeared. Haku, having hugged Itachi goodbye and kissed Sasuke, disappeared behind the door. Naruto prayed that one blonde lady would come to the meeting as a bodyguard. Moving away from the house, Namikaze put his hands on the Uchiha's shoulders. They prepared themselves for not the most pleasant sensations. Naruto, if anything happens, catch me. There was a deafening clap of thunder, and the 3 disappeared in a white flash. Cold air hit his lungs sharply, and Naruto felt strong arms grab him. He caught his breath and managed to straighten up, meeting the concerned gazes of his brothers. Naruto, it's okay, I'm just not used to jumping such distances. Itachi nodded, and Sasuke continued to support his friend, allowing him to catch his breath a little more. When the white-haired man's breathing returned to normal, the brunette walked away from him, examining the area. Naruto walked calmly along the snowy road. The snow crunched pleasantly under his feet. They had to overcome a few more kilometers before reaching the Land of Iron. The silence of the forest was broken only by the cold howling wind, and the 3 relaxed a little, but it was not to be. The surrounding environment was cut by a child's scream. The Uchihas did not even have time to comment on this phenomenon, as Naruto disappeared, leaving behind lightning and whirlwinds. A few hundred meters from the road there was another one, but it was rarely used. Naruto covered the distance in an instant, noticing this picture. A boy of about 7 years old stood over a girl who was protecting a little girl. The boy spread his arms out to the sides as if protecting his family. Opposite them stood 4 shinobi, judging by the bandanas, Nukanen. One of them has already folded the seals. Nukanen, Doten, Earth Shuriken. A dozen 4-pointed shurikens began to form from the ground. They headed towards the villagers with great speed. The boy braced himself for excruciating pain, but did not move from his place. In an instant, all the shurikens were cut into dust. The only thing everyone saw was blue lightning. Namikaze stopped with his back to the boy. His cloak fluttered spectacularly in the chilly wind. Slowly exhaling, he put the katana into its sheath, which clicked and made a roar similar to thunder. Nukanen, who are you? The girl looked at their savior, and her lips trembled traitorously. Her eyes ran over the kanji and the hat. Girl. Hokage-sama. The Nukanen were alarmed, because the head of the strongest of the ninja villages stood before them. Nukanen. No way. There's a female Hokage, like one of the legendary Sannin. Naruto looked up at the criminals, causing them to take a few steps back. Naruto. Wrong, I am Naruto Namikaze, Rokudime Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves. This is the last you will hear. Don't look. He threw the last phrase to the three, who obediently turned away. Naruto slowly inhaled the frosty air, and the armor plate on his left forearm began to glow with a bright blue glow. He jumped up and in a second found himself behind the renegades. A moment later, they grabbed their throats, sinking to the ground. Naruto turned around and turned off the chakra blade on his hand. Running up to the children and the girl, he knelt down. The girl had a small wound on her leg, but it was not life-threatening. Namikaze folded the seals. Naruto. Suiten. Healing. A small clot of water glowed blue and lay on the wound, which began to slowly heal. The boys looked at the jutsu in surprise, as if it was some kind of magic. The girl bowed her head in gratitude. Naruto nodded and rose from his knees. Naruto. Is it far to your home? Girl. No, Naruto-san, we live in the neighboring village. Naruto. Okay. There was a rustling sound in the nearby bushes, and the villagers shuddered. Two Uchihas came out of the forest onto the road, cursing loudly. They suddenly fell silent when they saw the children. Naruto laughed and walked up to the surprised brunettes, who, noticing the corpses on the road, hurried to throw them away into the forest. When they were done with this, the Hokage and his bodyguards said goodbye to the girl and the children, and then disappeared in a whirlwind of snow. The boy looked at the place where the fastest shinobi in the world stood for a long time in admiration. Is 3 years a lot? Comment to 3 years is too much. You've been waiting for this for a long time. You've been asking for this for a long time. Well, here it is. The movie. I'll tell you right away that this is basically my first experience in writing this type of text, so, leave comments, enjoy reading. The remaining distance was covered without surprises or incidents. Having reached the land of iron, the trio disappeared from sight, moving mainly along the upper paths. Entering the main building, where the meeting was to be held, through a window, the team stopped at the front door and were instantly surrounded by samurai with katanas drawn. Naruto only grinned and flicked the katana with his thumb, while Itachi and Sasuke's hands were already on the hilts behind their backs. Naruto. I suggest we settle this peacefully, because I don't think you can handle 3 Sharingans at once. The characteristic sound of the Uchiha Dojutsu activation was heard and 5 blood-red eyes lit up in the rather dark room, which looked rather creepy. Namikaze adjusted the hem of his coat, revealing a hat that was very noticeable against the background of the Hokage's black clothes. The samurai stopped in indecision, not knowing what to do at all, because the Hokage was here, but he had 2 missing nin with him, and the swords were not returned to their sheaths. Naruto only sighed, breaking up into a flock of white crows that, cawing, flew right past the capture group and flew into one of the rooms. A few seconds later, they returned to their original place, materializing into shinobi. An old man in samurai armor came out of the room, slowly clapping. He approached the gathering. The old samurai stopped near one of the fighters, putting his hand on his shoulder. Naruto raised his hand, and the brothers instantly calmed down. The samurai stepped aside and put away their swords. Mifune. Well, Hokage-sama, I'll allow myself to say that you've really alarmed my guards. Naruto. My apologies, Mifune-san. I never thought the daimyo's elite squad would question my position. He pointedly adjusted his hat and cloak, which symbolized his highest status. Mifune merely nodded and the squad left, rattling their heavy armor. Now that there were no extra ears, the samurai approached Naruto without a twinge of conscience and hugged him. Mifune, you've grown so much, Naruto. I see Night Thunder. For those who don't know, this is Naru's katana, author's note, is with you. Naruto only adjusted the blade, and then took out a tanto, which cast a bright white light even in the dark room. The old man's eyes widened to 5 ri, causing the 3 to burst into laughter. He took the outstretched sword with trembling hands, swinging it a couple of times. Mifune, this is Hako Chakra 2, the famous white light chakra blade. Could it be? Mifune looked questioningly at Namikaze, who only nodded briefly, and Mifune only returned the tanto to him, looking sympathetically at the young leader of the village. Mifune, well, I've already arranged for rooms to be prepared for you, they'll be shown to you. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow after the meeting. Naruto, I think you should rest. Naruto, of course, I would like to know. Has the Kazekage and his bodyguards arrived? Mifune, yes. Her room is the 5th window from the left on the 2nd floor. I hope you can figure it out. He winked playfully at Namikaze, making him blush, even though he was wearing a mask, and making both Uchihas laugh. After saying goodbye, Mifune left, leaving the three alone with the servants, who led them to their rooms. As soon as the door to his room slammed shut, all the equipment was removed and replaced with a regular black t-shirt and pants. Naruto chose to remove the bandage on his arm and let his skin breathe a little. The pain had almost subsided, so it was okay if he showed off like that. Namikaze detected the chakra of everyone in the building, immediately finding the necessary one. Climbing out the window, he instantly found himself in someone else's room, also through the window. Stopping at the windowsill, he began to wait for the girl who was now basking in a hot bath. Temari, who was now in that very bath, had just climbed out of the water. Putting on a satin robe, kindly provided by the samurai, on her naked body, she was about to leave the bath, when she felt the presence of someone else. Finding a hidden kunai, she quietly left the bathroom, noticing a silhouette by the window, standing with his back to her. Having saturated the kunai with wind chakra, she threw it with all her might at the stranger, aiming for the heart area. But the kunai, literally 2 millimeters short of the back of the supposed enemy, dissolved in a black funnel. Naruto grinned, and his Mangekyo Sharingan in the form of a 4-pointed funnel-shaped shuriken took the form of 3 Tomo again. Closing his eye, he slowly turned around, just in time to see the blonde rushing towards the fan standing in the corner. Naruto made a dash, easily blocking the fan, which only just managed to end up in the kunoiki's hand. Here Temari was overcome with a strong fear for his life and the lives of his brothers, but when he met the sky-colored eye and the less noticeable, but still, stripes on his cheeks, thoughts about this were lost somewhere in his subconscious. Temari. Naru. The hand let go of the fan, which fell back into the corner with a clatter. Naruto let go of the girl's hand, remaining quite close to her face. Naruto. Hello, Temi. Temari. Is it really you? Naruto. Yes, it's true I. Slam. He wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by a strong slap, which made him wince from the burning pain in his cheek. Then another, no less strong, and another. Naruto endured, because he understood that he was guilty before her. Then followed the blows to his strong chest. The girl's small, but no less strong, fists pounded the guy's pumped-up chest, and burning tears rolled down the girl's cheeks, which cut Namikaze's soul no worse than a knife. The girl screamed curses, hit him, breaking down on him for all 3 years that he was not around. Fortunately Naruto prudently put soundproof seals on the door and windows, otherwise half the palace, if not the whole, would have come running to the hysteria thrown by his beloved. When the already sobbing girl simply pressed herself against Naruto's calmly heaving chest, he allowed himself to hug her, burying his face in her loose blonde hair, inhaling the apple aroma. Stroking her hair, he whispered apologies in her ear for everything he had done wrong to her. Only with her did he allow himself to be a human being, not a shinobi. Only she could he trust completely and unconditionally, only she could feel the fullness of his love and care. Temari gradually calmed down, inhaling the long-awaited and desired scent of his body, and every cell of her body and soul was filled with warmth. For this feeling alone, it was worth waiting 3 long years, and now he was here, he was with her, and she would never let him go anywhere else. Temari. I won't let you go anywhere again. She pressed herself even tighter against him, making the chaste Naruto blush. And how could he not blush? The most beautiful kunoiki in the world, in his opinion, pressed her whole body against him, dressed in only a thin robe over her naked, slender and appetizing body. Kami did not offend her in terms of forms, both above and below, so Namikaze not only began to blush, but thoughts that were no longer childish crept into his head. In principle, they had not changed since their first meeting, thoughts, if anything, author's note, but they themselves were very much so. Naruto stretched out and could be considered one of the tallest people in Konoha, and his body drove young nurses in the hospital crazy even at 16. Since then, he became even more sinewy, impressive and pumped up, not an ounce of excess fat. The scars only gave him that very masculine charisma, which he was not deprived of. Either his half-smirk or his blinding smile at 32, on a strict aristocratic attractive face, forever captivated many girls and not only, although he rarely went without a mask. Temari, in turn, could always boast of a huge crowd of male and female admirers. Her slightly tanned skin was always golden in the rays of the sun, and her wheat-colored hair added to this kind of charm. A dark or light purple kimono emphasized the ideal figure of the desert beast. Impressive chest, thin waist, but not going into absurdity, and gorgeous hips. Slender legs, which were always on display to the general public, instantly attracted male attention with their fitness. Naruto could confidently say that in all the countries of the world, he would not meet a more beautiful and dangerous girl. Attention! Those who didn't care about the rating and their age and still went to the fanfic, I strongly ask you not to read the following lines. Scene 18+. I advise ardent fans of such creativity to find higher quality content on this topic. For those who don't like this and the above, close the chapter. Lost in thought, the blonde lost touch with reality for a moment, and fell right onto the bed, dragging Temari along with him. Waking up in a horizontal position, the young man exhaled nervously, but the girl, apparently, did not experience any particular problems. She only blushed and smiled slyly, which did not escape Namikaze's keen gaze. She raised her head, slightly resting her hands on the blonde's chest. He immediately got his bearings, biting into the blonde's lips with a greedy kiss, absorbing all the bliss that had accumulated in him during his mission. His tongue ran over her soft lips and gently slid into her mouth. The girl responded in kind, colliding her tongue with his. A struggle for dominance ensued. From the very beginning, the kiss was very passionate. The guy's hands ran down her back, causing a sea of goosebumps in Temari, who closed her eyes in silent bliss. The palm slightly squeezed the buttock, but it was enough for her to moan loudly right into the kiss. The long abstinence was telling. Naruto threw his beloved on her back, hanging over her. Having sighed a couple of times, he again greedily kissed her lips, unbuttoning her robe. Trembling fingers barely found the knot, gradually untying it. When the obstacle was removed, Namikaze broke away from the blonde's lips, throwing off his t-shirt. The dog involuntarily moaned, admiring the gorgeous body of her lover. Naruto leaned towards the girl again, kissing her neck, and his hand penetrated under the robe and squeezed her chest. Having moaned, the blonde ran her nails along the guy's sculpted abs, causing him to growl contentedly. Naruto did not remain in debt, biting the skin on her collarbone, leaving a possessive hickey. Having broken away, he looked at his work with satisfaction. Naruto. My. Temari. Ah. Yours. Ah. And no one else's. He moved his attention to the left nipple, taking it into his mouth, and began to suck and sometimes bite, causing moans and screams. His hands wandered freely over the attractive body, which responded to every touch like a burn. Having played enough, Naruto moved on to the second nipple. Temari was already burning with impatience, and the slightly raised hem of her robe was very wet. In the end, she could not stand it. Temari. Ah. Please. Naru. Ah. Don't drag it out. Naruto was also barely holding back, but he tried to control himself. But after this plea, not even a request, he gave in. He jerked Temari free from her robe, admiring all the charms of the beast. Running his fingers over the girl's pussy, he felt a huge amount of moisture, which turned him on even more. He took off his pants and boxers, rubbing his cock against the girl's crotch, thereby lubricating it. He raised a questioning look at Temari, who was already hot. Naruto. Temi, are you a virgin? The blonde nodded, biting her lip. Naruto leaned down and kissed her lips, whispering. Naruto. Just be patient for a little while. He entered her a little abruptly, causing the girl to let out a muffled cry, muffled by the kiss. Tears gushed from her emerald eyes. The guy stopped and let her get used to his rather large size. He distracted her from the pain in every possible way, kissing her lips, neck, cheeks, nose. As soon as the pain subsided, Temari herself waved the guy, calling him to action. Temari. Naruto. Naruto began to move, gradually increasing the pace. The faster he entered, the louder the girl's sweet moans became. Temari scratched his back, causing Namikaze to growl contentedly. Temari. Faster, please. Ah. Naruto sped up, kissing the girl's neck, who was already in heaven from such bliss. Suddenly, her body was covered by a spasm, which told both that she was not far from orgasm. Naruto picked up the pace, also reaching the apogee. Naruto, cough, right now. Temari pulled him to her and kissed him, throwing her legs over his back. She came, moaning loudly, and a few seconds later Naruto drove his cock all the way into her. He carefully lay down next to her, pressing the girl to himself, and covered them both with a blanket. They breathed heavily for a long time, and the blissful smile did not leave their faces. The elastic band flew off her ash-colored hair during intercourse, so it was scattered across the pillow, like Temari's blonde hair. She pressed herself against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, so familiar and calming. His hand lay on her waist and warmed her better than any blanket. Temari, well, are you satisfied? Now I'm going to complain to the Hokage that you raped me. Naruto turned his head, burying his face in his beloved's hair. Naruto, you can begin, I'm listening. At first, Temari didn't understand, but then she opened her eyes in shock and, raising herself up on her elbow, looked at the guy who was twirling her lock of hair with titanic calm. Temari, you're the Hokage. Naruto, yeah, 6th, just don't tell anyone yet. What complaints will there be? The blonde lay back down on the young man's chest and thoughtfully ran her fingernail over his abs, drawing abstract patterns. Temari, aren't you ashamed, 6th Sama? You raped another country's ambassador at the 5-Cage summit. Naruto chuckled and turned the girl to face him. Naruto, you seem too happy to be raped. Temari, yeah, you definitely need to make me look more worn out. She kissed him, and the guy didn't mind. He happily responded to the kiss, getting ready for the second round. Beginning of the meeting. Commentary on beginning of the meeting. I got carried away today, and that part didn't carry much of a plot load, so, leave comments and waiters, enjoy reading. And yes, I completely forgot, sorry, old fool, to get information not only about my fanfic, but also about other authors. There is a link to the Dis server. Naruto opened his eyes, staring at the wall clock. It was early morning, and Temari was still snoring sweetly on his chest, pressing her body against his and throwing her leg over his hips in a possessive manner. Namikaze buried his face in the top of her head, thoughtfully fingering her golden locks. Now he just wanted to stop time, so that this moment would never end. The blonde wrinkled her nose sweetly and with difficulty opened her emeralds. Finding that she was sleeping on something stupidly soft, her gaze ran over the guy's body, and her cheeks filled with a blush. Naruto laughed quietly. Naruto, you weren't so shy yesterday. Temari just pressed herself closer to him, muttering something. Naruto kissed her and was about to rise, when the girl, displaying truly cat-like grace, found herself on top of him. Naruto, do you want more? Temari smirked mischievously, pressing her lips to the jinchurikis. She soon pulled away, licking her lips that had been bitten yesterday in a fit of passion. Temari, I'm all for it, but we need to go to the meeting. Naruto, that's right. The voice sounded disappointed, and the blonde agreed with it. She didn't want to let him out of bed at all. He owed her for 3 years. Naruto started to rise, but was decisively thrown back. Temari, wait, I'm not finished yet. She kissed his neck, leaving a hickey, so to speak, taking revenge for yesterday. He only stretched contentedly and kissed Temari. She relaxed a little, and that was enough for Namikaze to turn the girl over onto her back, hanging over her. Temari, mine. Naruto, yours, and no one else's. He kissed her again, but there was a knock on the door, and Naruto, cursing loudly at the joker behind the door, got dressed and jumped out the window. Temari, quickly throwing on a robe and noticing a spot of blood on the sheet, went to open the door to the person who had revealed the entire wonderful vocabulary of the 6th. It turned out to be Kankuro, and Temari was not surprised. Her older brother always managed to show up at the most inopportune moment. Barely restraining herself from punching his impudent mug, she listened to him about the meeting and kicked him out so that he would not interfere with her changing. Breathing a sigh of relief, she removed the sheet, blushing as she did so from the surging memories of that night. Naruto was less lucky. He flew into his room and almost ran into his bodyguards. Sasuke easily noticed a hickey on the Hokage's neck. Sasuke, Nisan, I understand that you are an adult, but you could have done this outside of the meeting. Naruto, changing into combat gear, looked at him, and then turned his gaze to the elder Uchiha. He was silent, but a slight blush made it clear that he was well aware of the adventures of the ash-haired shinobi. Naruto, Sasuke, I kept quiet about your hickeys and didn't comment, so I expect the same. Sasuke blushed visibly, and Itachi turned his gaze to his brother. Naruto gently shook the brothers, forcing them to return from the country called, when Itachi and Naruto have nephews. The three disappeared from the room, going to run errands first. Meeting of the five cage. In the huge hall with a high ceiling there was a semicircular table, and in front of it there was a regular smaller table. The second one was occupied by Mifune, who was sitting and fiddling with his fingers, discussing the strategy of the negotiations. 4 of the 5 chairs at the large table were occupied by the cage. At the edge sat the Yondaime Reikage A, nervously tapping on the table. To his right sat the Sandaime Tsuchikage Onoki. The middle chair was unoccupied, since the Hokage had not shown up. Next sat the Godaime Kazekage Gara Sobaku no. He calmly looked around the room, remaining completely impenetrable. Further at the other edge sat the Godaime Mizukage Mei Terumi. She slyly glanced at the red-haired man, trying to read at least something in his behavior. Above were the stands on which the cage's bodyguards were located, looking at each other with distrust, preparing to stand up for their leader at any second. The wide door swung open and 3 young men dressed in black clothes appeared before everyone. Each of them had a sword hanging on them, and the one in the middle had more than one. Naruto calmly looked around the room and then gave the signal. Sasuke and Itachi literally disappeared, appearing on the stands, making the other bodyguards nervous. After all, meeting 2 Uchiha Nukenin in this hall was a truly strange sight. They, in turn, looked relaxed, but in reality, their Sharingan could flare up at any second, and the swords would not rest in their sheaths for long. Naruto approached the table and sat down in his place, placing his hat on the table. Everyone except those in the know was shocked, because not long ago the Hokage was Tsunade Senju. Naruto. I guess I should introduce myself. Naruto Namikaze, Rokudaime Hokage. The Reikage stumbled over his prepared phrase in shock, and then roared. Hey, Namikaze, what do you mean by that? Naruto. It's simple, I am the son of the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze. What's so hard to understand? A was about to get up, but Mifune stopped him with a gesture. The Tsuchikage looked at the guy suspiciously, because the memory of that defeat at the Kanabi Bridge was still fresh. Gaara noticeably relaxed and even smiled a little, causing Mei to raise her eyebrows in surprise. The bodyguards from Iwa, Kumo and Kiri examined the son of the fastest shinobi with interest and caution. Naruto did not share the general enthusiasm. Naruto. So, Reikage-sama. Why did you call me? I'd like to finish this quickly. The Tsuchikage choked on such impudence, and the Reikage seemed to be about to slap him right there on the spot. But who would win? That was still a question. Naruto didn't even flinch when Kie pressed on him, and only feigned a yawn, showing his boredom with everything that was happening. Bed with Temari was the best way to spend time. The Reikage slammed his fist into the wooden table, and a decent hole appeared at the place of the blow. Reikage, how dare you? You became Hokage and think so much of yourself. Instantly, each cage had guards, but Naruto raised his hand and asked Itachi and Sasuke to leave them. They disappeared back into the stands, realizing that if necessary, Namikaze could handle it alone. But the rest of the bodyguards were in no hurry to leave their commanders. The Reikage regarded the sixth's gesture as mockery of him, and jumped up in the blink of an eye to find himself next to the Jinchuriki. He struck right in the face and was in a weak cover of lightning. After all, no one wants war. But instead of flying to the opposite wall, the guy disintegrated into white crows that croaked and moved to the side of A, again uniting into Rokudaime. Everyone lost track of reality for a second, trying to comprehend what had just happened. The Reikage turned around and attacked Namikaze again. His fist approached Naruto's chest, but was stopped by the palm of the young man's right hand. Only Itachi, with his Sharingan activated, noticed the purple lightning running across the surface of his palm. The blow was stopped instantly, and Naruto didn't even flinch a millimeter. Itachi, not only is Raten chakra not blue or yellow, but it's also done very cleanly. I barely noticed, it was probably less than a split second. Masterpiece chakra control. If his chakra weren't so toxic, he would easily outshine Tsunade-sama in medicine. The others saw nothing, but even that was enough to understand that Naruto Namikaze was the strongest in this room. The Reikage felt 2 blades on his neck. He tore his gaze away from his fist, meeting the red eyes of Sasuke and Itachi. Turning to Naruto, he met a blue piercing eye, and then a red one. Everyone except the Tsunades were very surprised by this turn of events and could not utter a word. One of the Mizukage's bodyguards, Ao activated his Byakugan and froze in place. Mei was very concerned about this behavior. After all, Ao was famous for his iron will and inflexibility. Ao. It can't be. Naruto heard everything perfectly, from the activation of the dojutsu to these words. He turned his head towards the mist shinobi. Naruto. What can't be? If you mean my eye, then it's very possible. Yes, you recognized his chakra correctly. It's Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan, but you feel a slight disturbance in the flow of chakra, as if another one is flowing there. Ao nodded, swallowing. He was beginning to be truly afraid of Naruto, who was now reading him like a little book. The Raikage was afraid to move from his spot. No one had ever left the Uchiha. Naruto. The second chakra belongs to my adoptive father, or more precisely, his Sharingan. As does this sword. He unsheathed the tanto, which cast very bright flashes of white light. The older people in the hall trembled. They remembered both shinobi wielding this blade very well. Mei. If that's the case, why don't you go by the last name Hatake? Naruto put his sword away and sat down in his seat, literally teleporting into the chair. The Uchihas disappeared, as did the other bodyguards, who, seeing that the danger had passed, returned to the stands. Naruto. The Hatake clan died along with my father. To fight again. For a friend, yes. Comment to fight again. For a friend, yes. The part is small, but I think it will be completed more logically. Leave comments. And stop reminding about cold. I haven't forgotten about it. I just don't have the time to write so much now. I'll continue it as soon as I finish Hatake. Enjoy reading. Onoki. Sakopi ninja Kakashi Hatake is dead. Naruto's face darkened noticeably, but he quickly came to his senses. The Raikage sat back down in his seat, looking at the ash-haired man with distrust. Naruto. That's right, he died defending the village during Pain's attack, aka Nagato Uzumaki, the Akatsuki leader, who is also currently dead. Mei. So now Akatsuki, which is why we're here in the first place, doesn't have a leader. Naruto. Not exactly. I have a hunch that Pain is just a puppet in the hands of another shinobi, Toby. He is an Uchiha, but this is not completely confirmed information. Hey. These Uchihas and Uzumakis again. First Madara, now this Toby, and even Pain. Naruto leaned back in his chair and looked at the three village leaders with disapproval. Naruto. Raikage-sama, I don't think that Rock, Cloud, and Mist can be forgiven for destroying Whirlpool. The traitors in Konoha have already been found and punished, and as a member of the already dying Uzumaki clan, I have every right to punish you as well. So please watch your language, otherwise the punishment will be so quick that even you won't have time to react. Everyone except Mifune looked at Naruto in surprise, who was calmly, but also with a slightly ominous look, looking at the Raikage. Gaara. Are you an Uzumaki? Naruto. Half, on my mother's side. After all, the Lord Cage of the former Jinchuriki of the Leaf should be known by sight. However, one can recall Cloud's attempt to steal my mother when she was 13. But I think that we did not come here to stir up past affairs. Naruto suddenly fell silent, and his hand darted to his katana. The black blade instantly jumped out of its sheath, and Namikaze assumed a fighting stance. His face hardened, which was noticeable even under the mask. His Sharingan changed from 3 tomo to Mangekyo in the form of a 4-pointed twisted shuriken. Naruto. Come out, Toby. A man in an orange spiral mask appeared from the black funnel, with a Sharingan burning in the only slit under his right eye. He had short black hair and was dressed in Akatsuki gear. Toby. How were you able to find me, Naruto-kun? Naruto. My Mangekyo is related to yours, but if that's the case, then you're the one who died many years ago. Naruto dad had Obito's Sharingan and since we are related, it could be him, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Toby. I am very impressed that you were able to master the Sharingan so well, even though you are not a direct bearer of it. I came here for one purpose only. I suggest that you, Naruto and Killer Bee, surrender, or else. I declare the Fourth Shinobi World War. Silence fell in the hall, and Naruto gripped the handle until his knuckles turned white. Gaara calmly rose from his seat. Gaara. We won't give you the tailed beasts, don't even think about it. Hey. I won't let my brother die and you suffer for attacking him. He attacked the Uchiha, but the attack passed right through his body. Naruto gritted his teeth, having already faced him once. Namikaze still did not understand how to bypass this ability. Toby laughed quietly, and the bodyguards who appeared immediately after his penetration prepared for the attack. Toby, so be it, the new shinobi war has begun. He disappeared into the black vortex again, after which Naruto returned the sword to its sheath. In the evening of the same day. Temari, do you really have to leave again? She stood next to her beloved, away from everyone. He nodded with a gloomy face, to which she pressed herself against his chest. Temari, please come back, I really. Tears started to flow from her eyes, but Naruto only lifted her face and wiped away the salty drops with his thumbs, pinching the girl on the cheek. Naruto, of course I'll come back, you know me. He slowly kissed the blonde, causing the other Kage and their assistants to gape in surprise. Only the Konoha and Suna members kept a neutral expression. Kuretsuki, Lord Kazekage, this is your sister, right? Gaara, yeah. He walked towards the exit, shouting for Temari to catch up with them. Naruto let her out of his arms with a laugh, kissing her on the cheek as a farewell. She ran past the openly envious Mei and Kuretsuki with a joyful smile, who managed to see the sixth without a mask. Itachi only managed to slap Sasuke on the back of the head for the dirty joke made towards the Hokage. After all, he had to fulfill his elder brother's duty. Naruto, Land of Lightning, Turtle Island. It's going to be an interesting journey. He touched the Uchiha, disappearing in flashes of lightning, causing the Raikage and Tsuchikage to shudder from the thunder that frightened them so much, and the bodyguards and Mizukage to freeze for a moment. Stronger than all. Commentary on strongest of all. The parts have become shorter, but I am so diligently avoiding the original moments so as not to drag out the narrative. Leave comments and enjoy reading. The sounds of tearing flesh and clanking metal echoed across the field. When the last white carcass fell, Gaara let out a calm breath, and Temari, standing next to him, sat down on the warm sand. Among the group of 7,000 shinobi, medic nin scurried about, healing the lightly wounded and hospitalizing those who could not continue the fight. It seemed time for a break, but the censors began to push everyone away, screaming about the approaching white Zetsu. The censor standing next to the Kazekage recoiled in fear. Censor, there are too many of them, we won't be able to stop such an armada. Gaara, calm down, don't cause panic. He looked in the direction from which the enemy was supposed to come, and indeed, a huge crowd of white humanoids was running towards them. It was much larger than all the previous ones, and this instilled fear in everyone, even in Kage. Gaara, we have no other choice. Temari. Temari just nodded, taking out a kunai. The shinobi standing nearby looked at the approaching wave with fear, and prayed that whatever plan the Kazekage had come up with would work. Matsuri, Temari-san, what should we do? The blonde turned to the kunoiki, clutching a kunai in her hand. A three-petaled kunai. Matsuri's eyes widened in surprise, knowing from her shinobi history course what kind of technique was used with this weapon. Matsuri, where did you get it? Temari, just watch. Gaara gave the sign to retreat and the entire division advanced several dozen meters, though they were stopped almost immediately. Cries of fear and hopelessness were heard, but the red-haired man did not show a single emotion. He nodded to his sister, and she swung and released a particle of chakra into the kunai, accurately throwing it 100 meters away from the squad. Everyone stared in confusion at the kunai stuck in the sand, not understanding at all what the girl was trying to do with it. Temari, come on, darling. There was a deafening roar, and from a white flash a man appeared in a black cloak that fluttered beautifully in the wind. The Konoha members of the squad exclaimed in surprise in one voice. Konoha people, Hokage-sama. The shinobi from the other villages looked at the cloak, reading the kanji for 6th generation fire shadow. Before they could be astonished, they saw a man standing a good 100 meters away appear next to Gaara in a split second. Naruto looked completely calm, and only his burning Mangekyo spoke of his readiness for battle. Naruto, I see you have problems. Gaara, yeah, you can help us out, otherwise we can't handle this on our own. Naruto, sure, just keep an eye on Temi. Gaara nodded, and the white-haired man stepped forward, standing with his back to everyone. Some shook their heads in disbelief, some twisted their temples, and some even began to pray. Naruto took a stance, clicking his katana, and clouds began to gather in the sky. Matsuri, Temari-san, who is this? The blonde smiled and hugged the trembling kunoiki. Temari, my boyfriend. Lightning began to accumulate around Naruto, running across the Hokage's black clothes. Naruto, Raten. Blue lightning began to run clearly across the body, sometimes striking the sand. The ninja standing behind felt the full power emanating from the 6th Everyone was afraid to even move. And the crowd of white masses was getting closer and closer. It seemed that a little more and they would crush the entire fourth squad. Naruto pulled out his katana, taking a stance to accelerate. Those standing nearby unconsciously retreated back. A clap of thunder was heard, and purple lightning began to run across Namikaze. The white Zetsu almost caught up with the army. Naruto. Shiden. Rokudaime disappeared with a purple trail and a pillar of dust behind him. The entire area in front of the squad was covered in a cloud of sand rising into the air, and only the crackle of lightning could be heard from the haze. After 13 seconds of agonizing anticipation, Naruto appeared in front of the squad. Snapping his katana into its sheath, the guy released a strong stream of wind that blew away the dust storm, revealing mountains of chopped bodies. Namikaze was about to get closer, but jumped to the side, managing to dodge a huge fireball. Sharingan flashed, and a second fireball was swallowed by a black funnel. The air suddenly became hot, and the crowd saw a huge stream of flame approaching them. The Sutanists prepared to repel such a large-scale jutsu, but before they could do anything, they were stopped by Gaara's gesture. Naruto folded many seals at a furious speed. Naruto. Sutan. Frenzied waterfall stream. A gigantic wave, taken literally from the air, collided with the fire, forming an impenetrable fog on the battlefield. A couple of seals and the fog was blown away by a stream of air, revealing to the eyes of each and every dark-haired shinobi in red armor with glowing red eyes. He only hissed in displeasure, looking closely at Naruto, who shook the dust off his coat and said with a cheerful look. Naruto. Nice to see you, Madara-san. New Legend. Commentary on New Legend. The final is coming soon, don't expect any divine fights, that's not what this is about, leave comments and waiters, have a nice time. Naruto. Step aside, this is my fight. Do not interfere under any circumstances if you value your life. Everyone nodded and began to move away, and Madara, who was standing in front of Naruto, grinned. Madara. Aren't you overestimating yourself, kid? Naruto. I am the sixth Hokage after all, I need to protect my shinobi. The brunette's eyebrow twitched in silent surprise, and Naruto opened his left eye again, preparing to attack. Naruto. Mangekyo Sharingan. The pupil pattern changed and Uchiha laughed. Madara. I like you more and more, I hope you will dance with me. Naruto bowed captivatingly, and his left hand was covered in purple lightning. He disappeared, appearing behind the brunette, and struck him in the heart. Madara opened his eyes in shock, because he could not follow the speed of the ash-haired shinobi. The Uchiha jumped away from the Hokage, and the hole in his chest instantly closed. The blonde disappeared again, and Madara began to constantly look around, noticing every detail with his Sharingan. But Namikaze appeared out of nowhere, waving his hand strangely, as if throwing something. And disappeared again. Naruto. Raten. Vanishing Rasengan. Uchiha felt a strong kick that sent him flying. Trying to slow down his free fall with the sand, he did not notice the strange movement of air and the flashing lightning behind him. Almost stopping, he wanted to exhale, as the same invisible Rasengan crashed into his back, tearing off a piece of his back with a strong explosion. It took longer to regenerate. The shinobi watching the battle could see almost nothing due to the high speed of their opponents, or more precisely, the Rokudaime. Naruto appeared right in front of Madara's face again, making a cut across the brunette's chest, leaving a bright white light after the cut. The wound began to slowly heal, but Namikaze did not stop, delivering blow after blow, which Madara could not predict even with his Sharingan. Suddenly the blade rested against a bone burning with a blue flame, and the blonde instantly retreated. In the middle of the desert stood a huge blue humanoid with 4 arms, in which were blue sabers. Naruto grinned, forming a seal of concentration. Green chakra began to gather around him, which formed into the same size samurai with a strange spear similar to a drill. Naruto. Susanoo, isn't it? Madara. With one eye. Impossible. The sabers flew towards Namikaze's Susanoo, but met with a green shield, bouncing off it. The drill glowed brightly, and then with one blow broke through the blue ribs, sending Madara to meet a rock. The body of the resurrected shinobi began to recover with difficulty. Madara, lost due to such a powerful blow, only managed to notice how the green glow disappeared, and the next moment a strange ringing sphere with white blades, like a shuriken, flew into him. Naruto. Fuyuten. Raisin Shuriken. The rock crumbled, and Madara himself flew even further away. Madara. Puppy, you shouldn't have made me angry. His left eye began to change color, and then the Rinnegan appeared. Naruto hissed, scolding him for the mistake he had made. Killing Nagato, he lowered Pain's eyes. Naruto. I didn't think I'd have to use this. All the shinobi nearby felt the incredibly strong and evil chakra coming from the Hokage. The blue eye became blood red, and the round pupil was replaced by a beast's feature. The Mangekyo Sharingan shone like a star. Naruto's black clothes began to glow orange and strange black patterns appeared on him. It seemed that the guy was engulfed in flames. The Uchiha folded the seals, revealing a Susanoo, which repeated the movements of its owner. Namikaze, like part of the alliance, raised their heads. A huge meteorite was approaching from above, the size of such a small moon. An oppressive silence fell on the battlefield. Everyone was afraid to even say a word. The meteorite slowly but surely approached the ground, thereby bringing the entire fourth squad closer to the clutches of death. The white-haired man moved to Temari, causing her to jump in place. She looked at him with incomprehension. Naruto, I'm sorry, but you are more precious to me than the whole world. He touched her, teleporting her to Konoha, right into his apartment. Before leaving for Turtle Island, he had set up strong security seals for such a case, so that in case of danger he could teleport his beloved there and not let her out until everything was over. Disappearing again, the guy appeared right under the center of the falling meteorite. Raising his burnt hand, he asked everyone to move as far away from him as possible and get ready to reflect the fragments. Naruto. It's time to go for a walk, Kurama. You save me again, Shisui. Comment to you save me again, Shisui. Well, as you have already guessed, the next chapter will be the last. I congratulate all of us on this significant event and thank everyone who read this fanfic. Leave your comments on this part and on the entire FF in general. I wish you a pleasant reading. Naruto. Damn it. Naruto hissed and crouched down by the rock, covering the bleeding wound in his side with his hand. Naruto. How much chakra do you have, Kurama? Almost gone. What about you, Naruto? Also, where is this Sasuke when you need him? Lost in thought, Namikaze barely managed to dodge the kunai that stuck in the place where the ash-haired man's head had been a second ago. The resurrected shinobi wanted to attack again, but flew back several dozen meters. A white cloak fluttered through the air. Naruto covered his eye with the Sharingan, and the corners of his lips involuntarily smirked. Minato. Am I late? Naruto. You're on time as always, Dad. 3 other figures appeared next to the fourth. Namikaze Jr. recognized each of them, thanking Sasuke for such a gift. Sarutobi looked back and froze for a moment, studying the changed Naruto. The first and second also studied the strangely dressed shinobi with ash blonde hair. Hiruzen. You've changed so much, Naruto. Naruto. Yeah. The wound slowly began to heal, and Naruto's chakra reserves were restored a little. He straightened up and stretched, opening his Sharingan eye again. The Nadaime looked at the boy with distrust, which made Hashirama laugh. Tobirama. Uchiha. Naruto. Namikaze. The boy showed his other eye, which had a blue tint, and the Senju turned the gaze to Minato, who laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Minato. I am his father. Hashirama. That explains a lot, and I take it you're the Rokudaime. Naruto bowed respectfully to the shinobi legend, who laughed loudly once more until Tobirama looked at him with the most serious look in his arsenal, making even Namikaze gulp. The sixth pulled his katana from its sheath and stood in line with the previous Hokage. Naruto. Second, third, fourth. Take care of the wounded and the rest. We need to get everyone off the battlefield. First, I'll leave Madara to you. I gave him a good beating. I'll go and see Obito. Forward. The 5 strongest Kage of their generations disappeared in the blink of an eye, causing all the spectators of this spectacle to gape in surprise. Naruto moved to the seal that his father had placed on Obito during the previous clash. It was damn difficult because Minato's seal did not match Naruto, forcing him to spend more chakra to move. Appearing right in front of Obito, who was also already exhausted and injured, the youth made a precise vertical cut. The wounded Uchiha grabbed his destroyed right eye. Naruto ran to him as fast as he could, and his left hand was once again emitting purple lightning. Naruto. Shiden. The palm cracked through his chest, coming out the other side. Obito coughed up blood profusely. Obito. Looks like this is the end. Naruto. If only you knew how much I hate you now. You took away almost everything that is dear to me. My parents, my second father, my godfather. The blonde's face was distorted by the intense hatred he felt towards this Uchiha. But in an instant, everything stopped. His face exuded calm and peace. Namikaze was able to control his emotions. Naruto. But you know. I understand you, because maybe if something happened to Temari, I would become the same. It hurts to lose someone so dear. Obito froze in place at such a revelation from the man from whom he had taken almost everything. Naruto. So I'll tell you what I tell the few enemies I have. Rest in peace. The brunette smiled a kind smile, causing Naruto to smile as well. Obito. Thank you, Naruto. A light swing of the katana and Obito's head flew off his shoulders, falling to the ground. I'm coming to you, Rin, Kakashi. I hope you're still waiting for me. The last thought flashed through the dying Obito Uchiha, and then the eyes that brought such pain to the shinobi world closed forever. Naruto pulled out his bloody hand at the very moment when a completely maddened Madara attacked him. His left hand hit the ground with a dull thud, cut off at the shoulder. Naruto groaned long and hard, holding back a scream of pain that was tearing itself apart. Madara. Sir Obito failed. Well, I'll finish what I started. Namikaze looked up at the brunette. The left eye changed to Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara saw with his eyes how a huge amount of chakra was flowing to the blonde's left eye. Madara. Are you seriously going to use genjutsu on me? What a naive boy. I can't handle any genjutsu, I'm an Uchiha. Naruto chuckled. Naruto. You've never encountered such a genjutsu before. Thanks Shisui, you saved me again. He said the last phrase to himself. A trickle of blood flowed from his left eye, and the pinwheel in his pupil began to spin furiously. Naruto. Kotoa Matsukami. Madara stood still like a statue, not moving anything except his mouth and eyes. Naruto walked up to the legend, slowly starting to form seals with one hand. Madara. What did you do? Naruto. The strongest genjutsu in the world, which not a single Sharingan can overcome. Kotoa Matsukami is a high-class genjutsu created by Uchiha Shisui, which allows you to plant false memories and instructions in the mind of your opponent, which he will carry out without a second thought, as if it were his choice. After performing the final 128th seal, Namikaze touched the Uchiha's body, causing his body to become covered in multiple chains of black symbols. Naruto. Burn in hell. FUNN. The black-haired man's body began to shrink sharply, and the white-haired man picked up his lying katana, after which black symbols flowed into the blade, and it lit up with purple fire. Naruto. Kaitenha. Well, that's expected from an Uchiha. He returned the katana to its sheath and then sank to the ground. Naruto. It's over. Epilogue. The new generation always surpasses the old one. Commentary on epilogue. The new generation always surpasses the old. The finale, long awaited, and now I dare to admit that the fanfic is finished. Write the last comments. Oh bitch, I'm going to cry now. Thank you all so much for being with us. I would like to express special thanks to my co-author, who helped me a lot in creating the plot and lore of this FF, as well as to the beta, who edited the text and corrected my mistakes. You are the best. Well, now I'm going back to cold. There were 7 people in the Hokage's office. 3 16-year-old brunettes in chunin vests, a girl and 2 guys, a blonde in a black and purple kimono with a red and white fan on her back, and a couple of brunettes in similar kimonos were standing in front of the desk where another brunette with strange wrinkles on his cheekbones was sitting. Itachi. So, Sasuke and Haku, you go to the land of lightning, deliver the message and come back here in a jiffy. Got it. Sasuke and Haku. Of course, Itachi-ni-san. Itachi. Go. Sasuke and Haku. Hi. They disappeared from the office completely silently, as befits the head of Anbu and his deputy. The 4 remained to wait for some orders. Itachi took another scroll from the table and handed it to Ino. Itachi. This is the Kazekage, it has an important message, but you're adults, so you can handle it. My dear, keep an eye on Rei and Mei, or it'll be frozen first, and then burned in Amaterasu. And Fugu, listen to your mother, do you understand me? Fugu Uchiha, a tall, handsome, dark-haired man, raised a thoughtful and slightly bored gaze at the Hokage, then smiled. Fugu. Of course, Dad. The twins Rei and Mei standing nearby giggled quietly into their fists. They were slightly shorter than their cousin and a little younger than him, so they often received all sorts of moral speeches from him. Leaving the office, they already gathered up and went to the gate. The guards standing there greeted the Hokage's wife and children, after which they told her about the situation on the border of fire and wind. The next day, in the evening, they were already at the border. It was late, so Ino stopped and went down. Rei. Is something wrong, Aunt Ino? Mei hit the poor Uchiha on the head with all her might. Rei. Atata, for what? Mei. We're on a mission, so you should address us as Ino-sensei. Baka. Fugu, who had been silent until now, raised his eyes to the sky, praying that the two would finally calm down. He barely managed to block a shuriken that flew out of the bushes. The four immediately took up defensive positions. A group of Nukanen came out of the forest onto the road. Nukanen. Just look at the Hokage's wife and offspring, and his nephews too. That's a nice jackpot. The group laughed loudly and began to approach the cornered shinobi. But the bushes rustled again and a young blonde of 17 years old in a tight dark purple kimono literally flew out of them. She had metal fans in her hands and a case with a tanto on her shoulder. She waved the fans strongly towards the Nukanen. Teru. Fuyuten. Slicing wind. A strong gust of wind blew all the missing nin off their feet, causing them to writhe from the fractures and cuts left by the destructive Futenninjutsu. After which she raised her blue, sky-like eyes, meeting Fugu's black, obsidian eyes. The guy was embarrassed and was the first to look away, and a blush appeared on Teru's cheeks. The twins examined their savior with their mouths open. The cracking of trees was heard and an ash-haired blonde man with a woman in his arms appeared on the road like lightning. She was laughing cheerfully, like the man, but upon noticing the shinobi, the laughter stopped, and the blonde man let go of his wife. The man was wearing a black t-shirt that hugged his pumped-up body, black pants. His left arm was missing. The woman was dressed in a light yukata. The three chunin froze, examining the couple that appeared. Ino. Naruto. Temari. Good to see you. Naruto raised his hand in greeting. Naruto. Hello, Ino. Temari flew at her friend with hugs, starting to squeeze her cheeks, and the women started talking about something. The three read the inscription on Namikaze's hand, Kagami no Mi. Rei. No way. You're Naruto Namikaze, the mirror ninja, right? You're a legend of the shinobi world. Mei. The famous Namikaze. The former Rokudaime Hokage, the hero of the Fourth Shinobi World War, the owner of the strongest Sharingan. We've heard so much about you. Teru walked up and stood next to her father, waiting for him to answer, but he only smiled widely. Naruto. Well, it's good to see you again, nieces. The trio froze, unsure of how to react to this statement. Ino and Temari approached the group. Ino. I forgot to warn you, we'll be staying with the Namikaze family today, you'll find out everything there. I'm sure Naruto, Temari, and the daughter Teru will be happy to enlighten you. Fugu looked at Teru, who looked a little embarrassed after their strange interaction. Noticing someone's gaze on her, the girl again plunged into the inviting darkness of the Sharingan bearer, completely forgetting about everything. Nearby, her father was attacked by the twins, who pestered the legend with questions. Ino and Temari, standing nearby, were touched by this picture. Naruto. Let's go inside. But first, I'll clean up here. Temari. Send a message to Gaara that he's getting a few more prisoners in his prison. After saying this, Naruto tied up all the missing nin with lightning speed and gathered them into one pile. After that, he disappeared along with them, appearing a few seconds later. Thunder rolled through the valley. Trinity. Horatian. Teru didn't even look impressed by her father's trick. Soon the group came to a large two-story house that was located in a clearing. Going inside they sat down at a table on which there was already a pile of prepared food. Naruto. Well then, listen.